Yeah, but you know, he'll get that sorted and he'll be back in the final. You must be somewhere near the front for the final, I'd say, after that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I had pretty bad points, so I might still be 5th or 6th, but better than we were, so yeah.
Well, it should be a good race in the final anyway. Yeah, good luck, mate. Go hard.
Cheers, Regan. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to catch up with our first pre-final winner of the morning, Jacob Cranston. Obviously, some crazy turn of events occurring in that pre-final for the Vortex SV senior class. Kart's going absolutely everywhere, but Cranny in the number 9 showed his speed and experience and came through to take the win. After everything that unfolded, we see now the couple of stricken SV senior karts that we saw unfortunately not make it to the finish of that first pre-final, making their way off the circuit. The Ingham Ford Ranger and the Battery Zone van doing a great job to get those karts cleared as quickly as possible for us, Brent.
Yeah, that was certainly an eventful heat. I'm just looking at Murray. He's giving me, no, not giving me any instructions. Can you all hear us well? Yep. No? No, but they can't hear Rowan. No, we're going to swap back.
See a pretty crazy pre-final to kick off the day here at KartSport Rotorua. We're not too far away from the Rotax Max 32 class, brought to you by JW Group. That pre-final will be up next. We see the gate open, ready to go for all 13 of those Rotax Max 32s. Make their way onto the grid shortly. As we see there, that final go-kart, the stricken 67 of Liam Carr, has just been picked up by the Battery Zone van. They're going to make their way back to the pits. We shouldn't be too far away from the pre-final for Rotax Max 32. See, at the moment the weather's holding out here at KartSport Rotorua. It's looking a little bit overcast more than it was yesterday, but hopefully the rain clouds will stay away and we'll be able to see some awesome pre-final and final racing here at KartSport Rotorua for the KartSport New Zealand 2026 Gill Trap Group Sprint Nationals. We see there those karts there going across the screen on the live stream there, making their way back to the pits. We won't be too far away from on-track action kicking off again. Obviously, we've got 9 classes racing this weekend, 8 competing for national titles, New Zealand national titles. The Vortex Rock DSV class that we just saw go out, obviously a non-championship event, but Rotax Max DD2, Vortex Mini Rock, KZ2, Vortex Rock DVS Junior, Rotax Max Light, Rotax Max Heavy, Cadet Rock, and Rotax Max Junior. We will be crowning 8 New Zealand champions in those classes today. As we see now, the Rotax Max DD2 brought to you by JW Group. JW Group offer a cutting-edge lineup of EV buses, coaches and vans designed for efficiency, sustainability and performance. They make their way onto the circuit. Off the pole position for Rotax Max DD2 will be the 1NZ, the reigning New Zealand champion of Josh Bethune, Cameron Hill. In the 3NZ, he'll be making his way off grid 2. Daniel Bray will be going off grid 3 in the Paralyn kart. Ryan Higgins also in a Paralyn beside him on grid 4. Darren Walker, the 3NZ and Rotax Heavy, he'll be going off grid 5. Ollie Mosby beside him on grid 6. Dylan Bryant will go off grid 7. Asher Harpy off grid 8. Ali Hewlett will go off grid 9. Louise Rawson will join him on that 5th row of the grid. Simon Mosby, the only master in the field, will go off grid 11. Alexis Newhoff off grid 12. And Carly Samuelson off grid 13.
Well, we've got a red flag out there.
We certainly do, Brent. So obviously...
Okay, we've just been told that the timing, we're having a bit of an issue with the timing.
So we've got a red flag at the moment, halting proceedings as we sort out a little technical gremlin. Won't be too far away from going back into it again very, very shortly for pre-final action here at KartSport Rotorua.
Well, look, hopefully people can hear me now. Yes? No? Oh, okay. All right, I have to stand still, which is not something I'm known for. Thank you, Mary.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
Yeah, that's fine. They still can't hear us. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Few technical difficulties there, sorry folks. Trying to get it sorted up here, and hopefully we can get the technical gremlins sorted very shortly, and we can testing 1, 2, 3. It keeps dropping out. Hello. Oh. It's a nice 20 degrees out here. You hear me? Just keeping up to date, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we've just got a little technical issue with the live timing. You can hear they're onto the hot desk, I think, by the looks of it. So that's just holding us up because obviously everyone's running a transponder on their cart, and right now that's not being recorded. And as it always happens in these types of events, you have everything go perfect for 3 days, and you get to the last final, and then every one of the gremlins come down a little bit. So we're working hard here. There's a lot of technical people that know what they're doing, but yeah, sometimes these things take time.
Apologies, everyone. Unfortunately, got some technical gremlins going on. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it at the moment. We've got some very smart people, much smarter than Brent and myself, working away in the background to try and sort this out. As you can see, obviously the karts are the Rotax Steady 2 class brought to you by JW Group, currently lined up on the grid, but at the moment our pre-final running is suspended until we can get the technical gremlins sorted, and then we will go back to kicking off the action very shortly. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
it's
hard work for those drivers. They're sitting there in their carts just going, they don't know what's going on. They were all zoned in, getting ready for the warming up their tyres, and so yeah, there's just that sort of, that'll affect some of them. But the seasoned drivers, certainly like Josh Platoon at the front of the field there, is probably used to this type of stuff and used to things that go wrong or get delayed. So we're getting a green flag here from our technical people, so it looks like we're about ready to start again.
Looks like we're not too far away from a race start, folks. Obviously today, we've already had the Vortex Rock DSV pre-final, which was 12 laps.
Yes, V.
Rotax Steady 2 up next, and all the classes will do a 12-lap pre-final before we head into finals this afternoon. It will be payday. We'll be crowning some new national champions here at KartSport Rotorua this afternoon. 18-lap finals, except for Vortex Mini Rock and Cadet Rock, which will do 15-lap finals. But 15 laps or 18 laps around this 1.24 kilometre circuit. Seriously hard work out there for all these drivers here today.
Yeah, now it's time to reset, isn't it, for the drivers? Dial back into their sort of pre-start routine that they will all have.
It certainly is, and great to see the karts all back underway now here in the Rotax Max DD2 karts. Make their way around to warm up before this 12-lap pre-final here on day 4 of the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. Josh Bethune, he will be going from the pole position. His teammate Cameron Hill in the 3NZ kart, he'll be going off grid 2 beside him. Daniel Bray off grid 3 with Ryan Higgins beside him on grid 4. Darren Walker, he'll be going off grid 5. Ollie Mosby off grid 6. Dylan Bryant off grid 7 and Asher Harpy off grid 8. Ali Hewlett and Louise Rawson will share row 5. Simon Mosby, the only master in the field, he'll go out of grid 11 with Alexis Newhoff beside him on grid 12 and Carly Samuelson off grid 13.
And I see that Josh Bethune is slowing them down a lot earlier this time. I think he had a bit of an issue in one of the heats, unfortunately for him. So that's he's making sure that the whole field is gridding up behind him, so that by the time he gets to that blue line, that he's able to form them up for the field.
We saw some different strategies yesterday, Brent, in terms of the way that all the karts started these heats. Yesterday, during heat 2 and 3, we saw some drivers off the pole position that chose to start with quite a fast pace, and by the time they got to the line, they were moving pretty quickly. And then other drivers that chose to slow the fields right down to almost a crawling pace. And certainly, depending on which way you did it and how everyone else prepared, it was for some of those slower starts. It certainly looked like it became a bit of an advantage for the pole sitters. But obviously, being the pole sitter, you get that opportunity to control the pace, and everyone else has to abide by the speed that you choose. And everyone's got different ways of going about it, but it certainly makes for some interesting tactics and racing going down to turn 1 on that opening lap.
Yeah, and certainly what you'll find is that drivers mix it up so that they can't be known as being always a slow starter, so that the competitors think, oh, the other guys on beside them think, wait, I'll let you pass over to the start.
Josh Bethune is off the pole position for the pre-final for Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group. They get into the lanes there, they start to accelerate, quite a slow start, the lights go out, and Josh Bethune actually got jumped off the line a little bit by his teammate Cameron Hill. Gives him a bit of a door as they go with the way through. Daniel Bray's now moved into second place in the 11 kart. Fast start there from the number 11. He's now looking all over the back of the reigning champion. They go through turn 3. They come now down the hill towards 4. Josh Bethune in the 1 kart still in the way. And there's nothing separating the top 3 right now. Cameron Hill right up beside it. Daniel Bray's going to throw it down the inside of Bethune. Didn't quite get the move made. Didn't look like there was any contact either. So all's fair in racing as they now make their way up the hill. We can see there Ollie Mosby in the 77 having a battle, fighting that out over that 5th or 6th place. They now come down through the S's. Bethune's now got a bit of a margin at that pass. Daniel Bray tried to make, balked him a little bit, and he's lost a few kart lengths to Josh Bethune. They make their way down the front straight. The 1NZ of Josh Bethune leads the way on the opening lap. Daniel Bray in second there. Cameron Hill still there in third. Ryan Higgins there in the second of the Paralympic karts there in the 95. He's there in fourth. Thought about making a pass here on Cameron Hill. Didn't quite go for it. They make their way back down the hill. Bethune's got a lead. Daniel Bray there in second. He's looking very racy. Cameron Hill still there in third. He's lost a little bit of ground to Bray. They make their way through turn 6, up towards 7 now.
And the live timing is now working, so we've got a pretty excited race control here. So the live timing in terms of lap scoring is now working perfectly. So that's awesome to hear.
Great news here in the technical department here at KartSport Rotorua. Josh Bethune leads the way. He's got the fastest lap of the race at a 56.6. Daniel Bray last time a 57 dead. Those top two have really started to streak away. Cameron Hill went a little bit defensive down there at turn 1 to prevent Ryan Higgins from going up the inside. Then Darren Walker's there in 5th place. Ollie Mosby in behind him in 6th. Make their way up towards turn 3. Now come back down the hill. That field sort of from 3rd back starting to close up a little bit. They go now down towards turn 6. We ride with Cameron Hill and Ryan Higgins here on the live stream. Into turn 7 they go. Making their way back up. Cameron Hill dropped the wheel there a little bit. He's under pressure from Ryan Higgins. Is he going to be able to fend him off? They go now through the S's. Snake their way back down the hill. Here at KartSport Rotorua. Onto the back straight. The race leader, he's already on the front straight. Josh Bethune comes across the line. There's going to be 9 laps to go this time by. Daniel Bray still there in 2nd place. Cameron Hill and Ryan Higgins there in 3rd and 4th. Darren Walker currently rounding out the top 5 in the 14 kart. The 3NZ and the Rotax Max Heavy class. They make their way down the hill. And the top 2 certainly found their rhythm and their stride out there. Bethune currently got a 2nd gap over Daniel Bray, who in turn's got a 2nd over Cameron Hill. So it certainly has started to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, Daniel had a bit of a charge at the start, but looks like Josh has just settled in. His tyres come up to pressure, and he's now just gapping the field and slowly moving away.
Certainly is. Josh Bethune making his way down onto the back straight towards the last corner. Daniel Bray working real hard trying to catch him. They make their way into turn 1. They go. Sliding the go-karts in. Darren Walker there under pressure from Ollie Mosby. They make their way up through turn 2 towards turn 3. We've got 8 laps to go here in this pre-final for Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group. Down into turn 4 they go towards the hairpins. And as they sit, Josh Bethune leads it. Fastest lap of the race at a 53.709 from Daniel Bray, who's almost matched him at a 53.8. Cameron Hill, he's there in 3rd. Ryan Higgins in 4th. Darren Walker still there in 5th. Ollie Mosby in 6th. Dylan Bryant there in 7th. From where he started, Asher Harpy still there in 8th. Simon Mosby's moved up a couple of spots there into 9th. Alexis Newhoff, Louise Rawson and Carly Samuelson in 10th, 11th and 12th. And Ali Hewlett rounding out the field currently. Make their way up towards turn 3. Josh Bethune, Daniel Bray making their way down now. Ollie Mosby's giving Darren Walker a pretty hard time at the moment. The Energy Course kart, the 77, up against the 14 there, as we can see on the screen. Not quite close enough to make a pass there at turn 6. They now go towards turn 7. Nice and wide on the entry. Get the apex and get back on the power as soon as possible. Up the hill they go. Firing the way up towards turn 8. A couple of different line choices there through the sweeper as they snake their way back down through the S's. Can't quite see Josh Bethune and Daniel Bray in the shot there, a little bit further up the road. So come across the line. The reigning New Zealand champion still leading the way from Daniel Bray, multi-time New Zealand champion. They make their way now through turn 2 and 3. Cameron Hill still got Ryan Higgins to deal with in the 95 kart there. And that's starting to bring Darren Walker and Ollie Mosby into the fight as well for that 3rd place. Make their way through turn 4 and 5. Into turn 6. At this stage, Bethune still controlling it out front as he makes his way up the hill there. The right kart's run, Cosmic Kart. Towards turn 8 they go. And next time around, we will have 5 laps to go. So the laps are counting down here at KartSport Rotorua for the 2nd pre-final of the day. Bethune's already come across the start-finish line, followed by Daniel Bray. And on that last lap, Bethune did a 53.46 versus Daniel Bray's 53.7. Cameron Hill, Ryan Higgins, Darren Walker and Ollie Mosby all did personal best lap times. but it was still away from the pace of Josh Bethune, who's currently got this one more than in control. Daniel Bray did a 53.7. Certainly not slow by any means as he's chasing Josh Bethune. They make their way through turn 6 and 7. Up the hill they go. And the gaps have actually started to stretch out a little bit there. Cameron Hill's sort of got a reprieve now of about a kart length over Ryan Higgins. Higgins was glued to the rear bumper of that number 3 kart the last few laps, and Darren Walker's actually started to make inroads on Higgins. Ollie Mosby's there. He's waiting for an opportunity in the 7 kart. You can see that 3rd place, only 2 karts up the road. They close right up in the braking zone there at turn 1. Cameron Hill gets a really good exit. So they make their way up to turn 3. Great battle between these 4. They can't let off the gas, because if you do, you've got someone right there to take that position off you. They go through turn 4 and 5. Down towards 6 now they go. Darren Walker's getting almightily close to the number 95. He chose a slightly wider line on the entry there to try and open it up. Now he's going to go up the inside of Higgins. That worked. The 14 kart's now gone past the 95, so Darren Walker's taken over that 4th place. So they now snake their way back down. That's given Cameron Hill a little bit of a margin, but Darren Walker's clearly got a lot of speed at the moment in that number 14 kart. Josh Bethune's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 53.2, so he's unfazed by all of it at the moment as he drives away. Ryan Higgins hasn't let Darren Walker out of his sight though, so what's the 95 got for the 14, and what has the 14 got for the reigning 3NZ and Cameron Hill? Clearly heaps of speed. That kart of Darren Walker is coming on more and more as the laps count down. He's made a couple of really solid passes the last few laps. Walker, he closes up. He's so strong on the braking into turn 6 there. Make their way into 7. That's where he made the pass last lap on Ryan Higgins. Can he do it again on Cameron Hill as they make their way up the hill? Make their way through turn 8 and 9. Snaking their way back down through the S's. Darren Walker has closed in on Cameron Hill, so we may see Cameron Hill come under a little bit of pressure the next couple of laps. But he won't be the reigning 3NZ for no reason. He'll know how to defend. The 3NZ and Rotax Max DD2 versus the 3NZ and Rotax Max Heavy. So they make their way through turn 3. Walker, he is almightily close, so we're going to maybe see him look to make a pass at the same place he did the last lap. If he can get close under brakes here coming into turn 6, he's got really strong braking capability in the 14. He gets right up close. Cameron Hill's really strong on the exits though, so he's not going to be able to quite do it this time around. When they come round up over the hill and take the start-finish line this next time around, it will be the last lap for this pre-final, the second one of the morning so far. Josh Bethune's now coming across the start-finish line to commence the last lap, followed by Daniel Bray in the 11, both of them having pretty lonely races at this point. But Cameron Hill, he is having anything but a lonely race. He's got Darren Walker all over the back of him in the 14 kart. They make their way up towards turn 3. That 14 kart of Darren Walker is looking menacingly fast at the moment, and he is putting Cameron Hill under the blowtorch. They go through turn 4 and 5. Let's see what the braking's like of the 14 kart as they go down here. And he's going to go up the inside. He runs a little bit wide on the exit. Is Hill going to get him back? But he's going to stay on the inside. Not quite. Hill moves it back across. He knew better. He's now moved straight over to the inside as they make their way up the hill. So who's going to get this 3rd place in this pre-final? We know 1st and 2nd are virtually locked in at this point. Josh Bethune makes his way down through the last corner to take the victory from Daniel Bray. But this 3rd place is anything but over. Cameron Hill holds on. Is Darren Walker going to be able to get past him? Not quite. What a finish to the pre-final here for Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group. Great racing between Cameron Hill, Darren Walker and Ryan Higgins. Nice clean passes. Didn't quite come off there for Darren Walker in the end, but what a great race and some great racecraft between those guys. We're going to have a change in the commentary for the next one. Going to be joined by the 2016 New Zealand national champion in the Vortex Mini Rock class, Bree Morris. She's going to come and join us for the pre-final for Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. So So we see all the Rotax Max DD2s making their way after that fast and furious pre-final off the circuit. Josh Bethune, he's already at the pit entry. Shows how fast that pre-final was for him. Daniel Gray making his way in as well. And you can see Regan down there. Let's head down to Regan and see who he's catching up with down on the pit dummy grid.
Thanks, Ronan. We're just here with Charlie Clark, who's starting off P2 for the pre-final in Vortex Mini Rock. And Charlie, I hate to say it, mate, but there could be a bit of rain on the way. You reckon you can handle that?
Yeah, I think I've always been alright in rain, so hopefully I can get a good start and then stay off the finish. Keep up with you hopefully.
Awesome, mate. Well, good luck. Go hard and keep it on the flat start.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from the 54, the road and car supported driver of Charlie Clark. Not too far away from seeing these Vortex Mini Rocks. Brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. A big thank you to Mike and Marnie Dobson for their support of the class. Natural Stone Imports offer a range of natural stone solutions from paving and pool coping to cladding and tiles. And their boy Murphy Dobson will be competing in this class in the 97 kart. He will be going off grid 10 for the pre-final this morning. Look at all these young drivers. We see them all making their way out onto the grid. They're all warming their tyres up. And Bree Morris, it's looking pretty, starting to look a little bit shady this morning from how it was a bit earlier in terms of the weather. And who knows, we can maybe see a half and half race end up out there on slicks in the wet.
If it was me out there on track, I'd definitely be hoping that it wasn't a half and half. But hey, from a spectator's point of view, yeah, maybe it's going to add a little bit of a different race for these guys out there. But yeah, hopefully it stays dry.
Absolutely. And how are you this morning, Bree? Obviously, a big day of racing yesterday. You had a bit of a chance to reflect on it all. What were your thoughts on how it all unfolded yesterday?
I think it was great racing yesterday. Everyone did a great job. It's always exciting to see who's going to be taking away the national titles today. Sunday's always the best day, and yeah, I always look forward to who's taking away the Mini Rock title.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you just said, it is payday today for all these classes here competing for national titles. And you obviously, the key to it obviously is to be consistent. You want to be starting off those front few grids for the final when that happens. And so we see so far, Nico Thomason and the 54 of Charlie Clark have been the well-informed so far in the Vortex Mini Rock class. Thomason and the reigning North Island champion, he's going to be going off that pole position, and he's been incredibly quick and hard to beat. So he's certainly going to be the one with a target on his back. Everyone's going to be chasing down the North Island champion, who will be looking to try and add a national title to his Vortex Mini Rock career. Charlie Clark off grid 2 there in the 54 kart. Grid 3 will be Van Merritt in the 99, and we've seen how fast young Van's been. He's been doing a great job. Joey Zhao, who got the pole position for the Vortex Mini Rock class, he's been relegated back to 4th now. Unfortunately, lost a few spots throughout the heat races, so that's meant he's going to be starting off P4 for the pre-final. Van Walker will go off grid 5. Freddie Waller was going to go off grid 6. Ryan Healy off grid 7. Dominic Evers off grid 8 there in the 77 kart. He was the national schools champion in Cadet at 7 years old. Nico Hewson, the local lad, he's off grid 9. We saw him have a terrific heat yesterday, coming home 3rd in that 3rd heat, so he'll be looking to try and move forward and show the speed he's got in that 35 kart. And top 10 rounded out by Murphy Dobson. We're not far away though. We see the Vortex Mini Rocks find their lanes. They come down the front straight. The revs are going to start to build. The lights are on. And we've got lights out. Nico Thomason got a great start. So too Charlie Clark. Van Merritt's giving Thomason a bit of a nudge as they go into turn 1. Merritt's going to try to go on the outside of Clark. Not quite going to work. And look at Charlie Clark straight up the inside there at turn 2. That was authoritative. Not quite going to work though, because Thomason's going to hold the inside through turn 3. They make their way down the hill, do the Vortex Mini Rocks. Charlie Clark right up the rear bumper there. We see there as well the 9 of Ivor Spencer started to make a couple of spots up after that unfortunate DNF he had yesterday in the heats from a technical issue. They make their way into turn 7 now. Thomason making his way up the hill. And we've got a couple of karts that have ended up off the track there a little bit further back. We'll have to wait and see which karts those were. They all make their way up the top of the hill towards where it's starting to look a wee bit cloudy. They make their way now down the hill. Thomason leading the way from Charlie Clark. Onto the front straight they come. And that first lap from Nico Thomason is exactly what you want to have when racing Vortex Mini Rock, isn't it, Bree?
Yes, I think he did a great first lap. Charlie did give it a good shot, but now he's just got to really get in there and make sure he doesn't let him drive away. But yeah, great first lap from Nico.
It certainly was, and I think that incident was the 47 kart of Ashton Jepson, and unfortunately the number 11 of Max Gosling out of Christchurch, the Cadet 9 championship leader in Australia currently. So unfortunate pre-final, or start to the pre-final for the 47 and the 11. Got a bit of ground to now try and make up. We see a big gaggle of karts coming into turn 7 now. They all find their positions on the track. They make their way up the hill. All line astern are these young Mini Rock drivers. Going through turn 8 now, and down the hill they come. Nico Thomason still leads the way, the North Island champion. Charlie Clark's gone with him though in the Roden Cars supported go-kart. The black kart with the red helmet. And Joey Zhao, the pole position winner from the last couple of days, he's actually moved up into third, so he's doing a great job, and certainly it looks like a little bit more speed today in the 66 kart. They make their way up the hill now towards turn 3. We follow Zhao. Head down towards turn 4. He's got Van Meriden behind him and Ryan Healy there in the 29 kart. Oh, and Ivor Spence, the number 9's got another issue. After the heat issues he had yesterday and so much speed in the number 9 kart, poor old Ivor Spence. Oh, we've got someone running across the track there. That was a little bit dangerous there, but unfortunate for Ivor Spence in the number 9. Disappointing way for his pre-final to end. So much speed in that kart, and he just unfortunately hasn't got the chance to show it. Never nice, obviously, when you DNF a race from a technical issue, Bree.
No, that's horrible. I think it looks like his chain's fallen off, but yeah, it's horrible to have that happen, especially in your pre-final. It's the one time you really want to get it right, but hey, looks like he's starting to get going again. Yeah,
it did potentially, the way the kart slowed, look like a chain issue, but he has managed to get going again. So something obviously weird happened there for Ivor Spence. He came to a stop and now he's gotten going again. It's going to take him a lap or so probably to build back up, and Nico Thomason, the race leader, is now in behind him, so he's going to be wanting to try and clear Ivor Spence. And there's a bit of battling going on a little bit further back there. We see now Thomason puts a lap on Ivor Spence, so Spence will just be wanting to put his head down and see if he can follow the North Island champion. They make their way up the hill now. Joey Zhao's now under pressure from Van Merritt and Ryan Healy. We've got a couple of other young drivers that are joining the party as well in that fight. Looks like the 77 of Dominic Evers and the 7 of Freddie Waller. Nico Hewson not too far behind either. They make their way through. Big train of go-karts. Oh, and Merritt up the inside of Zhao. Did he make that work? Not quite. Joey's going to go back up the inside going towards turn 3, but Merritt's going to try and fire up the inside of him now. Is there going to be contact? Not quite. Great side-by-side racing from these Vortex Mini Rocks. A little bit of contact between Merritt and Healy as they go into turn 4. We follow the drone cam. Awesome shot that is. Down towards turn 6 now. We've got some go-karts going up the inside. What's going to happen here? These young drivers starting to throw some passes. We see what these pre-finals mean and how important they are for the grid for the final, where we will crown a Vortex Mini Rock National Champion this afternoon. We now see them making their way through the sweeper. Obviously, this is the stage of the race, Bree, where you obviously you want to be passing some karts and moving forward, but you don't want to be taking yourself or another competitor out of contention, because the final later on is where it really counts.
Yeah, definitely the pre-final. It's really critical how you finish today. It sets you up great for the final. So I think the way the boys are handling it and the girls out there doing a great job. So not too many chaotic moves, so good job.
Certainly is, and at the moment Nico Thomason's got the fastest lap of the race leader on a 1 minute dead .4, so he's certainly the kart out in front at the moment. He's managed to displace and drive away from Charlie Clark. There's a battle a bit further back going on there. We see some karts. Looks like the 77 of Dominic Evers and the 24 of Jed O'Malley. Nico Houston's trying to buy into that fight as well now. The young charger from Rotorua. We saw him finish third in that final heat yesterday. They now make their way back down the hill. They come down the back straight. Thomason leads it away from Charlie Clark. And if you think that that's any close to being finished, we've got 6 laps to go still in this pre-final. 3/4 of a heat still to go. Van Merritt's just fired up the inside of Joey Zhao there, and Ryan Healy's starting to harass the back of him as well. The 7 of Freddie Waller's having a great race there as well. They get in, they start to run into each other a little bit there. Oh, and we've got one turned around. Van Merritt's been rotated as they come down the hill now. That's caused some absolute chaos for all these young drivers. Nico Houston took advantage of that. He's moved up about 3 spots. We see there Ryan Healy, Freddie Waller in the 7. Joey Zhao's dropped a couple of spots from that, so didn't quite see how that unfolded, but obviously 2 or 3 karts have come together. We saw karts in the grass. A kart got rotated. Everyone did such a great job to get through that without any more contact occurring or no one running over each other. Nico Thomason, though, he's not going to know about any of that as he comes across the line to take 5 laps to go. They now come across the line, and obviously, Bree, we were just talking about it. You don't want to be making contact at this stage of the race, and that's exactly what we saw.
I think that was, a bit of a critical error there, but horrible to have that happen, especially sitting like a duck in the middle of the track while all the field passes by you.
Especially when you're rotated the wrong way as well, seeing everyone come at you, never a nice sign.
No, definitely not.
We see now Thomason still leading the way, and this battle pack is really starting to get quite aggressive. Nico Houston getting passed there by 1 or 2 other karts. They now come down towards turn 7. Joey Zhao has managed to recover. He's moved back up into 3rd place. The pole sitter from yesterday. They make their way through the sweeper down towards the back part of the circuit. We're going to have 4 laps to go this time by. Thomason leads the way. We see now there's a bit of a squabble going on a little bit further back there. Nico Houston in the 35 car may have an issue. He's lost a few more spots there. They make their way down the front straight. We run there with Joey Zhao and the 7 of Freddie Waller as they make their way up the hill towards turn 3. Through they come, back down the hill now. The 77 of Dominic Evers, he's having a great race. He's made a lot of positions from where he started in 8th. They now come up the hill, up towards turn 7 again. Zhao leading this little pack from Freddie Waller and Dominic Evers, making their way up the little Vortex mini rocks into the sweeper now. So there was a fair bit of action unfolding there for a while. It all seems to have calmed down a little bit, but for all these young drivers, then you know how much it means to them. They start getting quite aggressive. And we see there, coming down the front straight, Freddie Waller's going to go up the inside of Joey Zhao. Is he going to be able to pull that move off? They get into each other a little bit. He runs them wide on the exit. It's going to be enough to get the move done, though. Dominic Evers now plays himself into that and passes Zhao. And now he's going to go up the inside of Freddie Waller. So Dominic Evers, what a pass. He's made 2 spots in the last 2 corners. Waited for it to all unfold. Perfect timing. Then we see the 10 kart there of Van Walker and the 97 of Murphy Dobson starting to make their way up as well through the field. Now as all these little mini rocks come through turn 7, up the hill they go. We've got 3 laps to go. Down the hill now. Thomason and Clark have absolutely checked out. They're a fair way up the road on everyone else. Ryan Healy's also managed to have a great run to get away from the battling going on in 3rd. If we look at the 77, the 7 and the 66, Freddie Waller's going to fire up the inside of Dominic Evers. Joey Zhao's going to try to do the same. Oh, and Evers back up the inside of Waller. What a pass that was. brilliant recovery, and he crossed him back, and brilliant pass back on Freddie Waller. So the 77 kart, the racecraft, is seriously high level. What a great pass. As we now look, we see another pass going to go up the inside. That's Joey Zhao, the pole winner from Friday. He goes back up the inside of Evers. Oh, and Evers is going to get him back, so they're going to have a drag race up the hill now. And we got one that went out way wide and actually spun. That looked like it might have been Freddie Waller in the 7. He's beached there in the grass. It is the number 7. And obviously, Bree, in these races, when you're racing with such little horsepower, these little engines, it's all about momentum and corner speed, isn't it? And trying to get off the corner as best as you can.
Yeah, definitely. They're doing a great job. I still honestly can't believe how quick they are still at the end of the straights. They just don't seem to stop. So, yeah.
It certainly is, and you want to try and stay off the brakes as long as you can. We saw there Dominic Evers threw up the inside of Van Walker in the number 10. They now go round turn 3. Murphy Dobson's going to try and bring himself into the fight and go around the outside of Walker through turn 4. Joey Zhao's securing that 4th place the more and more we look. Dominic Evers there is having a great run, though. He's made up 3 spots from his 8th grid starting spot. They make their way into turn 7 now. They're still fighting it out, going 2-3 wide at times. Incredible racing out there from these young drivers. Make their way up the hill. Big gaggle of karts. It's hard to believe that Nico Thomason and Charlie Clark are already crossing the start-finish line. Ryan Healy too. And that's the finish line. So Nico Thomason takes out the pre-final from Charlie Clark. Ryan Healy comes home in 4th, and it is looking like it's starting to rain out there. Good call, Bree Morris. It's this may shake up the rest of the day, the pre-finals.
Yeah, well, the weather seems to be a little bit unpredictable. So I looked for a whole week, and it said no rain for this weekend. So it looks a bit misty, so hopefully it doesn't get worse.
Well, winning a national title is one thing, but being able to win a national title in changing conditions, that's a whole nother ball game, and it's just going to add a whole nother element to this 4th day, the final day of the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Guild Trap Sprint Nationals. And I think we're feeling pretty good about ourselves up here in the commentary box, aren't we, Bree?
Yes, it is quite warm and toasty, so if anyone needs to recoup after, you're welcome to come up.
It certainly is, but no, this is certainly going to add another element to this, and congratulations to Nico Thomason for taking out that pre-final for the Vortex Mini Rock class. With this weather starting to roll in, who knows what's going to unfold today and how this day could unfold. Up next, we're going to see KZ2 brought to you by Apparel Master Tauranga, and when you got as much horsepower as a KZ2 has, I think it's going to be pretty hard to put that power down on slicks in the wet. So we may, if it's not too late, we may see some potential tyre changes, which could throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I don't think we're that close, but yeah, we're looking good. Maybe a good start on the start line.
Let's head down to Regan down on the grid and see what we can find out. I'm sure there's some action unfolding, Regan.
Yeah, there is, mate, but I think we're going to miss it. They're going to go out. So, oh no, Grimmy's going to go ahead. We're going to have a quick word with Scott Chaston here, one of our Australian drivers. You're about to go out in the wet on slicks in a KZ. How do you feel about that?
Oh, it's going to be pretty fun, I reckon. It'll be difficult to drive, but we'll see how we go.
You enjoying the racing here?
Yeah, I love it. I'll be back.
Awesome. We better cut it short because they're going to get out and race.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to grab an update there from Scott Chaston in the 32, the Australian, driving Matt Kinsman's Sodi kart this weekend. So no doubt he's in good hands with multi-time New Zealand champion Matt Kinsman on the tools. And this weather really is starting to take a turn for the worse. So this could really make things exciting here. These high horsepower KZ2 karts running on slick tyres in the wet, and we see how much they warm the tyres up on these karts. It's going to be absolutely key to make sure that you do your best to get tyre temp. We see Jacob Cranston. He's won all 3 heats so far. Heat 2 had a bit of an asterisk on it. He did receive a penalty for a jump start, but it was first across the finish line. So Jacob is going to start from that second grid position, which is pretty good considering The start he did, or the jump start in that heat too, so to still be off the front row is a great result, and he's going to be the one to watch. He's been the pace setter in KZ2 in the shifter kart class so far, the number 9 Sodi kart, but Blake Corrin in the 99, he's going to be off that pole position. He's certainly been quick as well, and his brother Mitchell Corrin in the North, he's the reigning North Island champion. You don't run the NI plate for no reason. He's incredibly fast as well, so certainly going to be interesting to see. Unfortunately, our pole position sitter from Friday, the pole position award winner, Lachlan Tombleson, he's going to be going off grid 6 after starting on the pole in all 3 heats, but he just could not get that go-kart off the line, and that's meant he's been relegated quite a few spots. But Regan Hall, you've made yourself up out of the wet and wild up into the commentary box here. I'm sure you're happy to be up here in the warm conditions, but mate, it's really starting to rain out there, and for shifter karts on a slick tyre in these conditions, it's going to be certainly pretty hairy, and these drivers are going to really have to use all their experience and talent to navigate this pre-final.
Yeah, everyone was standing on the grid trying to make the decision as to wets or slicks, but there comes a point where you just got to put it on the grid, and everyone's on slicks, so they're all in the same boat. Yeah, it's going to be tough though. What are we, 12 laps, isn't it? That's going to be a long race in the wet in a KZ, well, in any kart in the wet on slicks.
Yeah, and I think it's actually just going to be survival of the fittest out there, isn't it? Survival and not making mistakes. And, for guys that have been racing a really, really long time, the likes of Jacob Cranston, that's where that experience really does pay off. And it also gives an opportunity to some of the drivers a little bit further back because, obviously you don't wish ill on anybody, but no doubt in these conditions we're going to see probably some mistakes being made. So it's certainly going to make it a super interesting and spicy race. And obviously just getting these karts off the line, I can't even imagine what it would be like trying to get one of these KZ2s off the line on slicks in the wet. It's not obviously full wet conditions just yet, but it's looking that way. It's
still wet enough that it will be very, very tricky. And yeah, getting it off the line, you're just going to have to manage the wheel spin and try and get the power down as much as you can. Lachlan Tomlinson might find his start a bit easier. I don't know where he's at with his starts now. He's probably psychologically a bit in a tough space after having 3 not good starts. You just can't afford to have a bad start in KZ, especially in a field like this where it's so close. Racing in this class is all about, it's not just about pumping out a fast lap. You've got to be able to be a racer across the full race. So from the flag drops, getting that start right, pumping out fast laps when you can, and then in this race, making sure you stay out of trouble and on the track. And here they are lining up for the start.
And something else to factor in, that's really interesting. So Blake Corrin starting off the pole position on the inside of the circuit. Jacob Cranston's off the outside, which is the racing line. It may be a little bit drier on that outside line, so Cranston could be at an advantage being on the outside there.
Could be, and Blake could have actually chosen the outside if he wanted to, but maybe he didn't think of it. I don't know if it's that much different at the moment, to be fair.
Probably not much different, but obviously all the go-karts we've seen this morning in the 3 classes we've had have been running down the outside of the circuit. So it's going to be interesting to watch and see which lane, the inside or the outside, who gets the better jump. Cranston's been pretty dynamite off the line so far this weekend, bar that jump start, but the lights are on for the pre-final for KZ2, and they go off the line. Oh, and everyone got a bit of wheel spin. Cranston got run up the back there. Oh, look at them all running wide. Who's going to be able to get that power down and get off the corner? So Cranston, who's been dynamite off the line, he's been relegated to about 3rd. Raymond Mellon was looking like he was getting a really good start, but just couldn't get the grip down. Look how slow they are through turn 3. This is absolute survival of the fittest out there, and we've got 1 round. That looks to be the 32 of Scott Chaston.
Yeah, and we've got Blake Corrin up in P1. Mitch Corrin, his brother, right behind him, but I'm pretty sure Blake Corrin was rolling when those lights went out, so I think he might be in a bit of trouble with the start line judge there. We'll wait and see what happens, but he's looking good on track at the moment anyway.
I think you could be right about that one, Regan, and You would absolutely sell your soul at this point for a set of wets. Look how slow these karts are, and obviously you were down on the pits. No one made the decision to go to wets.
Well, funnily enough, Dave Malcolm, who was starting near the rear of the field, he had 3 wet tyres on the kart, and then he decided to take them. He was about to put the 4th one on, and he took them all off and put slicks back on. But he could have been the hero, but he's not. So
this is absolute scenes out there. They cannot put the power down in these shifter karts. Look at Nathan Krang. Look at the speed of the 62. He fires down the inside. Cranston cuts back across. What a pass. Krang's going to hold on to it, though. This is absolutely crazy right now, and I do not envy these drivers driving these shifter karts. They're hard enough to drive in the dry, let alone in the wet on slick tyres.
yeah, meanwhile, those guys are battling, and it's allowing the Corrin boys to get a bit of a gap. But look at Nathan Krang. He is fast. He's mowing those boys down in P1 and P2. I think he'll be first by the end of the lap.
Oh, Krang up the inside for second place. So that Paralyn kart, the 62, is absolutely on fire right now. He looks like he's on wets, and the speed he's got can just get that kart rotated. Seems to have brilliant traction in these conditions. Obviously was able to get more heat into the tyre possibly. Jacob Cranston at the moment, he's back there in 4th. He just couldn't get the power down. And we saw how much slipping there was off the line. So much wheel spin. Just not able to get the temperature in these Vegas. But so far, everyone's done a brilliant job to not end up too far off the road. We obviously saw Chaston go around at the start. But look at this. Never seen a KZ2 move so slowly. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a bit different in a KZ to a Rotax. You can actually, you can fire it deep into the corner, get it up on the curb, slow it right down till it's almost stopped, and then you just put it in first gear and drive off the corner. So you don't have to carry that corner speed.
And look at Nathan Krang. He's up the inside, so he's taking the lead. He's passed both the Corrin boys in the last 2 laps. Nathan Krang in the 62 kart. That Paralyn KZ2 is absolutely hooked up in these conditions. You can see him moving around in the seat a bit, so he's transferring his weight, try and help that corner rotation. Oh, but Krang's, he's thrown it away. He's run way wide, and Corrin's got him back, but great recovery there from Krang. He's actually managed to get back in front. And we see there a lot of these drivers are running curbs as well to help the kart bite round the corner. Cranston's starting to find his rhythm, and he's actually closing in on these guys as well. But Nathan Krang again there. He's run a little bit wide. They come down through the S's here. And if you want to see some absolutely unbelievable racing, look at some shifter karts in the wet on slick tyres. This is ridiculous at the moment.
They're all doing extremely well to keep it on track too. Oh, but Krang goes off. Him and Mitch Corrin had a little coming together there, but he's back down the inside. Oh, no, he's not quite.
And the Corrin boys are back in 1 and 2. Nathan Krang, he was leading very momentarily. He's dropped back to 3rd. We see Jacob Cranston there, running there in 4th. As you said before, Regan, there may be some investigations on some of those starts. Did look to be a couple of go-karts that were rolling before the lights went out. Maybe just didn't quite get the brake to clutch slippage ratio right, because obviously you want to run a little bit of brake to load the kart up.
They're sitting on the start line with the foot hard on the brake. You just find the bite point of the clutch, and I think Blake found a bit too much of that bite point, and it was obviously just pushing the brakes and rolling a little bit when he started.
Certainly was, and the rain is still falling here at KartSport Rotorua. It's almost like a mist. It's not heavy fall, it's just passing through, but it's certainly making this racetrack here very damp. And the top 3 at the moment, Nathan Krang actually got quite close back to the Corrin boys, but he's sort of lost that little margin he did have. Everyone's starting to figure out how to drive these go-karts in these conditions, and obviously you just want to be so careful not to lock a front brake. They come now down. Krang looked up the inside of the Corrins. Didn't quite make it work. Mitchell Corrin, he's now attacking Blake. So they go through turn 2 now. This is KZ2 racing at its finest. All the skill required to try and hang on to these absolute beasts.
Oh,
Krang's run wide.
Off.
He's off the road.
Oh, he's thrown it away.
Oh, he was going so good. So disappointing there for the 62. But he gets going again, so we may see Nathan Krang be able to make a recovery. Thankfully for him, the engine didn't stall.
And this is what this race is all about. It's not about necessarily being the quickest. It's about you've got to be fast, but you've got to stay on the track, and you've got to...
And they are absolutely crawling through these corners. It's just about getting the kart stopped, getting through, getting back on the power, and not wheel spinning too much, and trying to get that speed going and get up through the box.
They'll be short shifting. They'll be first gear on the tight corners, and then very quickly into second, so you don't get too much wheel spin. And yeah, it's all about not wheel spinning off the corners in these things.
And we see there as well, Jacob Cranston in the 9 kart. He's starting to come back at the Corrins. Blake Corrin's got that reprieve that he was looking for and started to pull away. Mitchell Corrin there in second. And Jacob there in the number 9, the Sodi kart. He's starting to make inroads. Luke Thompson there in the 31 kart. He's done a great job to move up there into 4th. Nathan Krang there in 5th. And Raymond Mallon, the reigning 2NZ, there in 6th. Everyone doing such a great job to keep these go-karts on the track. Scott Chasten's actually got the fastest lap of the race at a 1:07.8. So after that spin at the start, that certainly got him into gear, and he's now mowing through the field. He's passed 4 karts already. His next target will be the number 70 of Henry Gelb. So they make their way up the hill now. Cranston's really started to close in on Mitchell Corrin, the reigning North Island champion. So potentially we'll see an attack from the number 9 pretty shortly. They make their way. They're using those curbs, and obviously the curbs are quite gritty, aren't they? So they still have a lot of bite and can help that rotation of the go-kart, Regan.
Yeah, there's no paint on these curbs, so you can get the inside wheel up onto it, and it really, that loads the outside wheel to give you the grip on the outside. So.
And look at Jacob Cranston there. He just absolutely mows that curb at turn 1, uses it more than anybody, and it's really aiding him in catching Mitchell Corrin. Nathan Krang, Luke Thompson's now moved up to 4th, and Krang is chasing him for that 4th position. We now come down towards turn 4 and 5. Nathan Krang all over the back. He's going to go up the inside of Thompson. Can he pull it up this time? Very late on the brakes from Krang. Jacob Cranston is now harassing the back of Mitchell Corrin. Is he going to be able to make a move to try and pull himself into the top 2 in the number 9, the Sodi kart? They now go through the top part of the circuit. The top 3 are starting to condense. So Blake Corrin, he's been doing a great job out front controlling the lead, but his brother...
He's holding the gap there. He's maybe pulling away a little bit. If Jacob Cranston starts having a go at Mitch Corrin again, that'll probably give Blake a bit more breathing room as well.
Cranston thought about it up the inside, but his experience thought the better of it to go up the inside, and he's just figuring out where he needs to be to try and get past Mitchell Corrin. Obviously incredibly fast in number 9, but the thing is, you can't just go up the inside and brake later and think it's all going to work out, because in these conditions it's so much easier to lock a brake, and obviously you don't want to slip off the road, because if you end up in that wet grass, half a chance you're not going to end up back on the track.
No, it'll be all over if you end up there. And I don't know if the track's drying a little bit or not. It looks like the rain's not falling anymore, but so the key thing here is they're going to have to adapt to whatever. Every time you come around into turn 1, it could be different. It could be less water, it could be more water, and the ones who get it right are going to be the one that capitalises.
It certainly is. We see the top 3 making their way down the hill. Blake Corrin still leads this from Mitchell Corrin. Look at the run Jacob Cranston's got. He looked up the inside briefly there for that 2nd place. Didn't quite make it work, but he's got a hell of a run down the front straight. Does Cranny in the number 9. Last of the late breakers, though, was Mitchell Corrin. He's not going to let Cranny have this one without a fight. They now come through turn 3. Luke Thompson there in the 31, there in 4th. We now see them coming through turn 4 and 5. And the lap times have been getting faster. Fastest kart on the track right now is Lachlan Tombleson with a 56.8. Oh, we've got one off there at turn 4 and 5. The 93 kart of Ethan Sayer. Totally understandable and fair enough in these conditions.
Yeah, looks like there's a bit of mist falling again, a little light bit of rain, so it might be getting wetter again out there. Meanwhile, Blake Corrin is actually pulling away. He's pulling away from his brother Mitch, and Jacob Cranston seems to have the pace on them at the moment.
And it's so hard to want to throw it down the inside there onto that wet inside line. These KZ2s putting the Vega rubber down are actually starting to get quicker and quicker.
Meanwhile, Raymond Mallon is actually catching the back of Jacob Cranston very quickly. He's going to be in the mix as well, so it's going to be all on for the last 2 or 3 laps here.
So Cranston, he's going to have to get on with this and try and make the pass, because if he doesn't, now he goes up the inside, does Cranny. He gets that move done up on the curb, and he's managed to do it. So Jacob Cranston, he would have known that Raymond Mallon was coming, and he's gone, I need to get on with this, get this move done so I can try and put some distance between himself and Raymond Mallon. So Mitchell Corrin's now going to have Raymond Mallon to deal with. As they now come down the hill, Cranston, he's managed to pull a kart length or so on that battle. Raymond Mellon, is he going to throw it down the inside of the last corner? Not quite. He gives Mitchell Corrin a big shove. Oh, and they go sideways as they put the power down. Corrin's going to try and defend. Is he going to stay ahead? That's awkward going into turn 1 there. Biff and Budge between the two of them as Raymond Mellon muscles his way through on Mitchell Corrin. They go up towards turn 3 now. And there's 3 or 4 karts in this battle. So Luke Thompson's now gone through on Corrin. Mitchell Corrin at the moment, he is a sitting duck out there. Lachlan Tombleson, the fastest go-kart on the track, is now the next one to try and pass Corrin. Up the inside he goes. So the Sodi karts are working at the moment in these conditions. Blake Corrin's the only one left for the Sodi Armada as they make their way up the hill. Corrin now going through the top part of the circuit. He's got this one well and truly under control at the moment. 2 laps to go in this pre-final for KZ2. Making their way down the back straight. Cranston looks behind to see where Raymond Mellon is. Last lap board comes out. Making their way, and it looks like the times are dropping. They're getting faster and faster out there, doing 54s. But look at the speed of the number 2 kart, Raymond Mellon. He's catching Cranston, who's been so consistent so far in this race.
Yep, Raymond Mellon the kart seems to have come on really well. Maybe a little bit too late, but he's making a good charge. And meanwhile, Blake Corrin, he just has to keep it on the black stuff now and not go on the grass, and he's got the wind tied up. But they are catching quickly. Cranston
and Mellon have actually caught Corrin. So what's going to happen here? Because Corrin, he's been in control of this since the very beginning. It's very hard to make a pass through the top part of the circuit, so it's not likely for Raymond Mellon. Cranston actually got off there really, really good. So he knows what's going on behind as they come through the last corner. So this pre-final is going to be taken out by Blake Corrin from Jacob Cranston and the 2NZ of Raymond Mellon. Luke Thompson, great drive from him to come home 4th. And Lachlan Tombleson, our pole sitter from yesterday. Raymond Mellon set the fastest lap of the race, a 53.1. And on that last lap, Mellon and Cranston were a second faster than Blake Corrin. So whether maybe Corrin just wanted to back it off and eliminate some of that risk of something potentially happening. But what a race. Blake Corrin from Jacob Cranston. Raymond Mellon came home in 3rd. Luke Thompson in 4th. Lachlan Tombleson in 5th. Mitchell Corrin there in 6th. Sebastian Manson home in 7th. And Scott Chaston, the Australian, after that spin at the start, home in 8th. So great racing from the KZ2s in those conditions. It was wet and wild out there. And we can see there is mist and rain still falling across the circuit. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the tyre selection is for the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, which is going to be up next. But
yeah, is anyone going to throw the curveball and throw a set of wets on from the back of the field and just spin the dice?
Certainly, and that was KZ2, brought to you by Apparel Master Tauranga, the workplace rental and laundry solutions. What a pre-final for them. That was fast and furious out there. It was slow and steady to begin with, but that certainly threw some curveballs.
And I see that Nathan Krang was doing really well and then all of a sudden just disappeared off our timing, so I think he must have gone into the pits early.
Yeah, unfortunately, something looked to happen to Nathan Krang after all that speed he was showing so early on in the pre-final here at KartSport Rotorua. But we're not too far away from the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, brought to you by Foursquare Nonataha.
Well, looks like my replacement's here, so we'll hand you over one or more of our experts.
And 2016 Vortex Mini Rock National Champion Bree Morris is going to be back in the box here. Bree, far out, what a race that was for KZ2.
Yeah, I'll give it to them. I was pretty impressed. If that was me on that grid, I would have been a little bit more nervous, not knowing what's panning out, but hey, the track looks like it's figured out what it wants to do now.
Let's head down to Regan, down in the pits, and hear from pre-final race winner in KZ2, Blake Corrin.
Thanks, Ronan. You were here with Blake Corrin, who came out on top in what was a pretty chaotic race, but not for you, actually. You just sort of got out in front and drove away.
Yeah, I just kind of found my limit on the track in the first few laps and then kind of settled in towards the end just so I didn't make any mistakes and lose the lead. But it was definitely tough out there with the rain, but still kept it on the track and kept clean.
And was the track changing much throughout the race, or was it sort of the same dampness the whole time?
No, it was definitely really wet at the start, and then towards the end it started to fine up and get a bit more drive.
Nice one, well done, and you'll be well positioned for the final, mate. You just got to keep it at the front.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from Blake Corrin. Absolutely wet and wild out there. Slow and steady for those KZ2s. Brought to you by Apparel Master. So we see now the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class. Brought to you by Foursquare Nonataha. Shout out to Sam Waddell, the owner and operator of Foursquare Nonataha. Sam's a long-time supporter and previous top-level karter himself. So they've provided all the drinks here at the Nationals this weekend. So shout out to Sam, and thank you very much for your support of not only the event but the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, mate. And not too far away, we see these karts now out on the track, and at this point, Bree, like, we can see the rain. There's a bit of mist going on, bit of weather, and it is hard to determine whether you run dries or wets, slicks or wet tyres at this stage.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is probably like one of the worst feelings, not knowing whether you're going wets or slicks, but looks like it's a slick track at the moment, but hey, you never know what's coming over those hills.
Certainly not, and it is. It's so hard as a racing driver or a KartSport superstar to know, you want it to be either one or the other, fully dry or fully wet, because this in-between stuff can be really, really tricky. But we're not too far away. We see the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, brought to you by Foursquare Nonataha, making their way round down the front straight. We hear the revs build. The lights are on. The lights are out for the pre-final. 12 laps. Braxton Cravanger and Tommy Hart. They're going to go at it. Oh! Tommy Hart's gone round in the 69 kart, and Cravanger, the pole sitter, he's gone right to the back. This is absolutely crazy. The top two there, they might have just gotten a little bit greedy for track position down at turn one. They've outbraked each other, and it's all gone pear-shaped. We see now Indy Irwin in the number 20 kart, the Burrell. She's taken the lead. And as they come through turn 6 towards turn 7, Indy Irwin's got quite a lead. So that kart clearly working well in these conditions. We see now the 27 of Fletcher Lowe. He's come from 10th to be second on that opening lap. What a start from him. So they make their way now down the hill. So as we were just talking about, Bree, these conditions can throw a curveball, and look what it's done for the front row of the grid.
Yeah, I think there were a few factors involved in that. Possibly cold tyres, probably still tracks a little bit wet, and maybe a little bit of the line behind them were pushing. Yeah, certainly right. And it's definitely, from what we've seen the last day or so, in terms of results and the pace setters at the front, that's ended, unfortunately, with a DNF for Tommy Hart, and Braxton Craving has dropped all the way to the back, so there's a lot of work to do for the 14 kart, but we've seen how fast he's been the last couple of days, so he's going to have it all to play for to try and make his way back through. But at the moment, the number 20 of Indy Irwin, she's doing a brilliant job out front there in the Burrell kart, leading the way from Fletcher Lowe. Charlie Jameson still out there in the 31 kart. He went off grid 3 but lost a couple of spots. Making their way down towards the final corner. Indy Irwin leading the way, but Fletcher Lowe in the 27's got some pace in these conditions. He's starting to chase her down. A 101.36 from Fletcher Lowe. He's the fastest go-kart on the track. The 78 of Seth Comer's moved up into third. Henry Fisher there, he's moved into fourth. And he started that race 9th, so Fisher's passed 5 go-karts. And unfortunately for Charlie Jameson, who went off grid 3, he's actually dropped back a few spots to 8th. But back at the front there, Indy Irwin doing a great job in these conditions, and it does look like they are on wet tyres, Bree. So at the moment, she's putting her head down, trying to control this one and drive away. Yeah, she's done a great job at holding this race together so far. She's really taken control and is doing a great job. So good luck to her out there in front, and bring it home. Good words of advice from Bree Morris. So we now see the rain really is starting to come down. We've seen another kart actually go off there at turn 5. I think that might have been
the 31 of Charlie Jameson potentially. So the top 3 go-karts from the grid have actually ended up all in the either off the track or towards the back of the field. So this weather's really shaking it up, and certainly for everyone down there on the pit wall watching on, there's a lot of drivers and other classes and whatnot. It's going to give them something to think about for the pre-finals that are coming up. Always valuable when you can watch the preceding race to get an idea of what you may need to do or what you may need to change to give yourself the best shot for your race. But Indy Irwin at the moment and Fletcher Lowe, they're driving away from the rest of the field. Clearly got those go-karts hooked up. Irwin from Fletcher Lowe. 3rd place there's Flynn Pocock. He's having a great race there in the number 8, the Sodi kart. He's moved up into 3rd. Seth Comer there in 4th in the 78. They make their way down the hill. Irwin from Lowe. Indy Irwin's been in control of this one from about the 2nd corner of the 1st lap, but she may have some threat in the form of Fletcher Lowe in the 27 to deal with, because he's incredibly fast. All those karts, the top 2 at the moment, are still in the 101s. So clearly plenty of speed. The rest of the field in the 102s. We see there Henry Fisher now going to try to go around the outside of Seth Comer. Thought the better of it. Fire the karts through turn 3. Down the hill now. And obviously we see as well, a lot of these go-karts now, they're starting to jack a lot more in the rear, aren't they, Bree? Get popping that rear tyre up, the inside rear wheels, they come through the corners, and obviously the aim of that, in the wet especially, is to try and just get more rotation, get the go-kart to turn. Yeah,
especially in these track conditions, it does help a lot to get that rear rotated by hooking it up. Yeah, so they're doing great at that.
Yeah, and sometimes the way you move your body in the go-kart and where your transfer of weight, that can play a big part, particularly in the wet, and getting that rotation, getting through the corner as fast as you can so you can get back on the power.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you're a little bit shorter. Sometimes you chuck a cushion in to get that height up a little bit more.
Well, maybe you were a culprit of doing that back in the day.
Oh, I don't tell my secrets now.
That's certainly the mark of a champion. Keep your secrets close to your chest. But Indy Irwin still leading the way at the moment from Fletcher Lowe. Flynn Pocock there in 3rd. Henry Fisher's actually dropped back a bit. And him and Seth Comer and Jack McGrath there in the 11th. We've got a yellow flag up at turn 8 and 9, so we'll have to wait and see who that potentially was. Indy Irwin's making her way up to the top there. 7 laps to go in this pre-final. There's a stricken go-kart off the side of the circuit there. They make their way down the hill. Indy Irwin. Yeah, just trying to locate and figure out which go-kart that is. Can't quite see from here. Might be Charlie Jameson potentially. Oh, actually no, I think he was the go-kart that was over at turn 5. Indy Irwin still leading the way from Fletcher Lowe. We see there the 27 card on the screen. Makes his way up to turn 3. And at the moment, we thought Fletcher Lowe was maybe starting to get a bit closer to Indy Irwin, Bree, but obviously not the case. Indy's managing to control the pace, and when Fletcher goes a bit faster, so does she.
Yeah, she's doing great at holding that consistent gap, so holding it all together and leading the race still, so she's doing great.
Certainly is, and obviously having the fresh air out in front as well. You don't have the heat of a go-kart ahead of you. Focusing on hitting those marks, everything she needs to do, placing the kart in the right places to make sure mitigates any mistakes, and even harder to do in these conditions. And it's certainly going to shape up the rest of the day, these conditions. It's wasn't expected after the last couple of days. We saw the weather sort of look a little bit like this, some overcast and over cloud cover, but not to actually then go and rain.
No, especially being a driver in this event and pit crew, it's not the nicest to know what weather's coming over, but we're all in the same conditions, so we're all in the same boat.
Exactly right. It's the same for everybody. As we see there, going up towards turn 3 there, Henry Fisher. It's got Seth Comer in the 78 behind. And the 11 of Jack McGrath from Dunedin doing a great job there in 6th. Go back to the front. Indy Irwin there in the number 20 kart. Makes her way up the hill. Fletcher Lowe still there in 2nd. See him put his head down. He's doing everything he can to try and get a little bit more speed to catch the number 20. which is going to be a very hard thing to do because Indy Irwin has been so fast all weekend. Coming down to the final corner, Indy Irwin, Fletcher Lowe in behind. They come down to clock off another lap. It's going to be 4 laps to go. Through turn 2 she goes, and she looks incredibly comfortable in that go-kart. We saw there Fletcher Lowe backing it in almost into turn 3. He's doing everything he can to try and chase down the number 20. It's not working at this stage because Indy Irwin's been incredibly consistent, but almost the same lap time between them, and hard to believe that Indy Irwin is actually not far away from lapping the pole sitter Braxton Cravanger. We did not forecast that at the start of this pre-final. They make their way up the hill now. Through turn 8 and 9 they go. Through the sweeper. Cravanger did the right thing. He got out of the way and let the leaders through. They make their way down the hill. Through the last corner they come. Indy Irwin still leading the way. 3 laps to go in this pre-final for the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, brought to you by Foursquare Nunataha. So much has been going on in this race. Flynn Pocock there putting a lap on Braxton Cravanger. Doing a great job so far in that 3rd spot. It looks like they're going to be catching the number 5 next of Braden Watson. And maybe we're possibly seeing a difference in tyre compound because Cravanger has been struggling the last couple of laps and the lap times haven't been there, so he may possibly still be on a slick tyre. We'll have to confirm that later on. But for now, Indy Irwin, she's actually extended that gap, and we saw before Fletcher Lowe making some mistakes. The kart was getting a bit sideways, Bree, trying to catch Indy, and that's the last thing you want to do when you're chasing someone is there's pushing and obviously doing your best to catch, but then sometimes it can lead to overdriving a little bit.
Yeah, he is definitely trying his best to get up there, but hey, dropping wheels off the track sometimes doesn't help when you've got someone out in front that's consistently hitting the mark.
Certainly right. Yeah, so we just got news as well. So Braxton Craving has made his way into the pits, and he was the points leader, the pole position sitter for this pre-final, and it actually becomes a null void for the front row because Tommy Hart's obviously not finishing this pre-final with a DNF. So the front row of the grid, neither of those karts are going to score points. So this is really going to shake up the grid for the final. Hard to believe after what we saw the last couple of days and how dominant the 14 and 69 go-karts have been. Certainly going to make for a spectacle going into the final. But Indy Irwin at the moment, she is going to come across the line to take the last lap board. The number 20, followed by the 27 of Fletcher Lowe. He's having a brilliant run. As we said, pushing hard to try and chase Indy Irwin in the 27 go-kart. And at the moment, it's smooth sailing out front for those two. Flynn Pocock's doing a great job in the Sodi in the number 8 to be in 3rd. Seth Comer's actually managed to clear Henry Fisher and moved up there into 4th. Fisher there in 5th, and Jack McGrath from Dunedin there in 6th. Making their way down the hill. Indy Irwin's already at the first hairpin. She comes through turn 7 now. Got it figured out, and that number 20, the Birrell, making her way up the hill. Into turn 8 and 9. Through the sweeper. A little bit of a slide there for the 20, but she's got it under control. Down through the S's. Winds her way down the back straight now. For the last time for Indy Irwin in this pre-final. She comes through the last corner onto the front straight. She's going to take out the win in the pre-final here at Rotorua. Fletcher Lowe, great drive from him to come home 2nd. Flynn Pocock home in 3rd. From Seth Comer, Henry Fisher, and Jack McGrath home there. Done a great job to come home in 6th. And I think at this point that was the 6 finishes we've seen. So the field certainly dropped off. We're going to take a short break. thank you very much to Bree Morris, the 2016 Vortex Mini Rock National Champion, for coming up and joining us in the commentary box. May catch her a little bit later on again up here. Been doing a terrific job, Bree. But in the meantime, we're going to wait for these karts to make their way off the circuit before we head into Rotax Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers. And if you thought that was anything to go by, the action we're going to see very shortly in Rotax Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers, is going to be absolutely hectic.
Yeah, I just had a quick nose out the window onto the start grid, and guess what? The wets are on the karts.
Not surprised by that at all, Brent. It's certainly looking that way, and the rain is falling heavier. That we see there, the battery zone van's going to make its way out to pick up the 69 kart of Tommy Hart and the 31 of Charlie Jameson. So the Ingham Ford Ranger also making its way out to give a hand. And what a set of events have unfolded this morning so far, Brent. And obviously, you know, the racing's been terrific the last couple of days, but just to add spice to the 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals, let's throw some rain at it.
Yeah, look, it's, you know, makes it a really great event to watch. So we've been in dry conditions, and now we're just throwing the curveball. Now the kart setup has to change. You know, all the crews will have been working out what they're going to go to, whether it's a full wet setup or a partial wet setup. The wets are on the kart, and they haven't driven on them at all over the weekend. So it's all the changes and the challenges of the Nationals. And now we move into the Rotax Light. This is the field that has 58 in total, so obviously with a track limit of 38, we can't get them all out on the track at the time. So this is the final chance for people probably in the last 20 places to get themselves into the final, because once we get to the final, we're going to lose, you know, probably about 15 or so karts, and that's tough. It's tough news. So I expect that down the back of the pack, there's going to be. Oh, we'll pass over to Regan.
Let's head down to Regan and hear from the pre-final winner in the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, Indy Irwin.
Thanks, Ronan. Yeah, Indy Irwin. Pretty tough conditions out there, but you came out on top. Fantastic drive. How'd that go for you?
I thought that race was pretty smooth. I just kept focusing on corner after corner and just trying to do my best, trying to put in good lap times and just keep it consistent.
Yeah, well done. You certainly did that, and you'll be looking in good shape for the grid out for the final. So no nerves, I take it?
There's always nerves.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have a good final.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Regan. We're going to be joined by another superstar up here in the commentary box. Prema Power Team FIA Formula 3 driver Louis Sharp back in the country. So cool to have him back here. And Louis, and all your time of racing and all the experience and I'm sure tricky conditions you've seen, I'm sure you probably can't believe your eyes seeing what we've seen so far in a couple of these pre-finals.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting, really. I've just been stood down watching a whole bunch of the racing, so it's been good fun to see, but definitely a spanner in the works for a lot of these young fellas out here. It's definitely going to shake up the order a little bit, as we've seen. So it's definitely made things interesting, but it's just about who can adapt, you know, the quickest to the new conditions and who can stay cool, calm, and collected, and not let the conditions get to them.
And we saw that, and obviously in that KZ2 class, the shifter karts, survival of the fittest, and all the drivers that managed to keep the go-karts on the track and not do anything too crazy. We saw those results, and then obviously just then in the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class, there was absolute scenes going down to the first corner with the front row of the grid, Braxton Cravanger and Tommy Hart. Obviously, neither of those drivers finished that race, and now going to Rotax Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers. We're going to head down to the dummy grid with Regan and see what we can find out.
Thanks, Ronan. We'll have a chat with Marco Manson here. Are you a full-time karter now or full-time something else?
I don't really know, just anything.
Just anything with wheels. You're doing pretty well. It's a pretty recent step up into seniors. How are you finding that compared to juniors?
Pretty good. Fun. Senior racing's pretty good.
That's good. I'll let you turn your camera on and you're out on the grid, on the track.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from current New Zealand Formula 4 champion, Martin there. So he was, we saw him racing down in Invercargill as part of that championship out at Teretonga Park not that long ago, and it was wet and wild down there, so he's not only been getting some experience in the wet and go-karts, but also in car racing. So all experience helps when it comes to this, and we can see there a lot of these go-karts, all of them in fact are on wet tyres, so making their way out. And Louis, looking at the conditions, like, you know, sometimes part of motor racing can be looking up at the sky and reading what's going on and seeing how much precipitation or water's falling, because we that can really have a huge factor or huge result in how your race is going to pan out. And obviously at the moment it's looking like it's wet, but we were sort of looking out the commentary box before, it looks like it's slowed down a little bit, so wets are obviously still the choice, but if anyone's decided to make a gamble on slicks, it could maybe pay dividends.
Yeah, it could be tough, you know. I mean, wet's definitely going to be the clear favourite to start the race, but the rain looks like it's eased up, the sun's kind of poking through, and the track doesn't look super damp. So I think, you know, towards the end of this race, these wet tyres are going to be overheating. So it's going to be about trying to look for the little bits of water on the track to try cool them down in the straights, and then just trying to not do too much to overheat the tyre to start with, because the last couple of laps, if you've ragged the tyres a bit too much to start with, you could be paying the price for it.
And not only top commentator, but eagle-eye spotter, Brent Malhop, the KartSport New Zealand president, he reckons that off grid 26, Ty Eglinton there may be on slick tyres. So if that's true and these conditions do continue to sort of get a bit drier, because at the moment looking out there it does look like it's actually cleared, then we may even see a kart coming through the field on a slick tyre. And obviously it's like turning up in the cat amongst the pigeons. If you're on slicks and everyone else is on wets and the track's drying, it might not be so good to begin with trying to get the heat into those slicks, but it could really pay off.
Yeah, definitely. Look, if you're lining up near the back, you got nothing to lose really. You might as well take a gamble. I think look, in this case, if the rain holds off, this could be a really good gamble to take. So it's going to be tricky for him to start with. Definitely might see him struggling a bit to get the temp up, but you know, if it keeps drying and the rain holds off, he's going to be looking fast to win the race. So I think, you know, it's a gamble worth taking in my opinion, especially if you're not lining up near the front.
Well, and we've got to remember as well, this is a record-breaking entry of 54 go-karts and Rotax lights, so there's a cut-off. Only 38 go-karts are going to make it to the final, so if you're towards the back of the grid, that could be a risk that could pay dividends and get you into that final.
Yeah, for sure. Look, for a lot of these fellas and a lot of these young, you know, guys and girls, they might maybe be struggling to make that top 38. It's definitely a no-brainer. You got nothing to lose. You might as well go for it and hope that it pays out in your favour.
Certainly, and we see the karts for pre-final one for the Rotax Max Light coming around the corner. They find their lanes. The revs start to build. The lights are going to go out. Out they go. The pole sitter, Ashton Phipps, he's got Amelia Phillips beside him in the 44. They fire into turn one. Phillips got washed out wide a little bit by the 11 of Zach Tucker. Marco Manson, the New Zealand Formula 4 champion, there in third place as they make their way up the hill. Through turn three they come. Down the hill. Phipps, status quo there in the lead for him. Marco Manson in second. Zach Tucker there in third. And Blake Evans having a good run in the 69 kart there in fourth. As they go, Manson looking up the inside of Phipps. They both run wide and Zach Tucker's going to take the lead. Manson's not going to let it go though. He goes back up the inside and Zach Tucker's now been run wide. So Marco Manson putting all that car racing and go-karting experience to good use to take the lead so far in these tricky conditions.
There's a wheel rolling down the straight I just seen flying in the background, so hopefully no one's gonna collect that coming through. But what a start to the race! What a move by Marco to get into the lead.
Good spotting, Louis, and hopefully that wheel's been cleared off the circuit. Never want to come around a corner and see a wheel sitting there. We're coming down the front straight now. Marco Manson's leading it from Amelia Phillips, who's done a great job to get back in a second after getting washed out on the first corner. Zach Tucker in third. Ashton Phipps, the pole sitter, he's dropped back to fourth, so he's got a little bit of work to do. The 25 of Chris Benton's having a great race there in sixth place in the energy kart. Connor Brody there in seventh. They now come down towards turn 6 for the second lap. Down into turn 7 now. Marco Manson still leads the way, and the top three have actually broken away. We've got Marco Manson leading it from Amelia Phillips and Zach Tucker. They go towards the top part of the circuit. There's a little bit of angst going on a little bit further back as they make their way up the straight. Down the hill they come. Manson, he's got about a 5 kart length gap over Amelia Phillips. Zach Tucker all over the back of the 44 kart. He's going to try and make a move. Phillips was wide on that last corner. Zach Tucker, is he going to throw it up the inside? He is. Down the inside for second place. He's now going to be wide on the Exeter 1. Phillips is going to try the cutback. Didn't quite work. Benton in the 25. He's fast in that energy kart. He's making his way closer to the top 3. As we look through the field and where everybody is. Blake Evans still there in the 69 go-kart. Still there in 5th place. They're making their way now to turn 7. The field certainly has spread out. Making their way up. And Ty Eglinton, who we thought was possibly on slick tyres, kart 18, he's made up 8 places since the start. So he's on a charge at the moment, and maybe that decision to run slick tyres may and well truly pay off potentially for him, Louis.
Yeah, it's definitely paying off, sooner than I expected. I think the track's obviously not that wet, so he's already making up places. So let's hope for him that it stays dry, but he's going to be coming through quickly.
We see there the CRG driver. He's down there at turn 1 making moves, so clearly got the traction and the corner speed that not everyone else has on those slicks. So might be a masterstroke move from the 18. He makes his way through now. Down towards turn 4 they come. Ashton Phipps there in the 42 go-kart. Chasing Jamie Thompson in the 96 and Ollie Workman in the number 9. They make their way round through towards turn 7 there. And we could see in the background the 18, the CRG kart with the white helmet, Ty Eglinton. He's the one to keep an eye on those slick tyres. Make their way to the top part of the circuit now. Oh, and look at Ty go round the outside. He's passing everybody now. He's in behind Ashton Phipps, the pole sitter. And he's going to go up the inside of him now. So Eglinton on those slick tyres, if it doesn't rain again, he could be in the prime position here. Makes his way down the straight. He's going to try and pass the 41 next. Of Cy Finnemore. He's already done it, and he's now passed the 96 of Jamie Thompson. So the 18 kart's really making its way through, and it's the one to keep an eye on right now at this stage of the race. The leaders aren't too far away, so we could see Ty Eglinton really start to make his way possibly even to the podium positions by the end of this one. We've still got 8 laps to go, and as we said, he really is the cat amongst the pigeons right now on those slick tyres, Louis.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's doing about 5 or 6 overtakes a lap here, so the grip advantage he's got is absolutely huge. So it's definitely cool to see, and I think the leaders aren't too far away, so he's gonna get to the front. He's got 7 laps to go, 8 laps to go, so he's got enough time to do it, and I think he's gonna be charging through in the next couple of laps.
Certainly does. He's already in 6th place. He's now chasing down the number 9 kart of Ollie Workman. The 18 is on a charge. The CRG making its way up the hill. Out the front though, Marco Manson's still leading this one from Zach Tucker, who's actually reeled him in the 15. Amelia Phillips still there in 3rd place. She's in a bit of a race of her own at the moment, a big margin ahead and a big margin behind. And then Chris Benton's having a brilliant race there. Ty Eglinton, everyone, in the 18 kart, he's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's gone a second faster than anyone else, so just shows those tyres are really starting to come in now. But we're also starting to see the rain start to drop again. So is it going to pay off or is it not, Louis? This is crazy out there.
This is getting very exciting. It's just starting to rain. As we see, he's just been passed. So I think he's back to 7th now. So look, if the rain clears quickly, he might be able to charge back through. But it's a game that's definitely paid off to start with, but now maybe not so much.
Oh no, he's starting to slide around everywhere. He's now losing a couple more spots. He's just lost that spot to Blake Evans in the 69 kart. So that was really looking like it was paying off for Eglinton. Marco Manson still leads the way from Zach Tucker. Manson's actually opened up the gap by quite a bit on that last lap to Tucker. Amelia Phillips still there in 3rd from Chris Benton in the 25. He's having a great run. Ollie Workman there in 5th. They come down towards turn 6 now. Up the hill, keeping an eye on there on Eglinton. He's sliding around a lot now, so it's going to be hard to put the power down in the 18 without the additional traction from the wet tyres. And the weather really did it. It dropped off for a moment there, and even at the start of the race, Louis, we actually saw a dry line starting to form through turn 4 and through 7, so that line is actually starting to disappear again. It does show that the rain is starting to fall.
Yeah, definitely. You can definitely see. It might be hard to see on the live stream, but look, these go-karts, they're pretty dependent on obviously on the grip underneath them. So a little bit of rain, we can see the grip change a lot. So it's going to be tough for him. It's probably going to be a quite a difficult finish to this race, but fingers crossed it can dry out a little bit and he might be able to show some speed towards the end. But if this rain keeps coming down, it's going to get increasingly harder as the race goes on.
Certainly is. And the one that's probably been a bit of a surprise is Ashton Phipps. He's dropped quite a fair way down from where he was when he was off the pole position at the start of this race. So hasn't been the best of pre-finals for Phipps in the 42. So we now look at the field coming through turn 6 and 7, making their way up the hill. All the go-karts, Rotax lights have all done such a terrific job so far to keep it on the black stuff. Marco Manson, though, he's in control of this one. Zach Tucker in 2nd and Amelia Phillips there in 3rd. Chris Benton doing a great job still there in 4th. Coming across the line, Ollie Workman now up the inside of the 91 kart of Theo Pilcher, son of Mark Pilcher, the boss of M2 competition. Won a lot of championships and races in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Series, so not a bad bloke to have in your corner, Mark Pilcher, especially when he's your father. No, definitely not. Not many people in New Zealand motorsport better than him to be your dad. So look, I had the luxury of going up against him this year in the CT Frot Championship. Unfortunately, didn't quite come out on top over top of him and his team. But no, he's an awesome guy and probably quite a good mentor to have, for young Theo. You certainly did go head-to-head, and obviously they ended up coming out, winning the championship with Ugo Ugachukwu, the American, who was also a top-level karter himself, and he came over here and won the championship more recently over summer. Marco Manson there, leading the way still from Zach Tucker. Amelia Phillips still there in 3rd place. Chris Benton in 4th. Ollie Workman there in 5th, followed by Theo Pilcher in the 91 kart. I really cannot tell whether it's drying or wet out there. It does look like it's still misting, but the pace out there is still pretty strong at the moment. We saw Ty Eglinton set the fastest lap of the race on a 1 minute dead, 0.2. He lost a few spots, but now he's actually started to find his groove again. So maybe the conditions are coming back to Ty. We see him now going down the inside of someone, so the slicks may be working in his favour again. Yeah, looks like it. Looks like the rain's just eased off a little bit, and that's just been enough to get some heat back in these slick tyres and to find his groove again. So look, 3 laps remaining. We'll see if he's able to close the gap, make up a few more positions that he lost earlier on. But yeah, I think he's probably running out of time to get to the front, unfortunately. But the big question, Louis, would be what would be going through your mind if you were down on the grid right now for pre-final number 2 for Rotax Light, seeing Ty Eglinton go through the field, go, oh, we're on slicks. Then you see him drop back. Nope, we're back to wets, and now he's sort of somewhere in between again. I'll be honest, I have no clue. I do not envy those guys down there. I think this will be a pretty stressful moment for a few of the young guys and girls down on the grid. So look, fingers crossed they will make the right decision, but I think we'll definitely be seeing a bit of a split grid in terms of tyres. Yeah, we're feeling pretty good about ourselves right now, sitting up in the commentary box. It's very hard to tell and very hard conditions. Marco Manson's actually been... He's still out front there. Zach Tucker's been caught by Amelia Phillips, but Phillips at the moment hasn't been able to do anything as of yet to chase down and pass Tucker. They're coming down the back straight now. They're going to get the last lap board this time around. The rain is starting to fall again, so who knows at this stage. It's an absolute box of licorice, all sorts, what you're going to do. And tyre decisions going forward is going to be what's going to make or break the pre-final for most of these drivers. They come down the front straight. Theo Pilcher there, still in front, defending from Ollie Workman. Probably didn't quite defend hard enough. Pilcher's now going to try to go back and cross him. So Great switchback there from Pilcher in the 91 kart as he makes his way up the hill. Number 91 Hart kart. They make their way, all these drivers coming through for this final lap. And keeping an eye there on the 18 of Ty Eglinton. He was making his way forward, but all those go-karts he started to pass back are all back up behind him. So the 18, he's hanging on and doing such a good job of that. They make their way up the hill. We see there the 15 of Marco Manson. He's been pretty unfazed since the start. Took the lead quite early on. Leads his way down the back straight. Through the final corner comes Marco Manson. He's going to take out the pre-final here for Rotax Max Light. Pre-final 1 from Zach Tucker. Amelia Phillips home in third. Great result from her. Fourth place goes to Chris Benton in the 25, the Energy Course kart. So we see now the rest of the field come across the line. Theo Pilcher home in fifth from Ollie Workman. The 85 and the 69. Oh, and Eglinton ended up off the road on the exit there. So he's come back in behind Ashton Phipps. So ended up losing a few spots there at the end, did Eglinton on those slicks. But he fought valiantly to make his way as far up, almost into fifth or sixth place. And then the rain started to fall again, Louis. It's just such a hard decision to make. And we look at all those Rotax Max Light drivers for pre-final 2 down there. You can see Matt Kinsman having a word to Jackson Rooney down there, obviously trying to make a decision on what they're going to do for tyres. It's such a hard thing to try and figure out, and obviously in these moments experience plays a big part, and having someone like Matt Kinsman or the likes who have probably seen everything and more in karting to be able to help you make these decisions, because it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's definitely a good person to have in your corner making these decisions. I mean, as we're speaking, it looks like the rain's getting a bit worse, so I think wets are probably the call the majority of these drivers are going to be making. It's probably the safer choice, but as I said, sometimes you might want to take a gamble, which for Ty, for a lot of that race, it looked like it paid off. And I think if you look, he still finished higher up than where he started, so maybe it was a gamble worth taking. But I think for this next race, the wets is going to be the safer choice.
It certainly is, and we're going to add a third commentator to the rung for this one. Another special guest, very special guest, a 2026 Australian Carrera Cup driver for Earl Bamber Motorsport and Team Porsche New Zealand, Tom Bewley. Won a lot of races last year in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Came very close, also close to winning that title. Tom, great to have you back here in the box, and I'm sure you're probably pretty glad to be out of the weather down there. It just looks crazy.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to be standing up here in the warm than being down there trying to decide which tyre to put on. I think it's the most nervous part about karting, At least when you come out for the categories, sometimes you run like a semi-slick tyre, so you don't really need to make that choice. But yeah, definitely not ideal being down there. I think a few of those guys in the first race would have chewed up a bit of their wet tyre, so I bet they're hoping it won't rain for the final. But yeah, I don't know. It's anyone's guess. I think if you're trying to make some points, I think you would try to go for the gamble, start off the back and get some points. But yeah, if you're trying to, keep those good points, be up the front, you'd stay on that. Wet tyre.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you probably just came from down on the grid just now, and what's happening down there on the dummy grid? We see now all these drivers that just made their way in. Actually, we'll go and catch up with Regan down in the tech shed and see if he can get us an interview with one of the drivers to find out what it's like out there.
Thanks, Ronan. We're here with Ty Eglinton. Mate, that was a yo-yo of a race. You were up and down through the field. 1 minute we thought you were in for a win. Then the rain came down and you were back down through the field and back up again. How'd it go? Give us a rundown.
Oh, well, we actually were supposed to get out in the wets, but we've only reached the points out there. CRG rims have a different stud pattern. So our wets... Oh, well, here we go. So we're out now. We put the slicks on and we're just like, right, if it's wet, and I wasn't losing much ground, and then turn 1 felt really good, so I just gave it a shot, and we just crawling through the field. It rained halfway through, got dry again. The last 2 laps it rained, but here we are. So I'm pretty stoked for that.
Yeah, well, you'll be praying for rain for the final, mate. The fresh wet's ready to go.
Oh yeah, it's been such a turnaround considering how the start of the weekend went, so I'm stoked for it.
By the look of some of these wets in pit lane here, they're pretty knackered, so yeah, you'll be in good shape if it rains for the final. Good luck with that.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Thanks for that, Regan. And whether it was by accident or on purpose that Ty Eglinton ended up on slicks, it certainly made the race very exciting for us. Watching the live stream and up here in the commentary box, it was like a yo-yo, wasn't it, Tom Bewley? He was going forward, he passed all these karts, then he dropped a bit back again, then he made his way forward, and unfortunately for him, those last couple of laps it rained again.
Yeah, definitely. It was probably the best mistake you could ever make. But no, it was an awesome race by him, and he made his way through the field. And I guess it wouldn't be that easy passing as well. I think there was only one dry line, so still making moves is pretty good. But yeah, I think at the moment definitely the wet tyre would be the choice.
Yeah, and I think that is a pretty safe bet at this stage. It's really starting to come down now. The rain's not so heavy; it's just very misty. But the more water that we see line up on the track, it's going to make it more and more difficult for these drivers. And obviously off the pole for pre-final 2 here for Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers, the trailer that is preferred by karters and built by karters. Go down and see Scott and Mary Houston if you're looking for a new trailer. They won the 2025 Rotorua Business Award for Building and Manufacturing, and I would safely bet that more than most trailers down on the in this paddock here at the 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals are Top Gear trailers. So going down and see Scott and Murray if you're looking at a new trailer potentially. But for this pre-final number 2, Kian Burt's going to go off the pole position in the 97 kart, the Lenzo kart, and Jackson Rooney, a fella you know quite well, Tom, is going off beside him on the front row. But also Kian and Jackson are two guys you've raced a lot in your time before you made the move to cars. So, what do you think's going through their minds? And obviously they're very experienced, so they're probably going to know how to deal with these conditions pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Kian's been doing a lot of racing recently, and Jackson not so much, but Jackson has a lot of past experience racing in Australia and stuff, and going to the Worlds last year as well. So, yeah, he knows how to get the tyre up to temp and, also save the tyre. These guys will be looking to have a bit of wet tyre in case for the last race, because obviously going to the last race, if someone like Ty Eglinton, he's going to be in the perfect spot if it does rain.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Tom's sort of reiterating there, as you use the wet tyre, they start off very sharp on the edges, and the more they wear, the more those edges become softer and frayed, and means that they don't disperse the water as quickly and can start to erode the grip out of the tyre. So for someone like Ty Eglinton from that last pre-final, he's going to have a fresh set of sharp wets to bolt onto that number 18 CRG kart. But in the meantime, Kian Burt, Jackson Rooney, they're going to have Josh Bethune and Jamie Vandenberg behind them on the grid there. Josh Bethune, obviously the reigning DD2 champion. He's a wily operator. He's been around a long time, Josh, and also a race winner in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship in car racing over summer in the Next Gen New Zealand Championship. So much experience in those first few rows of the grid. Vandenberg from Hawke's Bay, he's been driving great this weekend. Matthew Johnston in the 48 kart, and Hugo Garraway over from Australia in the 63. Brad Houston's going to go off grid 7, the local lad. He's been very, very fast, just hasn't probably quite had the track position this weekend to show how fast he's been in the 35 kart. Ethan Church off grid 8, Jaden Hardy off grid 9, and Carson Daly off grid 10. Ryan Crombie's going off grid 11, the reigning 2NZ. So what has he got in store for us in the wet? Never know with the number 2. Very, very fast, very experienced. And the 24 of Caden Thompson from Australia, he's going to go off grid 12. We're not too far away from this one. Unfolding here, pre-final 2 for Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers. There's still a lot of go-karts actually trying to catch up to the main pack there, so the warm-up lap might have been a little bit faster than expected. But either way, we've got the... nope, we're going round again, so the officials have decided and deemed that those warm-up laps were too quick. The rest of the field needs a chance to catch up. So one more warm-up lap for these drivers, and Tom, you'd have to say in these kind of conditions where you're bolting on rock, cold, wets, it's probably actually not such a bad thing to get an additional warm-up lap.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely want to get them up to temp. You don't want to start the race with cold tyres. But it's also good for the slick runners. They'll be hoping the rain stops, and then the more laps they do out here, the drier the track will get. So, yeah, I don't know. I think if you're on a wet, you don't want to warm it up too much because that also chews through the tyre. And like I said, if it rains later on, Ty Eglinton has the perfect spot.
That's very true. And as Tom was just explaining there, obviously in the wet, you need the tyre to come up to temperature, but you don't want them coming up so quickly that they start to overheat, because then you'll go the other way and start sliding across the track for having too much temperature in the tyre. So it is a balancing act in these conditions to make sure that you're you got the best of both worlds, but also critical. You don't want to be going down to turn 1 and locking the rear brakes and firing off the road. So very good point there from Tom Bewley. So we now see these karts coming down. That's a much better lineup of go-karts. One more kart there at the back trying to catch up, but I think safe to say we're probably going to get a start this time around. Kian Burt, look how slowly he's making the field move. He's dropped the pace right down. So slow, in fact, you'd possibly foul a plug. But Jackson Rooney off the outside there in the 30 kart. Josh Bethune there in the 32. He's right up primed behind the 97. They're starting to build the revs. The lights are going to go out. Burt leads it. Jackson Rooney's on the outside there. He got a great start. He's going to try and drive round the outside of Kian Burt. Burt runs him wide on the exit there. Big slide from Vandenberg in the 88. He's going to fire up the inside of Carson Daly. All the karts find their way on the circuit. Kian Burt, though, leads this one. Clearing away about 3 kart lengths. They're going to go about 4 wide down towards turn 4 as they find their way. Ryan Crombie's on the outside of the 63 of Hugo Garraway, the Australian. Brad Hewson's just up ahead of Garraway there. Now up the inside goes Garraway. Leaves them a bit of room on the exit there. They now make their way up the hill in the wet. Ryan Crombie got a great run off that corner as he makes his way up the hill. Still leading the way is Kian Burt in the 97 kart. Jackson Rooney there still in second. Those two have managed to pull a little bit of a margin over Josh Bethune. They make their way down the back straight now into the final corner. Getting right up on the curb there, using that to help rotate the kart. The 97 of Burt, followed by the 30 of Rooney. Bethune, Matthew Johnson with Jamie Vandenberg in behind him. And then this angry pack in behind. Brad Hewson just tried to make a move there on Carson Daly. Daly's going to feed him wide on the exit. Didn't quite work there for the 35. They're now coming down the hill. The 97 leading the way from the 30. We look at this pack a little bit further back. Being led by the 33 of Scott McDonald. Hugo Garraway there in the 63 kart making his way through. Now they come through turn 7, running different lines as they go up the hill. Crombie got a wicked exit off the turn 7 there. He's now going to try and go around the outside up to the top part of the circuit. But at this stage, Kian Burt and Jackson Rooney have really started to pull away, and that's obviously exactly what you want when you're starting at the front, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. They're in a good spot as well. And I think Kian and Jacko are a good spot because they don't actually have to push that hard. They've got a bit of a margin over Bethune, so if Josh wants to catch up, then he's going to have to use a bit more of that tyre where Jackson and Kian can probably save a little bit and, just keep their tyre under control and not try to use it up too much.
And I tell you, the one who's lightning fast in these conditions at the moment is the 2NZ of Ryan Crombie in that energy course kart. He's just passed Jaden Hardy and Hugo Garraway in the last 2 laps, so Crombie's got some speed in the wet in the energy kart. Didn't probably qualify where he wanted to. Was a little bit disappointing, but finals day is when it counts, and Crombie at the moment, he is fast, blisteringly fast in the number 2 at the moment. It's the reason he's the 2NZ. So they make their way up the hill now. Huge gaggle of go-karts coming through on their way up. Up the circuit they go. Down the hill they wind now. Kian Burt still leading the way. Jackson Rooney's looking really fast though. He's the only one at the moment that can run with the 97. The number 30, he's got his head down. He's focused, chasing and hunting Kian Burt. Josh Bethune there. He's doing a great job, having a good race there in 3rd. He's got Matthew Johnson in the 48, the CRG kart, there in 4th. Jamie Vandenberg still there in 5th. Then they've got the 53 of Ethan Church behind. Ryan Crombie's now in behind Church. So Crombie's moving forward at a great rate of knots. He's going to be knocking on the door of the top 5 pretty soon if he keeps going at this rate. The fastest lap of the race goes to Jackson Rooney on a 103.2. So at the moment, the top 2 are the only ones that can manage a low 103. And Jackson Rooney, look at the speed of the 30. He's chasing Kian Burt up the hill. Got a 10th or 10th and a half to spare over the 97 kart. They make their way through the S's. Rooney uses all of that curb and all that experience he's got in not only go-karting but car racing as well. Down the back straight they come. They both monster that curb. Rooney got a really good run though. Kian Burt looks behind. Rooney's going to go up the inside. Burt's going to break nice and late. Rooney up the inside. He monsters that curb, gets the move done. Brilliant pass from Jackson Rooney in the 30. The Sodi kart, it's on fire at the moment. As he now makes his way through turn 3. So Kian Burt there in the Lenzo kart, the 97. He's no doubt going to try and regroup to try and pass Jackson. Number 48, Matthew Johnson. He's got some speed at the moment as well in the 48 kart. Ryan Crombie's managed to clear Ethan Church, so he well and truly is knocking on the back of the top 5 and 6th. He's got Matthew Johnson, Josh Bethune and Jamie Vandenberg not too far up the road, but at the moment, Jackson Rooney in the 30. Beautiful pass, and now he's already pulled a gap, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how far he actually pulls away. He definitely doesn't want to chew up the tyre, and Jackson will know that he's got so much experience in this class and with these tyres, so he's done a lot of wet races, so yeah, he'll know not to use it too much, where he knows he's got pace over Kian as well, and a big gap back to Matthew Johnson, who's also done a pretty awesome job coming through the field.
And that's it, isn't it? Just keeping an eye on what's going on behind, because, you know, obviously that number 30 kart's working really well at the moment, but where it's going to be in the next 6 laps, who knows? And obviously, when you've got someone as experienced as Rooney driving it, you know that you can mitigate that, manage it, and not try not to overheat that tyre too much, and just keep an eye on what Kian Burt's doing, because if he starts to push, maybe you need to push a little more. If he drops back, you can drop back a little bit. So, obviously, lots to play for out there in this pre-final. Pre-final number 2 for Rotax Max Light. Now see them coming up the top part of the circuit. A few drivers coming through turn 6 now, up towards turn 7. Got Corey Green in the 5 being chased by Riley Spargo and Brad Hewson. The leaders, they're already on the front straight. Jackson Rooney has really pulled a margin over Kian Burt. 3rd place, Matthew Johnson at the moment from Josh Bethune. And Jamie Vandenberg, still these karts sliding their way through the final corner, up over that final corner curb on the inside. Hugo Garraway, he's just past the 53 of Ethan Church. He makes his way up towards turn 3. Down the hill they come. Garraway, the number 63, the Shell Rimula supported driver out of Australia, hailing from Northern Victoria. They now make their way up the hill. We've got 6 laps to go in this pre-final. It certainly doesn't feel that way. These laps have absolutely ticked through, Tom, and at the moment, everyone's sort of started to spread out a little bit more, and I guess once those, like we explained, those tyres come up and you sort of find where your pace is, it starts to settle in a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's not raining as hard anymore as well, so it's going to be interesting if they start looking for any water. I don't think there'll be any standing water. There hasn't been enough rain, but yeah, it's definitely going to be close to the end. I think Crombie's got quite a bit of pace there, so he's caught up to the back of Jamie and Josh pretty quickly, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can get past those two.
Yeah, and he probably is right now the go-kart to be watching on the racetrack. Ryan Crombie, he's over half a second faster than Josh Bethune and Jamie Vandenberg at the moment, running about the same pace as Matthew Johnson and the top 2 in front. So Crombie's got race-leading pace at the moment, and the 2 go-karts ahead of him aren't as fast. So we see there, Jamie Vandenberg actually ran really wide. Ryan Crombie might be looking to make a pass pretty shortly and get himself into the top 5. There we go. We ride with the number 2, Ryan Crombie, as he goes up the hill in behind the 88. Slides the Energy Course kart into the sweeper. Uses a lot of curb. That kart's moving around, but it's working for him. There's plenty of speed. As he comes down the back straight, he gets off the corner so well. Clearly just got so much traction in that go-kart. Now makes his way onto the front straight. He's a little bit narrower off the corner, but gets a really good run. Making his way down the front straight. Narrower on the entry to turn 1, but he gets the kart rotated really nicely. Jamie Vandenberg there in the 88, pushing on out of Hawke's Bay. He's done a great job so far this weekend, been very consistent. And now come through turn 3, down the hill. Crombie starting to harass the back of the 88 of Vandenberg. He's now getting so close. Is he going to look for a move up the inside? He thought better of it this time. Vandenberg runs really wide though on the exit. Might give Crombie a sniff. He breaks a little bit earlier and then chooses to sell him the dummy straight up the inside. Goes the number 2. Brilliant pass from Ryan Crombie, nice and clean. Now makes his way into 5th place. The next target in sight for Crombie is Josh Bethune in the 32, the reigning and current New Zealand DD2 champion. Jackson Rooney, though, at the moment, he's unfazed out front, having the time of his life with Kean Burt not too far behind. Matthew Johnson's just coming into turn 1 as well. And look at Crombie, he's now back under attack from Jamie Vandenberg, so Vandenberg wasn't going to let that fly. Crombie didn't quite get the exit he wanted there off turn 1. And this is a great battle, Tom, obviously. These two going at it. Look at Ryan Crombie's run Vandenberg wide off the exit there. Might bring Hugo Garraway into it. Crombie gives him the hand. Obviously wants just to work together and try and catch those karts up ahead. But Ryan Crombie, you obviously would have raced a lot over the years, and he's a pretty experienced operator and doing a great job.
Yeah, Ryan definitely didn't have the best qualifying in the dry, but he's always been very, very quick in the wet, so I'm not surprised that he's driving through the field pretty easy. It's going to be good to see these next couple of laps if he can actually get away from Jamie and try catch up to Josh, but I think only 2 laps now, so yeah. He's in a good spot, just hoping he hasn't used too much of that tyre up.
And actually, we're just watching now coming across the front straight. Jackson Rooney moved right over to the inside of the road, so clearly it is starting to dry out a little bit, as you said before, and Rooney's now looking for water, hunting for water to try and keep those wet tyres cool and protect them. Hard to do in these conditions, and when it starts to dry in the wet tyres, you see there, even there, Rooney was running right to the inside of the road, so he's clearly well aware he's got a big gap back to Kean Byrne, and he can afford to sacrifice a little bit of time to try and preserve those wet tyres. And like you said, if you've got to use the tyre all for the pre-final and then use it again for the final, you really want them as best in as best condition as you can, because that could end up being the difference between winning or losing a national title.
Yeah, definitely. I think all these guys, they don't look like they're moving the kart around too much, which is good. This track's quite good with the curbs as well. The heaps of grip at the track here on the curb, so just using that curb and trying to keep the car straight as you can, and just try to get no wheel spin as well.
Yeah, obviously if you're sliding the go-kart, it's going to use more of that rubber, creates more friction. We get the last lap board now for Jackson Rooney. He cruises into turn 1, so at the moment he'll be well and truly aware of what's going on around him and where he's at. Ryan Crombie's now fully displaced Jamie Vandenberg, and Vandenberg's actually lost another spot to Hugo Garraway, the Australian, who's having a great run in the 63 kart. They make their way into turn 4 now. Rooney actually came into turn 4 there at quite a cruisy sort of pace, so doing his best to look after that tyre as well as try and win the pre-final. But we now look at Kean Burt, who's getting hunted by Matthew Johnston, and again, Burt probably of the same strategy as Jackson Rooney, just doesn't want to use that wet tyre if he's going to have to use it again. We see Burt take a big look behind him to see where the 48 kart is, who's still pushing hard to catch Kean. They now come down the back straight for the last time. Rooney can see that he's not under any pressure, not under any threat. He can just cruise through the last corner, come onto the straight and take the victory in the pre-final. Pre-final number 2 for Rotax Light. Kean Burt comes home in second in the 97. Matthew Johnson, great job to finish third. Josh Bethune across the line in 4th, and Ryan Crombie home in 5th. And we see all the go-karts now as they come across the line, moving to the inside of the road to try and get some water on those tyres. And no doubt this will be a very slow in-lap to try and protect the tyre. Coming across the line now is the 92 kart of Lachlan Stamborough, Amelia Carter and Charlie Steele there. Cameron Hill in the 43 and Logan Backhouse across the line. We'll see Cameron Hill a bit later on in Rotax DD2 final. But that rounds out Rotax Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers, the pre-finals. Up next, we will have Rotax Max Heavy, and a big shout out and thank you to our special guest commentators, Louis Sharp and Tom Bewley, for joining us in the box and giving us some very valuable expertise on what might be happening out there for these drivers. And no doubt we'll catch them very soon for the finals. Hopefully we'll be lucky enough to have them join us again. And
I'm sure they can't wait to be back up here. It's nice and warm, and we're pretty nice blokes to be beside. But hey, that's the thing about that is that we've now finished the pre-final, and now unfortunately 16 karts don't get to race again. So the points will be worked out, and we dropped 16 of our karts, so we move forward for the final with 38 Rotax lights. So we're getting ready now for the Rotax Max Heavy class. So it'll be interesting to see whether there's been any changes in tyre choice. And I see the thumbs up from race control, so they're about to come out the gate. Oh no, that's actually for the Ingham Ford Ute. So
that's a very good point, Brent. Obviously, for Rotax Light, there will be some drivers that won't be contesting the final this afternoon, but so there won't be some drivers contesting the final this afternoon, as the field can only be limited to 38 karts. That's the track limit here at KartSport Rotorua. We do have a couple of go-karts to clear away. The Ingham Ford Ranger on the track now, just going around to make sure that gets sorted. We see there down on the grid, go-karts being pushed around and drivers looking out to the circuit to see what's going on. We see a driver there wearing a rain suit, so sometimes when it's raining that can be a common thing for drivers to stop themselves getting cold or soaked. Can be a good protective layer to stay warm when racing.
And now, of course, just to throw the curveball, the light drizzle has stopped by the looks of it. So now we've got a track that is wet but going to start drying. So he's going to throw the curveball and throw some slicks on.
Oh, this is just adding to the brilliance of the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals, Brent. It's incredible the day we've seen so far and how much the weather has thrown a curveball at all of this. Obviously, Rotax Max Heavy brought to you by KartZone. Up next, KartZone are the New Zealand distributors for IPK Karting, owned and operated by Rachel and Jace Bell. Been around the sport a long time with years of experience and expertise, and certainly can help you with all things karting. But we will not be too far away from Rotax Max Heavy.
And Darren Walker is on grid 1, and he's won all 3 of the heats in heat 1, 2 and 3. Goes in with the maximum points of 150, but right beside him is Ryan Urban. Not only is he racing as a heavy, he's also racing as a heavy master, and the current New Zealand title holder for masters. And we've got, I think, 6 odd masters, and here we go, they're out the gate.
We now see Rotax Max Heavy brought to you by KartZone, making their way onto the circuit for their pre-final. 12 laps of racing ahead for the Rotax Max Heavies. We are not too far away. And Darren Walker, he will be going off the pole position. Ryan Urban will be going off grid 2. Beside, on the second row of the grid will be Trent Ingham off grid 3. Adam Bell off grid 4. Aaron Tahu off grid 5. Patrick Holmes off grid 6. Nathan Stewart off grid 7. Tom Van Can off grid 8. Simon Hunter, multi-time New Zealand champion. Great to see him back in a go-kart. He'll be off grid 9. And Jaden Wallace, the Australian, he'll be off grid 10. Lachlan Seeney, he'll go out of grid 11. Jeff Lee out of grid 12. Brendan Hart, he will be out of grid 13. Plenty of experience in Brendan Hart in the number 69 kart.
Yeah, that's for sure. The Hart family are well represented here, with Josh Hart running a whole team and lots of Hart karts out there, and I'm certain Brendan's running a Hart kart, otherwise he'd probably be out of the family, I think.
Probably is true. And obviously we saw Tommy Hart racing earlier in the Vortex Rock DVS class, and didn't have such a great pre-final, did Tommy, but he'll be sure looking to make amends for that in the Rotax Junior pre-final and final coming up later today.
And it looks like we've got one person that's thrown the curveball. Shane Wilson looks like he's got slicks on in number 52. So Right now, that looks like a good choice because I can see a drying line.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Brett. That is probably the call. If I had the decision right now, I would be slick tyres, because it does look like there's a dry line forming. We can start to see the asphalt as we look out over across the track up here from the commentary box. We can see the asphalt starting to go a lighter colour. When it goes dark, you know it's wet, but when you can start to see a lighter line forming, and it might only be a single line, so it may make it hard for Shane Wilson to pass offline, but he may have thrown a masterstroke like we saw Ty Eglinton do in Rotax Slide a little bit earlier. They make their way down the hill. Darren Walker, the 3NZ in the class currently, next to the 1NZ of Ryan Urban. We saw how fast Ryan Crombie was in that energy kart last time out, so could play dividends for Ryan Urban in the 1NZ Rotax Max Heavy Kart. Trent Ingham off grid 3, Adam Bell off grid 4, as we said. They're coming up now, building the revs up. The lights will go up very shortly. Darren Walker off the pole, down towards turn 1. Who's going to take the lead? Walker got a great start. Urban gave him the space, was smart enough in trying to go around the outside. Urban now is going to go side to side with him, though. Does Walker give him the room? He does, just enough, but Ryan Urban's going to go up the inside and take the lead. So we see Urban now. They're going to go side by side. Walker's going to clear him again. Cuts back across. Great racing from these guys at the front. Trent Ingham there. He's in third. He's not going to want to let them get away. And Adam Bell there in fourth, who's going to try go around the outside of Trent Ingham, who got balked by Ryan Urban. Darren Walker's made a mistake. Ryan Urban's going to go down the inside and take the lead. Trent Ingham now around the outside. He almost got fed into the grass. And Ingham's now taken second. So what a start from the Rotax Max Heavies. This is great racing. Nice, fair, clean driving from all of them. But Ryan Urban, as we're not surprised to see, has taken the lead of the race. Trent Ingham now in second. Urban's got a bit of a margin back to Ingham. Then Darren Walker, who was leading up until about 5 corners ago, he's now in third, the 3NZ. Adam Bell there in the 5. He's looking real racy in the Formula K. He's there in fourth. Tom Van Can there being run by Dan Connor Racing. He's there in fifth in the number 4 kart. And then the 48 of Aaron Tahu there in sixth. We now see them coming through turn 3. And Adam Bell's cleared Darren Walker. So the number 5 of Bell being run by Kart Zone. He's there in third. And now Tom Van Can's looking up the inside of Darren Walker. So something's going on with Walker. Maybe just hasn't quite got the kart set up right. He's lost a bundle of positions the last lap or so. Van Can didn't quite make that move work down there at turn 6. Walker's now going to get the better of him and get back in front. So they now come up through turn 8 and 9. Down the back straight they come. Towards the final corner, Ryan Urban leads it from Trent Ingham, the multi-time New Zealand champion, proudly running the 1NZ on his kart, leads the way. Second is Trent Ingham. He's being run by Tony Chambers in that hard kart. Number 5 of Adam Bell there in third. Darren Walker still there in fourth. He was under attack from Tom Van Can out of Auckland. They make their way down towards turn 4 now. Number 4 kart attacking the number 3, the 2 arrows. Van Can's looking really racy though. Is he going to throw it back down the inside? He is. He pulls it up a little bit better this time. Still runs wide, but I think he's going to hold on to that. Oh, and Trent Ingham tried to pass Ryan Urban. That didn't quite work. He got balked, and now Adam Bell slotted into second. So the number 5 go-kart's on the move. The Formula K of Adam Bell. He's just now taking that second spot off Trent Ingham. We've seen how aggressive Trent's been with his passes this weekend. Unfortunately, that one didn't pay off. They now come down to the last corner. That's given Ryan Urban a big reprieve. Down the front straight they come. Urban from Adam Bell. Trent Ingham there in third. Van Can and Patrick Holmes were looking at each other as they were coming down the front straight almost. Tom Van Can, that pass he put on Darren Walker, he pulled it up that time and got past the Dan Connor Racing number 4. No doubt Dan Connor and Zach Stitchbury will be on the fence somewhere, egging him on. Doing a great job in the number 4 kart to move into 4th. Patrick Holmes there in 5th. Darren Walker there in 6th. He's unfortunately not had the best of starts to this pre-final and dropped back. Aaron Tahu there in 7th. And look at Trent Ingham. He's cleared Adam Bell again. Now he's back in behind Ryan Urban. So the 28 kart's obviously so good through turn 4, 5, 6 and 7. So much speed, and he's already at the back of the number 1 kart again.
And just looking at that, the Shane Wilson, who started off the back of the grid on the slicks, is now starting to move through the field. He's made up about 5 places, so maybe the track's starting to dry.
You could be right, Brent. That's some great spotting, and Shane Wilson is certainly a kart to watch. So we see him try and make his way up through the field. Ryan Urban comes across the line, followed by Trent Ingham, Adam Bell, and Tom Van Can, who's made his way into the top 4, and he's now stuck to the back of the number 5. So the number 4 kart is coming alive in this Rotax Max Heavy pre-final. Up the inside goes Van Can on Adam Bell. Got the move done. Late pass. Got him at the apex. Stopped Adam Bell from turning in, and he's got the pass done. So Tom Van Can, look at the traction he's got off the corner. Clearly the Wizards down at Dan Connor Racing have figured out the right setup for that go-kart. Trent Ingham goes up the inside. It doesn't work, and Van Can slides through on Trent Ingham. He's now all over the back of Ryan Urban. The number 4 kart, the Arrow versus the Energy kart. Ryan Urban's led this from start to finish so far. He's been untouched and unfazed, but now he's got some serious threat. Tom Van Can's going to go down the inside to lead the pre-final at the last corner. They're going to come across the line and have 7 laps to go. Coming across the line, the number 4, the Arrow kart, run by Dan Connor Racing. Now through turn 2 they go, up the hill. And Tom Van Can, he's running away with this. Look at the speed of the number 4. The fastest lap, though, at the moment is going to Shane Wilson, the only driver on slicks out on the circuit at the moment. So watch for the 52 kart, because at the moment he's about 1.5 seconds faster than anyone else on the circuit. They now come through turn 6. We see there Shane Wilson in the background making another pass. So he's looking really racy at the moment. Up the hill they go. Tom Van Can, though, I don't think anyone's going to chase him down. He is smashing this pre-final. 7 laps to go. There'll be 6 next time around. Ryan Urban's now falling back towards Trent Ingham and Adam Bell. So which one of those guys is going to come out in second? Unless they can find a way in the last 6 laps to catch Tom Van Can as he comes across the start-finish line of the number 4 kart. Down towards turn 1. And Shane Wilson in the 52 kart, he's making moves. He's just passed Aaron Tahu now. So he's moved up. And he's now about to try and make a move on Darren Walker, the 52. Now going around the outside of the 3NZ. Look at that pass from Shane Wilson. Is he going to be able to go down the inside? Not quite there at turn 4. Excellent driving from Shane. He goes up the inside now of Walker, down towards turn 6. This battle's still raging on between Ryan Urban, Trent Ingham, and Adam Bell. They make their way up the hill there, those 3. And we've got a yellow flag up at turn 3. A kart's ended up off the road, so hopefully all okay up there and they can get their way back onto the circuit. But Tom Van Can at the moment, he's about 2 corners ahead of everybody else. Absolutely dynamite speed out of the number 4 go-kart. Makes his way down to the last corner now. He comes onto the front straight. Ryan Urban coming through. Trent Ingham and Adam Bell. Followed by Patrick Holmes and then Shane Wilson in the 52. He's closing in on the top 5. Currently in 6th place, but not far away from passing the 14 of Patrick Holmes as Shane Wilson. That might have been a masterstroke decision because it's not looking like it's starting to rain either. Shane Wilson now trying to make that pass. Didn't quite make it work. Oh, right, and of course there is a yellow light down there, so no one can actually pass when going through that section of the racetrack. Shane Wilson now decides to make the move on Patrick Holmes. Up the inside. He's got the traction in the 52. Trent Ingham goes up the inside of Ryan Urban again, though. So Urban's now lost that second position, and Adam Bell's going to try and go with Trent Ingham. Bit of shake and bake up the inside, slingshot. Round turn 8 and 9 they go, and he got the move done. So Ryan Urban's just lost 2 spots in the last couple of corners, so maybe that 1NZ Energy kart's starting to fall off a little bit. Possibly the tyre overheating. Tom Van Can, though, whatever they've done to that go-kart, it's absolutely on fire right now. He is out front with a comfortable margin, almost 3 seconds over Trent Ingham and Adam Bell. And Shane Wilson, he is the one to watch. He is now about to go past the lead of the Masters class, Ryan Urban. Shane Wilson trying to go around the outside. Not quite. Is he going to be able to pass Urban? Not going to be able to go down the outside there, but he might do it at his favourite spot so far, where he's been passing everyone down at turn 6. He certainly is. Urban runs wide. Shane Wilson, he thought the better of it. It looked like he was going to make the pass. He's now going to try to go around the outside of Urban. Is he going to be able to cut back to the inside? On that slick tyre, he is. He's got better traction on the slicks. Up the inside, Shane Wilson. Ryan Urban looks beside him. He's lost another spot through turn 8 and 9. Shane Wilson may be able to get these next two go-karts. I don't think he's going to make it to Tom Van Can, who's just absolutely waltzed away 4.5 seconds up the road. But it is starting to rain again. So what's that going to do for Shane Wilson, who just managed to get himself into that 4th place? There's 3 laps to go. We see him already running wide. So poor old Shane Wilson. He was having a great run. He's now lost the back of Adam Bell and Trent Ingham. Those wet tyres are going to start to work better now. Ryan Urban now goes back past Shane Wilson. So this is anyone's guess as to what the right tyre is, and that's only going to solidify Tom Van Can's lead, because Trent Ingham and Adam Bell were about to come under threat from Shane Wilson on those slicks. And now Shane Wilson's getting passed by 2 or 3 karts. Patrick Holmes and Aaron Tahu went back past, but they ran each other wide. So Shane Wilson's now back up the inside. He's struggling to put the power down, though. And we can really see this weather starting to come down. We start to see the umbrellas coming back out along the pits there. Tom Van Can, though, he is 5 seconds ahead of the field. He is just driving away with this. As he comes across the line, 2 laps to go this time by. The next time will be the last lap. Trent Ingham there, he's pushing hard to try and catch Tom. Adam Bell there in 3rd, doing a great job in the number 5 go-kart. Ryan Urban, he's back into 4th. Aaron Tahu in 5th. Followed by Patrick Holmes and Simon Hunter, who we haven't seen much of this weekend so far. Simon Hunter's moved up into 7th in the number 42, the Cosmic Kart. Multi-time New Zealand champion is Simon Hunter. Makes his way down the hill there. They come. Shane Wilson, poor old Shane Wilson. He was having such a great run on those slick tyres, and the heavens have opened up again and said, not your day, or not your pre-final today, and have unfortunately hampered Shane Wilson's run. But
well, he got right through to 4th place overall from 18th. I mean, so he made up 14 spots. So biggest mover of the day.
He certainly did, and I guess some solace that Shane Wilson can take from this is fastest lap of the race by a significant margin, Brent. But we go back to the front, and Tom Van Can at the moment, 5.2 second lead over Trent Ingham. What explosive pace from Tom Van Can. He drove through the field to take the lead. Terrific driving from him, showing that he's going to be a true threat in the final. And in 2nd there still is Trent Ingham. Adam Bell in 3rd. Ryan Urban there, still in 4th place. This is the last lap of the race, so when they come across the start-finish line, Tom Van Can's going to take the checkered flag to win this one. He comes down through the S's, uses the curb as he snakes his way back down the circuit, onto the back straight, towards the last corner. And how about it? Tom Van Can comes across the line to take out the pre-final and Rotax Max Heavy, brought to you by KartZone. Trent Ingham, great job by him to come home in 2nd. Adam Bell home in 3rd. Ryan Urban home there in 4th in the 1NZ kart. And 5th was the 23 of Jacob Lucas. 6th place was Patrick Holmes. Simon Hunter home in 7th. Good solid drive from him. Darren Walker faded at the end there and ended up 8th. And if anything, you can probably say it's starting to dry out again. This is
what a race! What a race! I love it when somebody throws a curveball, and good on Shane Wilson. It just about got himself into the top 3, but of course now finishes in 17th place after starting 18th with 1 retirement behind him. Excellent drive, but good on him.
It certainly was a valiant gamble from Shane Wilson. Just didn't quite pay off, and If it had stayed dry, who knows what could have occurred there for Shane Wilson. He was coming at the front drivers at a great rate of knots. He will still take the fastest lap of the race, but for Shane Wilson, that was, certainly a curveball. But we see now all the Rotax Max Heavies making their way into the pits after what was their 12-lap pre-final. And not too far away, we will have the Cadet Rock final, pre-final, Cadet Rock pre-final, brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. Big thank you to the Irwin family for their support of the Cadet Rock class this weekend at the 2026 Giltrap Group KartSport New Zealand Sprint Nationals. We see there the Rotax Max Heavies at the pit entry there at the tech shed. Tom Van Can there looking pretty happy with himself. That was an incredible drive from the number 4, the Arrow kart. So we wait for those karts to get processed and make their way through, check the weight before getting themselves geared up and ready for this afternoon's final. It's going to be a cracker. But in the meantime, we see now the Cadet Rock class brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. They are making their way onto the circuit.
And
Let's get down to the pits and here's a Regan and our pre-final race winner from the Rotax Maximum class, Tom Van Can.
Thanks, Ronan. Yeah, we're here with Tom Van Can, man of the moment. Looked like it was hooked up out there, mate. You drove away from Ryan Urban once you got past him, and no one was coming back at you.
Yeah, I think the secret there was used wets. Everyone else went on a new set, so I think with the track conditions just being damp and not fully wet, that kind of gave me the edge over everyone else.
And saved money too.
Yeah, I just got them off Jamie Thompson, so thanks to them for the set of wets.
He might want them back now.
Yeah, mate, we can't have them now.
Yeah, well done, and you'll be well positioned for the final, so hope it doesn't rain, I suppose.
Yeah, cheers, thank you, let's see what we can do.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from. There's a good battle going on there between the 28 of Phelan O'Hara and the 23 of Bentley Hart. And then a little bit further back from there, we've got Buddy Murch and Will Miller. Coming across the line though, Teddy Patterson's really managed to open up that gap over the 78 of Riley Preston, and coincidentally on that lap, Teddy Patterson set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08 dead, 0.6 faster than Riley Preston, and those two, they're the only two in the 1:08s. Harry Gradwell down in the 9. Rowan Liu's actually just taken the fastest lap of the race in that Alonso kart. He's just done a 1:07.9. And all the drivers behind him have just set their fastest laps of the race. So it actually looks like it's not raining out there anymore, and a dry line is starting to form. So this is really going to throw a spanner in the works for the up-and-coming pre-final for the Rotax Max Junior class, because they're going to have to try and make a decision very shortly on what tyre they're going to run and whether it's going to try and rain again or whether it's going to be dry. But at the moment, Teddy Patterson, he qualified on pole, won the first 2 heats, unfortunately had an issue and didn't finish one of the other heats, but he's currently on his way to winning the pre-final in style here in KartSport Rotorua for our 3rd to last pre-final here before we get into it this afternoon in the finals to start crowning some 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint National Champions. We see there the battle between Phelan O'Hara and Bentley Hart rages on. Bentley Hart there in the 23 doing everything to try and get round Phelan O'Hara. We see that pass, didn't quite get it made, did Bentley, but he's getting close. Making their way up the hill now are the leaders, Teddy Patterson and Riley Preston, who did such a great job to come from grid 7 to take the lead early on. Before, unfortunately for him, he got chased down and hunted by Teddy Patterson in the 48 kart. They make their way through the last corner onto the start-finish line. As we see there, some of the sponsors of the event, Giltrap Group obviously, and SP Tools also supporting. See there down at turn 1, we can start to see a dry line forming, so there's definitely looking more and more like it could be slicks is the way to go for the Rotax Max Junior pre-finals that will be coming up very shortly after the Cadet Rock, brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills pre-final. See now the go-karts coming down towards turn 4 there. The officials are actually showing a black and white flag for one of our drivers, so we will have to try and see which go-kart that is, but obviously someone in a little bit of trouble. Bentley Hart and Phelan O'Hara are not, they have certainly not settled this argument between them, fighting over that 5th and 6th place. The leaders though, they're already on their way down the front straight now. Teddy Patterson, he's going to have 2 laps to go. The next lap pass will be the final lap. And that black and white flag is for the 28 kart of Phelan O'Hara, so Phelan O'Hara may be in a tad of hot water. So they now head down towards turn 4, and look at that there on the live stream, folks. We can see a much lighter, clearer line going down to turn 4. So what that's going to tell you, I'm sure most of the people here at the event already know and understand, but for anyone watching who maybe isn't as familiar with go-kart racing or car racing, that clear light line is telling us that there is a dry racing line forming around the circuit. And that is certainly going to make the decision harder when deciding what tyre to go for the next couple of pre-finals. More and more looking like it's going to be a slick tyre. As we see now a battle going on up the hill. Rowan Liu, who had set the fastest lap of the race only a couple of laps ago, is starting to throw down. Has just passed Bentley Hart in the 28, and now Rowan Liu in the FA Alonso kart now looking to pass Phelan O'Hara in the 28. Maybe not quite going to get it done down to the last corner, but coming down the front straight, Liu's got to run. And this is the last lap of the race, so if he's got anything left in the tank to try and show, now is the time to do it. Teddy Patterson and Riley Preston have already taken the last lap board. Teddy Patterson is 5 seconds in the lead. And now go up to turn 3. This battle between O'Hara, Rowan Liu, Bentley Hart, and Buddy Murch by the looks of it in the 57 kart. So there's quite a battle going on. Harry Gradwell's also catching Riley Preston. As we see there, O'Hara defends from Rowan Liu. Rowan Liu got a great exit though in the 8 kart's going to clear him. Great battle, but in the background, Teddy Patterson comes through the last corner to take the victory in the pre-final here for Cadet Rock, brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. Riley Preston's going to come across the line to take second. A close second in the end there because Harry Gradwell in the 41 kart, run by WKS KartStars, started to chase him down. Great racing between the Cadet Rocks. And then this battle is not going to be over until they come across the line. Rowan Liu comes home in 5th. And then it looked like Buddy Murch actually got past Bentley Hart there at the end, who was giving Phelan O'Hara a big nudge across the line. So Teddy Patterson took the victory and the fastest lap of the race. One of only 2 go-karts that made it into the 107. So very dominant performance from Teddy Patterson. And it's going to take a lot to try and stop him from winning a national title later on this afternoon in the Cadet Rock class. Brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. And as we can see there, the Rotax Max Juniors are lined up on the grid. And from what we can see there in those images, it looks like the front row, well, certainly the first 3 rows are on slick tyres. So based on what we can see out there as well, there is a dry racing line. It may still be a little bit sketchy offline, which will make passing very, very difficult. But the racing line, most critically, the racing line is dry. The rain has certainly let off a bit in the last half an hour or so. We see there the front row. Tommy Hart is going to be off the pole position for Rotax Max Jr. Beside him is Indy Irwin, who we saw won the pre-final for the Vortex DVS Junior, the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class. We see there little young Teddy Patterson giving the thumbs up. Very happy with that performance, I'm sure, and great way to bounce back after the disappointment in one of the heats yesterday for him. The pole sitter, though, doing a great job in that Aluminos kart, run by WKS KartStars. Comes across the scales there, followed by Riley Preston, who had a great drive from 7th to take 2nd place. The 48 being pushed through.
And look, we really appreciate that. I've had a couple of text messages when the live stream audio dropped out, so thank you for letting us know. The karting family throughout the world is advising us if there's little hiccups, so really appreciate that, Kirsty. But we'll hand over back to you, Ronan.
Certainly is, and we see young Teddy Patterson coming around. It looks like he's gonna have a catch up down in the pits area with
we're here with Teddy Patterson, winner of the pre-final for Cadet Rock. That was an awesome race, mate. You were way out in front. How did you do it?
Well, there was a bit of a ding-dong at the start, I think, if I can remember properly, but yeah, then I thought when I was trying to catch Riley when I was behind him in V2, I thought there wasn't much laps to go because it felt so long. And then I just realised how much laps he was, so then I kind of started to chill. And then when Riley got me back, I was just like, no chilling now. And I just got back in front of him and then I just sped away.
That's awesome, mate. Definitely no chilling out there. You're at the end of the race, so. But the most important race is the next one. So are you confident for that?
Really confident right now.
That's awesome. Well done and good luck for the final. All right.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from young Teddy Patterson, winner of the Cadet Rock pre-final, brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. And what a little character he is, Teddy Patterson. He's certainly going to do his best in the final to come home with that national title, and always great to hear when you speak to these young drivers and they tell you that they're feeling really confident. It's a great way and a great attitude to have, and good way for Teddy to go into the final, and obviously feeling very happy with himself after winning that one quite comfortably, the pre-final there in the Cadet Rock class. He's drove that go-kart beautifully, and for such a young little lad there, he's no doubt going to have a very bright future in the sport. But in the meantime, we turn our attention back to the racetrack for Rotax Max Junior, brought to you by Veloce Karting. Huge thanks to Darren and the team at Veloce for their support of the Rotax Max Junior class this weekend here at the Nationals, and their ongoing support of the Rotorua Kart Club. Shout out to you, Darren, and your team. Awesome to have your support. And Veloce Karting obviously got some go-karts racing in all of these fields this weekend, and great to see them out there and supporting not only the club but the event. And we are not too far away from a start. So as you can see there on the front row, you've got Tommy Hart and Indy Irwin, and those two have been two of the main culprits in not only the Rotax Max Junior class, but also the Vortex Rocked DVS Junior class. So shows that doesn't matter what engine or kart they're driving, those two are seriously competitive. William Edmondson, watch out for him, the reigning North Island champion off grid 3, and Arian Lala off grid 4. They come up to take the start. The revs are going to start to build, and the lights are going to go out here at Rotorua for the pre-final one for Rotax Max Junior. Tommy Hart there got a great start up the inside, and William Edmondson also got a great start in the North Island plate kart. Made his way up into second past Indy Irwin. And then we see there, pulling into fourth, is Arian Lala, the 37 of Jack Phillips. Also right up there. And unfortunately, we actually saw the 41 kart of Dima McCarley out of Australia went off the road. So he's dropped back. He was starting fifth in that one. Unfortunately, he's dropped back to the back of the field. But going back to the front, we see there the number 5 of Braden Watson going side by side. Coming now down the hill, Tommy Hart leads this one from William Edmondson. The 69 versus the NI kart. They come onto the front straight. Edmondson's looking very, very fast right now. Serious pace in that North Island plate kart. Indy Irwin's there in third, dropped one position from the start. Arian Lala there in fourth, doing a great job. Followed by Jack Phillips and Henry Fisher in the number 9. They make their way down towards turn 4 now. Through 4 and 5 they go. The Rotax Max Juniors down towards turn 6 now. Tommy Hart still leading the way in the 69. He got a much better start than he did in the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class. He makes his way up the hill now. William Edmondson chasing him down. The North Island champion in Rotax Max Junior. Indy Irwin's not too far behind either. She's going to be looking to try and make her way forward. They come down the back straight, firing into the last corner. You can see that dry line appearing, so they're on slick tyres, back to a pretty close to the pace they were running in the heats. Tommy Hart still leads the way. There he is in the 69, the Hart kart, followed by William Edmondson, Dan Connor Racing in the Arrow. Indy Irwin goes through turn 3 in the barrel. Making their way now down the hill. Arian Lala starting to come under pressure from Jack Phillips in the 37. And then we've got Henry Fisher in the 9 kart. We see there they throw those go-karts into turn 4 and 5. Fast corners, those pair of fast left-handers. We go back to the shot there. We can see Tommy Hart and William Edmondson making their way up to the top part of the circuit. Edmondson's looking really racy. The 61 kart there of Fraser Hodges and Oliver Dennison having a great battle. We come down through the last corner. Look at Edmondson. He's hunting hard. He's got Tommy Hart in his sights. Is he going to be able to go up the inside? Not quite. Indy Irwin there. Jack Phillips goes up the inside in the 37 on the 46 of Arian Lala. They now make their way up towards turn 3. Edmondson chasing Tommy Hart. The 69 kart against the North Island champion. Both now hunting for a national title. They go down towards turn 6. They'll come into turn 7. Tommy Hart makes his way up the hill. We see the rest of the field now making their way through as they climb up towards turn 8 and 9. Good battles going on a little bit further back there. See Braden Watson, Patrick McDonald, Asher Ehrlich, Seth Comer, Angus Wilton in there as well. So bit of a train starting to form between these few go-karts. Back at the front though, Tommy Hart just set the fastest lap of the race at 55 dead versus Edmondson at a 55.1 and Indy Irwin on a 55.1. So the top three pace-wise are a little bit quicker than everybody else at the moment. Jack Phillips did a 55.3 and Arian Lala only managed a 55.8 on that last lap. So sizable margin between the top four and the rest of the field currently. They make their way now through turn 7 up the hill into the big sweeper. We see there that battle that's raging on between the 85 of Zach Hemphill and the 78 of Seth Comer. They had a little bit of contact there. Hands going crazy on the steering wheel trying to hold on to it. Making their way now down the hill. Braden Watson just up ahead of those guys and Patrick McDonald. Into turn 1 they go. We can really start to see that dry line forming now. Watson and McDonald now going at it. They come up towards turn 2. That's bringing Seth Comer and the 78 into the battle. Comer straight up the inside of Watson. Authoritative pass. Great pass. Got it done. Now he's after McDonald in the 12. Try and get himself a bit of clear air. Coming down towards turn 6 now. McDonald leading the way over Seth Comer in that group. And straight away, Comer. He's got some pace to burn in the 78 kart. Straight up the inside. He moved across a little bit on the 12 there and disincentivized McDonald from trying to stay on the inside. So Seth Comer, he's taking no prisoners out there and he is moving forward on the charge. His next target will be Henry Fisher and the number 9, the Burrell. In the meantime, Tommy Hart still leading the way. Fastest lap again from Hart. 54.6, plays a 54.8 for Edmondson, and Indy Irwin starting to chase down William Edmondson. She did a 54.7. They're the only 3 go-karts on the racetrack in the 54s currently. Jack Phillips at a 55.2. Arian Lala had better pace that lap and matched him at a 55.2. Henry Fisher on a 55.3. And Seth Comer, he's the 4th fastest go-kart on the track with a 55.1 at the moment. Making their way up the hill. We're going to have 5 laps to go when they come past the line this time around. Down the back straight they come. Tommy Hart through the final corner, down the front straight. William Edmondson there in second. Indy Irwin there chasing Edmondson in third there. They make their way up the hill towards turn 3. 4th is still Jack Phillips. 5th is Arian Lala. Indy Irwin's just set the fastest lap of the race at a 54.5. So she's coming hard at William Edmondson. Is there going to be a pass in the next lap or so from her? She chases the North Island champion. Oh, we just saw a big pass from Dima McCarley there down at turn 4. He's starting to make his way back through. The Australian state title holder, McCarley, and the 41 kart being run by Adam Mercer. And the Tasman kart team in the Arrow, unfortunately didn't have a great start after starting 5th, but he's making his way through the field. Tommy Hart still leading this from Edmondson and Irwin. Indy Irwin is all over the back of the North Island champion, starting to put the pressure on the NI plated kart. They fire into turn 4. Is Irwin going to try and make a pass this time around down at turn 6? Not quite close enough this time. She does creep closer though towards the NI kart. Tommy Hart's not going to be fazed by that though. He's well out in front at the moment. He's got over over a second in a lead of William Edmondson and Indy Irwin. They make their way down through the S's. They snake the go-karts. These Rotax Max Juniors down the back straight now. You see that dry line forming ever more. Down the front straight they come. Irwin's got a good run. Is she going to fire up the inside? She is. Up the inside goes Irwin. Probably didn't quite clear Edmondson enough. He's going to stay on the inside there. So Irwin couldn't quite get it done. Then Edmondson knows she's there. He runs defensive. You're not having this spot, Indy. Not this time. But Indy Irwin's not going to give up. She's going to try and hustle him going down towards turn 4 and 5. Can she make the move at turn 6? Probably about the same as last lap, just not quite close enough. Now comes towards turn 7. Up the hill they go. Irwin, that's an interesting place to make a pass. We haven't really seen many karts make a pass there all weekend. Indy Irwin into turn 8, the sweeper. Passes Edmondson, and he probably wasn't expecting that. She now goes through into second. We've got 3 laps to go. It's going to be 2 this time by for Tommy Hart. He'll take the last lap board the next time around. Indy Irwin, the speed of the number 20 barrel kart, makes her way past the North Island champion, William Edmondson. They come up now through turn 3. Down the hill they go. Into turn 4 and 5. Jack Phillips and Arian Lala there in 4th and 5th. Seth Comer there in 6th. They make their way into turn 7. Tommy Hart's already on his way back up the hill. Come through turn 8 and 9. Snaking back down the racetrack. Braden Watson there chasing Zach Hemphill in the 85 kart. They've been having a battle. There's been 4 or 5 go-karts in that fight. Tommy Hart's taken the last lap board. Last lap of the pre-final, or pre-final 1 for Rotax Max Junior. We've got an incident noted for kart 75. Indy Irwin's managed to skip away a little bit from William Edmondson. We saw there on the screen, Demon McCarley there going up the inside of another go-kart, up the inside of the 15 of Oliver Dennison, so making his way forward after that horrid start. Tommy Hart now coming through turn 7 for the last time. No doubt this will make up for the pre-final he had in the Vortex Rock DBS Junior class. Didn't make it to the finish of that one, unfortunately. It ended pretty early, but what a way to bounce back. Come out swinging and win the Rotax Max Junior pre-final. Well, pre-final 1 anyway. Down the last corner he comes, Tommy Hart, and the number 69, the Hart cart, crossed the line to win pre-final 1 for Rotax Max Junior. Indy Irwin comes home there in second, and the number 20, the Burrell. William Edmondson home in 3rd place in the North Island champion. Jack Phillips home there in 4th, Arian Lala in 5th, Seth Comer there in 6th, Henry Fisher home in 7th, and 8th was Patrick McDonald. Asher Ehrlich is home in 9th, and Zach Hemphill rounds out the top 10 in the 85 kart. So we wait for the rest of the field to make their way through across the start-finish line. And once these this first group of Rotax Max Juniors makes their way off the circuit, we will be strapping in for another pre-final 2 for Rotax Max Junior, and it will be the final pre-final of the morning before we go into the lunch break and we start crowning some New Zealand champions here at KartSport Rotorua for 2026. Indy Irwin actually took the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 54.4, so seriously quick out there from Indy Irwin and Tommy Hart. Hart got the start he wanted and managed to skip away there, but watch out for Indy Irwin in the final in Rotax Max Junior.
And this class is oversubscribed, thus we're having the 2 heats. So 2 drivers out of the group of the 40 drivers are not going to make the final. So maybe one of those drivers has now been decided. And the second heat's going to decide the second driver, unfortunately, that we'll lose from this grid. And then we'll have 2 finals that have got 38 karts on it. The first time we'll have 38 on the track. So that ought to be very interesting as we come through to our last pre-final.
Certainly will be, and obviously shows if you're in one of those oversubscribed fields, it's an achievement in itself if you can make it to the final for Rotax Max Junior or Rotax Max Light. So we now see the second field of Rotax Max Juniors for pre-final number 2, the final pre-final of the morning, making their way onto the circuit. That field is going to be led away by another Hart kart, but in the form of the number 14 of Braxton Cravanger. The 43 of Jaden Buttermore is going to be going off grid 2. We saw how fast he was yesterday. So watch for Buttermore in the 43 kart.
And certainly looking out through the window here, looks like it's going to be a dry race. The clouds are a bit dark off to the outside of the circuit, but we look like we'll be having another dry race.
Certainly is looking that way. Brent, it's dried up a lot out there. Those lines are starting to look drier and drier, and we may not, who knows, we may not see a wet tyre again for the rest of the day. Let's head down to Regan, down in the pits there. He's just going to catch up with Tommy Hart, our pre-final 1 for Rotax Max Junior race winner.
Thanks, Ronan. We're here with Tommy Hart, winner of the pre-final for Rotax Max Junior. That was a pretty convincing win, Tommy. Were you taking it easy once you're out the front there?
Yeah, just trying to manage the tyre for the final, and yeah, just mainly trying to do that. Cut a couple clean laps in and then just swing for it.
Yeah, you didn't have such a good race in the DDS pre-final, did you? So hopefully this will make up for it a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely helps. Yeah, that wasn't ideal.
Yeah, oh, you'll be off pole for the final for this one, will you?
Hope so.
Yeah, okay, well, good luck for that.
Great to hear from Tommy Hart, winner of pre-final 1 for Rotax Max Junior. Thanks for going down there and catching up with him, Regan, and obviously shout out to Regan. We appreciate all he's doing down there. He's catching up and getting the goss and the first word from everyone down there, and obviously great to hear from these drivers when they come in from a race. So credit to Regan, he's doing a great job down there.
Good to get him getting a few extra steps. You know, he's been running up to the commentary, doing the KZ2, then running back. You know, so it's good for him.
Oh, no doubt, absolutely. But we're not too far away from a start for pre-final number 2 for Rotax Max Junior. They're coming down the grid there. We see Braxton Cravanger in the 14. He's going to set the pace, and he's slowed it right up to make sure that it's controlled at the speed he wants it to be at. Some people choose to make these starts fast. Some choose to make them slow. Cravanger's made it slow this time. They come up to the lights. The revs are going to start to build, and then the lights are going to go out very shortly. They're out. Cravanger probably didn't quite get the start he wanted. Buttermore got a better one, but he's got the inside, the preferred line. Buttermore managed to stay there on the outside. He's going to slot back into second where he started. And then we've got the 99 of Ben Brodie and the 31 of Jameson. We've got a couple of karts off in the background there up at turn 3. Someone's now gone through the grass. It was a Praga kart by the look of it. The 87 of Riley Craig. So not the best start for some of those guys a little bit further back. Ben Brodie there in the 99. Going side by side with Charlie Jameson in the 31. They now make their way up the hill for the first time in Rotax Max Junior Pre-Final 2. They now snake their way back down the hill. Cravanger. We've seen him do this a few times this weekend so far. He's already in control after lap 1. Got a 4 or 5 kart length lead, and that right there is a skill in itself, being able to open up a sizable margin on lap 1 when the tyres probably still aren't at their peak. The go-kart's still a little bit cold. He's doing a great job, and in second place there, Jaden Buttermore. We've seen him get faster and faster as the weekend's gone on, and he's going to be a huge threat going into the final. Ben Brodie there in third, Charlie Jameson there in fourth. They make their way through. It's about 6 or 7 go-karts in that train fighting for 5th or 6th. And we've actually got a go-kart that's gone in the barrier at turn 5. That's a big off for whichever kart that was, and another go-kart off there at turn 6. So really disappointing to see. Never a nice way to finish your pre-final. They make their way down the hill now. Cravanger still got a lead over second, third and fourth. They make their way across the line. Cravanger from Buttermore, Ben Brodie and Charlie Jameson. Not much you can separate those second to fourth go-karts by. We've got another kart that's actually stopped up at the top as well. Not sure which kart that is, but unfortunately in the last lap we've lost 3 go-karts, so not ideal. Credit to the driver, whoever that is up at turn 8 and 9, managed to get that go-kart off the circuit. We now go back to the front. We've got an energy kart up the inside, trying to see which number that is. Looks to be the 92 of Levi Erickson Jones. Great pass from him. As they go up towards turn 8 and 9 now. Oh, a bit of contact. Bit of rough and tumble between those 3 as they come down past that stricken go-kart. Through turn 10 and 11, down towards turn 12. The leaders are already across the start-finish line. Braxton Cravenger, Jaden Buttermore, Charlie Jameson and Ben Brodie. They make their way down now to turn 1. These battles are still raging on. The 95 kart, the 68 of Addo Bailey, Aidan Smart, and the 28 and the 22 of Nicholas Greer and Daniel Lucas. They are all going at it at the moment. There's a yellow flag currently out at the Marshall point where Braxton Craving is about to come through, so no passing will be allowed going through those sections of the circuit. They now come through turn 7. We see the field pile through. The 28 there of Nicholas Greer chasing the back of that pack. They make their way down now, down the hill. Cravenger, Buttermore, Jameson and Brodie coming across the line. Linus Stern, the top 4. Then in 5th place, we've got Senna Wilkinson, Louis Smith in 6th, Levi Erickson Jones in 7th, and Bray Milne in 8th. Making their way now down towards turn 4 are the leaders. Into turn 5, through turn 6 now they go. Up towards turn 7. Cravenger still leading this one comfortably. Charlie Jameson's actually got the fastest lap of the race at the moment at a 55 dead. It is well and truly dry out there. The times these karts are setting and what they were doing in the last heat are certainly dry level times. Ben Brodie there in 4th. Senna Wilkinson in 5th. Louis Smith in 6th. Levi Erickson Jones there in 7th. Bray Milne in 8th. Jack Hoare in 9th. And Aiden Smart running out of the top 10. They come across the line to start another lap. 7 to go this time by. Almost halfway through this pre-final already. The final one for the morning. Fire up through turn 3 they go. Buttermore now starting to come under a little bit of pressure from the 31 of Jameson. Oh, we've got a go-kart. Something's happened down there at turn 2. Got a very disappointed driver. Not sure exactly what happened, but no doubt we'll find out. I think that was the 22 of Daniel Lucas. Already got his helmet off, not looking too stoked. We go back to the front. Cravenger getting chased by Buttermore. Jameson there in 3rd. Ben Brodie there in 4th. They make their way through turn 2 up the hill towards turn 3. Charlie Jameson's just set the fastest lap of the race again on a 54.87. Senna Wilkinson there coming through turn 4 and 5 with Louis Smith behind him. 5th and 6th place. Back at the top, at the front there. They're coming up the hill. Good battle going on between the 5th and 6th place karts at the moment, which is Senna Wilkinson and Louis Smith. Going hammer and tong at the moment, and then behind them is Bray Milne and Levi Erickson Jones. Cravenger though, he's starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Jaden Buttermore and Charlie Jameson, and they've managed to displace and eject away from Ben Brodie in the 99. So Brodie's actually lost a little bit over the last couple of laps. Charlie Jameson set the fastest lap of the race again at a 54.6. Buttermore's also faster than Cravenger, so Cravenger's starting to come under a little bit of pressure here. Have to wait and see whether these two behind him can put him under enough pressure to try and force a mistake. And if that's one thing. Whether you can pressure somebody is another thing. Whether Braxton Cravinger is going to actually buckle. But we can see there, Jaden Buttermore and Charlie Jameson are putting the blowtorch on the back of the 14. 5 laps to go. They come round now through the final corner onto the front straight. It'll be 4 laps to go this time by. Jaden Buttermore was actually the fastest go-karter on the track that time by. He's coming under immense pressure from the 31 though. We saw him give the hand signal to the 31, but the 31 wasn't interested in that. It's gone straight past Charlie Jameson, who now wants to have a crack. He said, "You've had enough laps, Jaden Buttermore. I want to have a crack at Braxton Cravinger for that first position." Ben Brody's actually started to catch these guys again as well now. We've also got a black and white flag for the 26 of Fletcher Lowe, so we'll wait to see what happens there with that. Cravinger, though, at the moment, still leading the way. Charlie Jameson's now moved ahead of Jaden Buttermore for that second place. They make their way across the start-finish line. Jameson a little bit too far back after having to get past Buttermore. It's lost him a little bit of time to Cravinger, so it's probably given Braxton Cravinger the gap he was looking for, just to settle down a little bit, not certainly pulled the blowtorch off a little bit. See there, Ben Brody, he's dropped quite far back off that top 3, just can't quite run the pace that those karts are running at. And then behind Brody, we've got Louis Smith in the 16, who's doing a great job. Senna Wilkinson in the 93, also very fast. Then a great battle going on between the 3 karts behind. Bray Milne, Jack Hoare and Levi Erickson-Jones. They're going hammer and tong at the moment at the top part of the circuit. We see the 7 there of Bray Milne gets ahead. But the Sodi kart and the Energy kart aren't going to want to let them go. Charlie Jameson just set the fastest lap of the race, 54.62. And saying that, Jaden Buttermore also did a 54.6, so not much between those two. But Jameson's creeping closer to the back of Braxton Cravinger. There's going to be 2 laps to go this time by. They come through turn 4 and 5. Ben Brody there, still in 4th, but having a bit of a lonely race at this stage. He's lost that front group and no one behind him is really challenging him too much. But he'll be working hard to try and catch back up. They now go through turn 8 and 9. Cravinger, Jameson and Buttermore. Down the hill they go. Down the back straight. The 14 leads the 31, who leads the 43. Across the start-finish line they go. Jameson set the fastest lap of the race again with a 54.5. So he is really starting to come close to Cravinger, and they'll both know that this is the last lap. So Jameson, he's only got a few more opportunities to try and make something happen. It's hard cart versus hard cart. Who's going to be able to come out on top here? Jameson, this is one of the big opportunities, this corner here. Jameson brakes nice and deep. He gets closer, probably not close enough. Not close enough there either. He got a little bit better exit, but it's going to be a big ask to try and go up the inside of the sweeper. The last corner might be the last opportunity he's going to get to try and make a pass. They go through turn 8 and 9, 10 and 11. Make their way on the back straight. Jameson got a really good run. Is it going to be good enough? He's going to go up the inside. Not quite. Cravinger comes across the line and takes out pre-final number 2 for Rotax Max Jr. What a great charge at the end there from Charlie Jameson in the 31. Jaden Buttermore as well in the 43 had a great race. He was ready to capitalise on any mistakes. Great drive from him. The 99 of Ben Brody, home in 4th. Louis Smith there in 5th. Senna Wilkinson home in 6th. Bray Milne home in 7th there. Jack Hoare in 8th. Levi Erickson-Jones and Aidan Smart rounding out the top 10. Nicholas Greer came home in 11th. Fletcher Lowe in 12th. Will Davey in 13th. Addo Bailey 14th. Josie Ware there in 15th. And Jack Fickling there in 16th. Daniel Lucas, Jack McGrath, Riley Craig and Kahu Twilly didn't make it to the end, unfortunately, of that heat. But what great racing so far today from all the competitors in the pre-finals here at the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. certainly can't wait to buckle in this afternoon for some finals action, where we are going to crown some New Zealand champions for 2026.
Yes, it's excellent. A number of the drivers now have booked a ticket to the final, and the grid draws are sitting in front of us, so we know where they're all going to start from. But once that checkered flag, once the lights go out, rather, the results of all the heats don't matter. It is the final that will decide the champion this weekend. So it's time for a bit of a break, take a bit of some food from our wonderful shop, and we'll see you back at about 12:45. For our first final and first national title holder to win for 2026.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
Our go-kart was really good. Dove up the inside of Max. He tried to make a move and I never even saw him.
In karting, nothing is ever certain. In 2023, Daniel Gray is a man on a mission. He has just secured pole position. Could he genuinely challenge the legends of the sport? Daniel Gray, cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Racing has been my life. I started go-karts when I was 7 years old. I raced till I was 12 years old. Without karting, I wouldn't be a racing driver. It's a really, really important part of my career. The entry-level classes always have some of the best racing you'll see because the karts are quite slow, so they're just flat out all the time. Always exciting to watch those young kids.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
first final of the weekend. Zach Tucker will be going off the pole, as we just mentioned. Max Amon side rim for the Vortex SC7 class. This is now way down the hill, so this is going to be an 18-lap final for this class. We've got 12 karts racing. So make their way down. Tucker sets the pace. He's slowed them right down. Obviously, these drivers sometimes keep it. Shows the experience there. Multi-champion, multi-time New Zealand champion in the number 9.
The form guy all weekend and our pole sitter. And the top two have really started to break away already from the rest of the field. We see them go 3 wide into turn 6. There's a few different karts in there. Logan Backhouse was in there along with Lachlan Roberts in the number 20. Fair bit going on. Liam Carr's actually moved up there into 5th place. In behind, as we can see, Zach Tucker driving away. Jacob Cranston in behind him in the number 9. Third at the moment is Jack Strand in the 34. They come now onto the front straight. Cranston got a bit of the curb there. Down towards turn 1 for the second lap of the final. Tucker's kart was moving around a bit in the rear. Liam Carr's now up the inside of Logan Backhouse. And the second of those Carlos Sainz karts. The 67 now as they go up towards turn 3. Drops a wheel a little bit there on the X of the apron. Down towards turn 4 they go. Cranston chasing Zach Tucker. And then in 3rd place we've got the 77 kart of Seth Frost. So he's moved right up. He was off the back row of the grid and already moved up there into 3rd. Liam Carr there in 4th, the Australian. Logan Backhouse now up the inside as well into 5th past Strand. They make their way up the hill, and Max Amon hasn't had the best of starts. He's dropped back to about 7th. They make their way now down the hill they go. Zach Tucker still leading from Jacob Cranston. They come into the last corner now. Firing through. There's going to be 16 laps to go this time past. Cranny's looking pretty racy at this stage. He goes into 1, a little bit wider. It's actually given him a bit of a run on Tucker. He's going to try the switchback. Gets a better run through 2, and he's actually got a really good run on him. He's now going to go up the inside, so Jacob Cranston up the inside of Tucker, ran it a little bit too wide. He looks behind and sees that there's no one in behind, so he can have another crack and not have to worry about getting past. There's a black flag out at the moment for one of these karts. Not sure exactly which one.
Yeah, I see that Jack Strand has dropped back through the field, so I don't know if there's been an incident on track.
It is for the 34, so there's a black flag out for the 34 kart. Never a good sign when you're being showed the black flag, so that's for the number 34 kart, the one in question.
Black and white flag, so we make sure, because black flag means they've got to go off the circuit. Or is it black flag? It is, so my apologies.
It is a black flag, so that's going to...
That's race over.
Yeah, race over for Jack Strand in the 34 kart. He's going to have to make his way off. He hasn't obviously seen it yet because he's continued on. The 34, not exactly sure what's happened there. They make their way around. Cranston still attacking the 33 of Tucker. We saw Cranston lead ever so briefly in this final, probably for not much more than half a second or so. He fired it down the inside and got past Tucker, just couldn't quite get the kart rotated. But these two are still going at it there. We saw Tucker run a little bit wide. He's feeling the pressure from Jacob Cranston. Cranston now chases him up the hill. So who's gonna be able to come out on top in this one? Tucker versus Cranston through 8 and 9, and Tucker is under pressure at the moment. He's not looked like faltering all weekend. He's been out in a league of his own, but when it comes finals time, Jacob Cranston, he knows how to win these finals as he makes his way down the start-finish line, the top 2. Obviously on wet tyres as well, so that may play a factor into it later on towards the end of the final. They make their way up towards turn 3. The 33 and the 9 kart still going toe-to-toe at this stage. And then in behind them in third and fourth is Seth Frost in the 77 kart and the 67 of Liam Carr. Logan Backhouse there in fifth. Jack Amon, he's moved back into sixth. Seth Frost there doing a great job there in third. And Jack Strand, that black flag is still out for the 34 kart. So maybe he just can't quite believe his eyes, but he hasn't pulled in at this stage.
But yeah, it's very rare to get a black flag. I haven't seen one of those for a long time, so there must be something going on.
Yeah, he's just passed the 76 of Luke McMillan, but that's obviously a continuing issue that we're gonna have to keep on top of and see. Cranston though chasing Zach Tucker. They are glued bumper to bumper at the moment, are the 33 and the 9. Certainly making, we see there the black flag being waved for Jack Strand, so he's maybe a bit more to that story. He's not abiding by that flag. They fire into turn 4 and 5. Goes Cranston chasing Zach Tucker into turn 6 now. And it looks like Jack Strand has actually dropped off the throttle, so he may be looking to make his way back into the pits. We go back to the front of the field though. Zach Tucker from Jacob Cranston. At the moment, Jacob Cranston's got the fastest lap of the race. He's the only kart to break the 1 minute barrier. He's done a 59.9. Plays a 1 minute dead for Zach Tucker. We see what times they do as they come across the line. 59.6 for Tucker, 59.9 again for Jacob Cranston. So Cranny lost about 3/10 there to Tucker on that lap, but he was the fastest kart on the track the lap before. So these two at the moment trading fastest laps. They go through turn 3, now down towards turn 4.
And kart 34 has now left the circuit under the black flag.
So that was Jack Strand. We will have to find out a bit later on what that black flag was actually for, because obviously it's a pretty serious infringement if you're getting a black flag. But the 34 has now abided by that flag and made his way back into the pits. We go back to the front, and Zach Tucker is starting to open that gap a little bit to Jacob Cranston. The track does look like it's starting to dry out a little bit, so maybe possibly a strategy there, maybe a little bit of strategy involved to make sure there's going to be some tyre left on these wets. You don't want to overheat them too much. You can start to slide around a lot and overheat the tyre. At the moment, we see there, Cranston does actually close back up onto Tucker, so maybe he was just giving the tyre a lap or two just to cool down. Wouldn't be surprised with the experience of Jacob Cranston. They come into turn 3 now. Cranston's hunting the back of Tucker. He's starting to harass the back. Oh! And the 33's gone. The wheels come off. So Zach Tucker, the left rear, just departed the go-kart, and he's ended up hard into the barrier there. The wheels bounced across the track. It's still bouncing down the road. Hopefully Tucker's okay. That was a big moment. Something's happened or gone awry there.
And it's bounced right up onto the fence, and I can see one of the spectators is holding it.
So Zach Tucker, he will not believe his luck, and Jacob Cranston won't believe his eyes after that. Coming into turn 4 there, Tucker just completely slid through, and the go-kart, the wheels come off the kart. We see Tucker walking away, looking pretty frustrated, and rightly so. Poor old Zach Tucker, he's had a great Friday and Saturday here at the KartSport New Zealand 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals, but it's all come undone, unfortunately, in the final. Jacob Cranston, who was looking like he was going to be trying to make a pass pretty shortly on Zach Tucker, he's now taken the lead of the race, and comfortably so. He's got a huge margin over Liam Carr, the 67.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds, actually.
So now for Jacob Cranston, it's just about managing that tyre, making sure he doesn't overheat it or slide the kart too much, and at the moment he's in the box seat. But what an interesting set of events, and obviously the tyre departed Zach Tucker's kart, ended up bouncing across the track. Luckily there was no other go-karts going across the front straight there, Brent. And
yeah. And normally at lap sort of 7, if a tyre's coming off, that's not because it hasn't been done up. It's something has broken, you would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. So something's gone awry there, and maybe just obviously something mechanical's let go in the go-kart, but a bolt of some sort. Jacob Cranston, though, he has assumed the lead, and we saw him actually move to the inside of the track coming down the front straight. So he's obviously searching for water in that number 9 go-kart, looking to try and keep that tyre cool. Obviously, if it overheats, it's going to start to slow him down. So he's doing a great job of keeping that go-kart nice and straight. Liam Carr there in second. He's chasing hard, trying to do the same, not overusing or overheating the tyre, but doing anything he can to try and limit that gap up front to Jacob Cranston in the 9. And for Cranny, from where he qualified, I'm sure he's probably thinking this is pretty hard to believe that he's now leading the final, and by close to 4 seconds at this stage. It's a pretty unbelievable turn of events. Jacob Cranston comes across the line, takes the fastest lap away from Logan Backhouse, now 59 dead. 59.16 for Liam Carr, 59.5 for Seth Frost. Logan Backhouse does a 59.4. A 59.2 for Flynn Murdoch, so he's very close in speed to the race leader of Jacob Cranston. Then we see the 76 of Luke McMillan and the 94 of Max Amon having a great battle a little bit further back. But the karts have all now managed to spread themselves out after the start. We've got 8 laps to go, so we've got the distance of a heat left in this race. And quite unbelievable from where we started. Obviously, recapping the race, Zach Tucker had that moment. He was going head to toe with Jacob Cranston, and then coming into turn 4, the wheel departed that go-kart, which has meant that the pole sitter and heat race winner has departed the race. But Jacob Cranston there, we see him going down towards turn 1. We see all the other drivers there coming onto the front straight. Bit of a slide there for Logan Backhouse in the 7 kart. Down towards turn 1 they go. We follow on that awesome drone shot. The drone follows the karts through turn 2. We ride with Logan Backhouse in the 7. Down towards turn 3. Gosh, that drone's got some speed to it. Down through turn 3, down to turn 4 he goes. Fires the go-kart in. Stays off the curbs. Through 5, down towards 6 goes Backhouse. And we're following up the straight. We're following Jacob Cranston. We go back there to that shot of Logan Backhouse in the 7 kart as he goes up the hill. Chasing Seth Frost, who's come out in 3rd place. And it shows. Sometimes, see, qualifying is critical, but we've seen some of these karts end up coming from further back and getting themselves in pretty prime positions, which is exactly what Jacob Cranston and Seth Frost have done. Liam Carr there, he's doing a great job to be in 2nd. We obviously saw him have a DNF yesterday, but to bounce back and be in 2nd place is no mean feat. We've now got 6 laps to go. Flynn Murdoch's just taken the fastest lap of the race at a 58.4, so he's just gone a 10th quicker than Jacob Cranston, the race leader. Cranston 0.2 of a second quicker than Liam Carr. And obviously for Cranston, he's in that position where he can just control the margin, which he's doing so well. As he now comes down the hill towards the final corner. 6 laps to go in this one. The Vortex SV Senior non-championship class this weekend, so although at the end of this one it's obviously great to win this round and come out the winner, it won't be for a national title, but it may very well in the future. So great to see. And at the moment, Jacob Cranston in control of this in the number 9 kart, just at a 58.3. So he just did his personal best lap. Liam Carr was 0.2 off him. So Seth Frost there in 3rd on a 58.9. He's getting hunted by Logan Backhouse, who just did a 53.1. So maybe Seth Frost starting to use up the tyre a little bit too much, because Backhouse is starting to come towards him, and he was a little bit slower than some of those other karts. So that 3rd place could be under threat possibly. Cranston, though, comes through down the S's, down the back straight now. The number 9 Sodi kart down towards the last corner. And we'll have 4 laps to go this time by. Into turn 1. Liam Carr comes down the front straight now. The 67, the Australian. Done a great job to turn up here to KartSport Rotorua and put on a show. Turn 3 now for Cranston as we follow him in the drone. The drone able to keep up with the number 9 Vortex SV Senior. The Higgins supported driver.
based out of the Manawatu. He comes through turn 6, up towards turn 7 now. Nice and smooth, keeping that go-kart very straight is Cranston. Up towards the top part of the circuit he goes, through the sweeper. Now down the track, through the S's, onto the back straight. Nice shot that across the track. We can see turn 6 and 7 from there as well. Through the last corner he goes, onto the front straight. And there's going to be 3 laps remaining after this. Through turn 1 he goes. So he climbs the staircase up through turn 2. Up towards turn 3. He's keeping his hands very, very straight, just preventing and mitigating any sliding in the rear so that those tyres hold on. And these wets have done a great job to hold on for 18 laps, considering we haven't seen any raindrops or rain passing through the racetrack at this point. But as you said a little bit earlier, Brent Malhop, it was looking like the weather may start to move in, and we could see some slightly hairy weather a bit later on.
It's looking like it's stabilised at sort of quite high clouds, so we might be in for a dry final, which would be awesome because that's when we get the best racing. But yeah, Jacob's pulled out a nearly 5.5 second lead, so he's just managing his tyres now and you know, keeping the kart nice and straight, no slide. You'll just see him, his hands are just barely moving.
Yeah, and that's obviously key attribute to being fast is being smooth, and Jacob Cranston is doing just that. In the number 9, Sodi Kart, the Higgins supported driver, comes through turn 4 now. We could see Liam Carr in the background there in the 67. The Australian, he's got to pull 5 seconds in the next 2 laps, which I find very unlikely at this stage. But we can actually see a little bit of sunshine coming through the clouds now, so it is going to help the track dry even further, and I doubt these wets are going to be very useful after this final, being that the track is starting to really dry out. And we saw Cranston moving across the road earlier in the race, trying to hunt for some water, but at this point he's probably realised he's got the gap out far enough, and everyone will be dealing with the same problem. So they go down to turn 1. Jacob Cranston takes the last lap board, comes up now through turn 2. In the number 9, the Sodi Kart, he goes through turn 3. Now he's going to go back down the hill towards turn 4. Nice shot there through turn 4 and 5. You can really see that dry line starting to appear. Liam Carr there in second still. Seth Frost, he's held on to third. He's got Logan Backhouse, who's got the fastest lap of the race and was been one of the fastest drivers the last few laps, chasing him. But I think it may be a little bit too late for Logan Backhouse to get to the back of Seth Frost. We see there Max Amon and Luke McMillan having a great battle in the 94 and the 76. Max Amon started off the front row, but as we go back to the front, coming through the last corner is Jacob Cranston to take out the final here in KartSport Rotorua for the first final of the KartSport New Zealand 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. Takes out the Vortex SV Senior Class, which is a non-championship title, but all the more Jacob's done the job, come home with the win, which I'm sure he'll be very, very happy with. His dad, Andrew, down there, running him for the weekend, and they will be very, very happy down there, and it's going to be obviously a great forte into the KZ2 final that they're going to be competing in the not-so-distant future, which will be for a national title, so which Jacob has been very, very fast in so far this weekend, and we saw he will be starting on the front row for that one. But congratulations to Jacob Cranston. What a drive, and to win it by that sort of margin as well, Brent Malhop, is pretty special.
Yeah, look, a shout-out to Zach Tucker. Hopefully Zach can hear me, but he's putting his helmet back on, getting ready to come in the recovery vehicle. But yeah, not the way that a world champ likes to finish any race on the trailer. But I'm pretty sure that those wets that are coming in will now be more likely to be called slicks.
Absolutely. And Seth Frost actually got the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. So shout out to Liam Carr, who came home in second from Australia, and Seth Frost, who came home in third. Great drive from both of those boys. And Seth Frost obviously upped the tempo in those last couple of laps and held off Logan Backhouse in the number 7. Great job from all three of those drivers to come home rounding out the top 4. In 5th was Flynn Murdoch. He came home rounding out the top 5. And obviously from the start of that race, it was lights to flag drama. Zach Tucker, unfortunately, in the 33 kart, is carrying his go-kart back to that Ingham Ford Ranger trailer to get a lift back to the pits. And as obviously we can see down there as well, missing that left rear wheel. So I'm sure they'll be back to diagnose what happened there and why that occurred. But as we can see there on the grid,
I'm terrible for
Rotax DD2 will be up very shortly.
And look, we've got another guest commentator that's just turned up, Blake Dowdle, who's been racing. I'm going to pass him over to you, Ronan, to have a bit of a chat with him so that he can talk through.
Up now, Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group. JW Group offer a cutting-edge lineup of EV buses, coaches and vans designed for efficiency, sustainability and performance. And obviously, we will also be crowning within that a Masters champion. So green plate signifies a Master, which have their own NZ title within the class, ages 35 to 60. And then 60 plus is obviously the Legends class, but we don't unfortunately have any Legends racing in this class this weekend. So we see now the Rotax Max DD2s make their way onto the grid. Off the pole will be Josh Bethune from Daniel Bray on the outside of the front row there. Cameron Hill off grid 3 and Darren Walker off grid 4. Blake Dowdle up here in the box. How you think this one's going to unfold, mate?
Hey, look, I don't know a lot of the drivers in this category specifically, but Cam Hill, I did go to the Elite Motorsport Academy with him. He did an exceptional job down there, came second, and I suppose that we could say he's grown as a driver from that, and he could absolutely move forward in the field here.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be going off grid 3. The reigning 3 and Z in this class. Josh Bethune, the reigning champion, will go off the pole position, looking to take himself a back-to-back title. Daniel Bray off the outside of the front row. And that number 11 kart. And Darren Walker, the 3 and Z in the Rotax heavy class. He will be going off the outside of the second row of the grid. Ryan Higgins off grid 5. Ollie Mosby off grid 6 in the 77. Dylan Bryant off grid 7 and Asher Harpy off grid 8. Simon Mosby off grid 9. Louise Rawson off grid 10. Let's head down to Regan and catch up with Jacob Cranston, our finals winner from the Vortex SV senior class.
Yeah, well, thanks, Ronan. I'm here with Cranny, who's just won the final. Bit of luck, but also a bit of pace there, mate. You're right on. Obviously, Zach came off, but you were looking like you were lining up to pass him anyway.
Yeah, honestly, I feel so sorry for Zach. He's been the one to beat this whole series so far. And he's had 2 bad races in a row. I feel sorry for him as well, man. They put in a lot of effort, and I'm just joined our team, one of the nicest people you could ask in the team. So I do feel sorry for them both. But that's motorsport. A few thanks for our team, all our motorsport members. They come and help and drive up the weekend just to help on both the cars.
You got a good result in that one, but it's the next one you really want the result in, isn't it?
It's always been a dream. Last nationals, so it's been nice to finish strong in that class and walk away with something to remember.
Yeah, well, hopefully carry the momentum from this one. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to hear from our winner of the Vortex Rock DSV class, Jacob Cranston, and we will be seeing him very in the not so distant future for KZ2. But coming up to the line now, as they build up the revs, the lights are about to go out. Rotax Max DD2 brought to you by JW Group, and Josh Bethune, the reigning champion, the 1NZ, he's actually been swamped a little bit there, and he's gotten into Cameron Hill. Cameron Hill's been pushed back. They were going about 3 wide through turn 2 there. Daniel Bray on the outside of Darren Walker, who's done a great job from 4th to slice his way into 2nd. We see there the 31 as well has moved up. It's all go here in Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW group. We now go down towards turn 7. Daniel Bray back up the inside of Darren Walker in the 14. He puts his head down, gives him the fingers. Let's move forward and try and chase Josh Bethune. So they now go down through the S's on this first lap. Bethune's already got a 3 or 4 kart length gap over Daniel Bray and Darren Walker. They come into the final corner for the first lap. Coming across the line. In 4th place, Dylan Bryant in the 51 karts moved up. The 76 of Simon Mosby there in 5th. And Cameron Hill, who started from that 3rd grid spot, he's dropped now back to 6th after that first or second corner melee between himself and about 3 or 4 other karts. Josh Bethune there, still leading the way from Daniel Bray and Darren Walker. As we can see there, Blake, obviously the top 3 have started to open up the gap over Dylan Bryant, who's there in 4th place, and Simon Mosby and Cameron Hill behind them. We now go down the back straight, fire through the last corner. Coming down there, Josh Bethune's got Daniel Bray up the inside of him. Bethune moves across. Now Josh Bethune under attack from Daniel Bray. Darren Walker there in 3rd in the 14. This is probably the most we've seen Josh Bethune under attack so far this weekend. And Daniel Bray really putting the pressure. Putting Josh Bethune under the blowtorch. We saw there the number 1, Josh Bethune there, he's the smart racer in himself. He was smart enough. He moved across down at turn 1. But Daniel Bray, maybe he saved the best till the final. There, Josh Bethune looking down the right-hand side. He wasn't sure whether Bray had a run or not quite enough. But he's now starting to bottleneck these guys a little bit. Daniel Bray all over the back of the reigning champion, and Darren Walker wants to go with him. Josh Bethune, though, he's not the 1NZ for no reason. They come onto the front straight. Daniel Bray's got to run. He's going to try and fire up the inside of Bethune. He's going to get the move done. Brilliant pass there from Daniel Bray to take the lead of the final here for the Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group. Bray takes the lead from Bethune. Darren Walker there, still there in 3rd. In 4th, Cameron Hill's managed to make his way back through to get back to where he was at the start. But the top 3 at the moment, this is absolutely lighting up between the 3 of them. Daniel Bray taking the lead, but he hasn't managed to really pull a gap yet on Josh Bethune or Darren Walker. Bethune wants that lead back as they head up to the top part of the circuit. Great pass there from Daniel Bray, wasn't it, Blake?
Yeah, it was. Look, Daniel Bray is a very experienced racer, and with the amount of laps he's done, the championships he's done, the people he's raced, he knows how to save a tyre. And look, I think he might have done that, and he'll have all of it to fight for in the final here.
It certainly looks to be that way. Daniel Bray has taken the lead, but Josh Bethune's not done with it. He doesn't want to relinquish that lead. He's now going to try and give him a run up towards turn 3. Still bumper to bumper between the leader and the 2nd place driver. They fire down towards turn 6. Daniel Bray leading it from Josh Bethune. Darren Walker there in 3rd. The fastest lap of the race for Cameron Hill in the 3NZ kart. As they head up the back straight now. Darren Walker, he moves over, and Cameron Hill's actually gone past him, so not too sure what happened there, but they now come around the back section of the track. They snake their way down. Down the back straight they go. Daniel Bray leading the way from Josh Bethune. Darren Walker, he's dropped back to 4th behind Cameron Hill. They come down the front straight now. 13 laps to go this time by. Bray out front. Josh Bethune hunting him in the 1NZ kart. Paralyn versus Cosmic kart out the front. Another Cosmic kart's just moved into 3rd in the form of Cameron Hill. Currently looking to defend his 3NZ type. They come through. Turn 5 into turn 6. Up now towards turn 7 comes Bray in the number 11 kart. Looking to peel one of those number 1s off his go-kart and make it just a single-digit number. They go up through turn 8 and 9. Josh Bethune still right there, glued to the back of Daniel Bray. I'm sure he probably wasn't expecting to have Daniel Bray hunting him so early in the race, but Bray clearly looked after those tyres throughout, as has Josh Bethune, because he hasn't been dropped just yet, and he's not going to go down without a fight. So they make their way up towards turn 3. Bray settling into a rhythm. He's got the fastest lap of the race now, a 53.8. Josh Bethune, though, he's no slouch. He wasn't much slower on a 53.9, so he's not going to let him run away with this one. They now come through turn 6, up towards turn 7. Daniel Bray now running up the hill. Josh Bethune chasing him down. Darren Walker's actually dropped off the top 3 a little bit, and he's now under fire from the 95 of Ryan Higgins. There may possibly be an issue with the 14 kart, because he has lost a couple of spots in the last couple of laps just from going up that back straight, so possibly an issue. Josh Bethune now putting Daniel Bray under a heap of pressure. He tried to go the inside. Daniel Bray moved over to try and defend the spot. They now head up towards turn 3. Bethune up the inside, not quite. Shows a nose to Daniel Bray. Bray knows the better for it, though. Stays ahead. Josh Bethune got a lot of curb there at turn 4. Is he going to be able to throw it back up the inside? Not quite. Not at turn 6. Maybe at turn 7 if he gets the exit right. He got a strong exit, but so did Daniel Bray, as they now go up towards the top of the hill. To turn 8 and 9. Bethune getting into the back there. A little bit of Daniel Bray, playing a bit of Morse code, letting him know he's there. They now come down the straight towards... Oh, and Bethune up the inside. What a pass. But Daniel Bray's going to come right back at him. He was probably expecting it. They're going to do what we saw, a deja vu moment from when Daniel Bray made the pass on Josh Bethune originally. Bethune, though, has got a better line through 2. What can he do up towards turn 3? He's on the outside. It's not favourable. They now go down towards turn 4. Bray under attack from the reigning current 1NZ in the Rotax Max DD2 class, Josh Bethune. And we've got a fight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Bray versus Josh Bethune. 10 to go. We've still got a whole entire heat plus 2 laps left of this final here for Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group. Daniel Bray, Josh Bethune. Cameron Hill starting to make inroads on these guys as well, the more they fight. So they make their way down the front straight. Bray, Bethune's now up the inside. They now go up towards turn 3. Bethune still leading it from Daniel Bray. What a pass that was down at turn 1. They now come through. Down towards turn 6. Bethune still leading the way from Daniel Bray. What a pass that was to get Daniel Bray back. Has Daniel Bray got anything left in the tank? They go up towards turn 8 and 9. Down through the S's now. Down the back straight. Josh Bethune getting chased by Daniel Bray. Cameron Hill now trying to play into the mix. Potentially eyeing up a New Zealand title himself there. The 3NZ, he's getting closer and closer to these top 2. We now go up towards turn 3. Bethune still leading the way from Daniel Bray. Cosmic kart, followed by a Paralyn kart, followed by another Cosmic kart. We now go into turn 6, towards turn 7. Making their way up the hill, and it looks like Josh Bethune has managed to open up the gap a little bit there to Daniel Bray, Blake.
Yeah, well, a battle that we might not be acknowledging so much is Cam Hill. He's gone right back in the field at the start of that race, but look, he's been setting some of the fastest laps of the race. Not last lap, the one before, he was fastest on track. Actually caught those front 2 by 3/10.
Yeah, he's certainly making inroads, and the more they battle, the closer it's going to get at the front there. Josh Bethune still leading the way. Daniel Bray, he's got 7 more laps to try and make a move back past. That Paralyn kart certainly came good for a few laps there as he made his way past Josh Bethune. But now he's been passed back. So they now make their way towards turn 6. Cameron Hill starting to make inroads.
Look, now these top two stop battling. We're starting to see some real pace come out of this Bethune kart. Just sitting the fastest lap of the race last lap with a 53.3, pulling around about 3/10 away from Daniel Bray.
Certainly is. They come down to the last corner. Across the start-finish line they go. 6 laps to go this time by for Josh Bethune. 6 more laps before he can call himself a back-to-back national champion in the Rotax Max DD2 class. Brought to you by JW Group. But Daniel Bray, he's going to want to put a stop to that any way, shape or form he can. They fire through turn 5 and 6. Down towards 7 now. Out through the first hairpin, into the second hairpin. They get the karts stopped nicely. Up now, the back straight. Up the hill they go as they shift gear up to second. Up into the big sweeper, turn 8 and 9. Daniel Bray still there in between those two Cosmic karts. Cameron Hill at the moment still on his way to defending that 3NZ plate. They make their way onto the front straight. Josh Bethune in the number 1. The reigning champion, Daniel Bray there, still in second. And on those last laps, Daniel Bray was slightly quicker than Josh Bethune, only by 100th of a second, but any time is still time. Cameron Hill was about 3/10 off the pace of those guys. Down there in third, Ryan Higgins, he's in fourth. Ollie Mosby's doing a good job there to be in fifth. Dylan Bryant there in sixth. Asher Harpy in seventh. Simon Mosby there in eighth. The master, Louise Rawson and Carly Samuelson there, rounding out the top 10. Alexis Newhoff in 11th, and Ali Hewlett rounding out the field. Unfortunately, we lost Darren Walker. Obviously an issue of some sort, and after how fast he's been this weekend, he'll now have to turn his focus to Rotax Max Heavy, where he's been one of the form drivers. Josh Bethune there, comes through turn 2. Unrivaled for the last couple of laps, but Daniel Bray is looking racy in the number 11. Josh Bethune's just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's doing everything he can to try and pull away from Daniel Bray. Make their way through turn 7 now. The sun's starting to shine a little bit down on the racetrack. That dry line is definitely showing. But at this stage of the race, Blake, the top 3 are well and truly gone.
Yeah, it's pretty set in stone, that order now, unless anything goes majorly wrong with any of those 3. It seems that's the finishing order we're going to end up with. But look, Daniel Bray, his go-kart's still getting faster and faster towards the end. He's just set a personal best lap for the race.
It certainly has. Josh Bethune there, carbon copy of the lap before, nice and smooth and consistent. He did a 53.4 last time around. Daniel Bray dropped it to a high 53 at a 53.8, and Cameron Hill with a 53.9. So the top 3 still the fastest karts on the track, but Josh Bethune at the moment clearly the fastest kart as he starts to open that margin up to Daniel Bray. We're not far away from crowning our first national champion for the 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals here at KartSport Rotorua. Down the back straight they come. Josh Bethune fires that go-kart, the Cosmic kart, proudly wearing the number 1 through the final corner. Into turn 1 he goes. 2 laps to go. He'll have the last lap board next time around. They go up towards turn 3. Daniel Bray still there in second place at the moment. It's looking harder and harder and more unlikely that he's going to be able to catch Bethune. They go down towards turn 6 now for the second to last time. Bethune nice and smooth. The go-kart jacks a little bit as it comes through 7, and then he gets back on the power and up the hill. Daniel Bray still there in second. Cameron Hill sort of checked out a little bit. He's still there in third, so he'll be retaining and defending that number 3 NZ top plate. But at this stage, Josh Bethune and Daniel Bray are walking away with that 1 and 2 place positions. Last lap board out. One more lap for Josh Bethune to be able to call himself a back-to-back national champion in the Rotax Max DD2 class, brought to you by JW Group. So they make their way up through turn 3. Bray chasing him down. Is he going to be able to do something about it? He was slightly faster than Bethune on that last lap, but he actually got a little bit of dirt on the exit there out of turn 5, so he's pushing hard to try and make something happen or force Bethune into a mistake. But Josh Bethune, with as much experience as he's got, he's certainly one that's hard to fool. As they come now down the hill, down through the S as they come, down the back straight for the last time for Josh Bethune. He comes through the last corner, and he's going to be crowned as our first national champion for the 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals here in KartSport Rotorua. Josh Bethune goes back to back. The current and reigning now DD2, Rotax Max DD2 champion, national champion, Josh Bethune. Congratulations to him. He looks pretty stoked about that one. Gives himself a little fist pump there. That was pretty cool. So the number 1 will be sticking around for another year on the side of Josh Bethune's Cosmic Kart. Daniel Bray, what a drive from him to come home second. We usually see him in the shifter kart class, but he's lost a couple of gears and running now in DD2, but a great job from him to come for a head out and come home with a 2NZ plate. And then Cameron Hill comes home there in third, so he'll retain that 3NZ plate in the Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group class. Congratulations to all our place getters, particularly the top 3. What a result for Josh Bethune, and no doubt we'll be able to hear from him pretty shortly. But pretty cool to have our first national champion here at the New Zealand, the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals crowned, and it is none other than Josh Bethune.
That's awesome. Josh and Dan certainly put on a seriously good race to watch, but at the end of the day, Josh's skill has come through, his kart setup, managing the tyres, all of those things that make a difference to make you a New Zealand title holder, and that's back-to-back now. So, we're pretty wrapped with that. Certainly from my perspective, as my last president of the last Nationals, I'm looking forward to being able to shake some national title holders, and Josh Bethune's one of those.
He certainly is, Brent, and congratulations to Josh Bethune and the team at Right Karts, taking out the Rotax Max DD2, brought to you by JW Group title here at KartSport Rotorua. But up next, we're on to the next one. We've got Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. A big thank you to Mike and Marnie Dobson for their support of the class. Natural Stone Imports offer a range of natural stone solutions, from paving and pool coping to cladding and tiles. And their boy Murphy Dobson will be competing in this one. He's going off grid 8 for the final. As I've already stated, I love that first name, Murphy. It's no coincidence it's the same last name as myself, but obviously very cool to have, and great to see such a big field here of Vortex Mini Rocks, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. We've got 33 go-karts competing in this class. And we're going to head down. You see there Josh Bethune on the live stream here, giving a big hug to the team at Right Karts, our first national champion of the weekend. And let's head down to Regan and hear from the champ, Josh Bethune.
Thanks, Ronan. Yeah, we're here with Josh Bethune, who's just successfully defended his title. Another national championship for you. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was certainly a hard battle with Daniel and didn't make life easy, but once we got the gap, we could build it and go from there. Massive thanks to Cosmic, Right Karts, Bullseye Racing, and everyone that supports me to get in here.
Yeah, when you beat Daniel Bray to a national title, that's a pretty tough ask. That guy knows how to win, and you obviously do too. It looked like it was a bit tough early on in the race. Maybe you had a set-up to come on later in the race. How would that pan out?
Yeah, I think we were good most of the way. Just working our way past them was the hard part, but yeah, it was all good. Stewie had the car on form, and yeah. quite thankful.
Awesome. Well done on another national championship.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from our Rotax Max DD2 class champion for 2026, Josh Bethune, first national champion of the weekend. So we're not too far away from crowning a second one with Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. Look at that field of 33 Vortex Mini Rocks. They make their way around. Nico Thomason, the reigning North Island champion, is going to go off the pole position with Charlie Clark, the Rodden Cars supporter drum next to him. They come up to the grid now. The revs start to build. The lights go out. Thomason gets the start. What's he going to do when they get down to turn one? He gets a big shot from behind. Thomason actually got muscled out of the way. Van Merritt there in the 99's gone through. Thomason actually found his way back through in the North Island plated kart. And Joey Zhao, the pole award winner, he's there in third. The top three have already broken away. So the NI leads the 99, leading the 66. The number 10 of Van Walker there in fourth. They make their way up through the field now as they go. We see one actually run off there on the exit of turn 5. They've all made their way back onto the circuit. Coming up now towards turn 7 they go. Big gaggle of Vortex Mini Rock karts making their way up the hill towards the turn 8 sweeper. There's a couple going 3 wide. I think that might be Nico Hewson in there. The top 3, though, have already broken away. Down the back straight they go. Nico Thomason leads it from Van Merritt. Joey Zhao there going with them. Is he going to fire up the inside of Van Merritt? It looks to be the case. He goes up the inside there in the 66 kart. Great pass from Joey Zhao, the pole winner from Friday. But he's going to get passed straight back by Merritt. Or maybe not. He's done a good job to hang around the outside there, has young Joey. They go down towards turn 4 now. Van Walker there still in 4th. Ryan Healy in 5th. Charlie Clark, who started off the front row, he's been muscled all the way back to 6th. Van Merritt now back to the inside of Zhao at turn 6. The more these two argue, though, the more it's going to give Nico Thomason a chance to drive away. Coming through turn 7 now. Clark's just muscled the 24 of Jed O'Malley out of the way. Those two have dropped back a little bit. It's allowing all these other young drivers to come up through the field. They now file their way down the back straight. Nico Thomason still leading this one. He's out front pretty comfortably. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. He was a second faster than anyone else on the circuit. Oh, we got one off on the exit there. That was the 97 kart of Murphy Dobson. Unfortunately, ended up wide. We saw him give the steering wheel a little bang, so he's obviously not happy. Coming up towards turn 3 now. We see this big gaggle or train of Vortex Mini Rocks making their way down towards turn 4 through the left, fast 2 left corners they go. And we see a kart there at the back that's making its way back through. That's the 74 kart of Sam Amon from Taranaki. They make their way now. They snake back down the hill. Down onto the back straight they go. Thomason still leading this one from Van Merritt and Joey Zhao. They now come across the front, down the start-finish line. Thomason clocks off another lap. 12 to go now in this final for the Vortex Mini Rock class, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. Charlie Clark there in the 54. He's got the 77 of Dominic Evers in behind him. And the 7 of Freddie Waller. They now all come through turn 3. Down towards turn 4 and 5. We see there that train starting to build. The number 6 is followed by the number 5, Reed Phillips from Hawke's Bay, and Nixon Boscher from the Bay of Plenty Club. Make their way up towards turn 7. Now as they make their way up the hill again, once more on lap 6 of this final for the Vortex Mini Rocks. Down the back straight is the race leader, Nico Thomason, already the reigning North Island champion. And there's a black and white flag for the 97 kart of Murphy Dobson, so he may be in a little bit of trouble. So come down to turn 1. We follow the 2nd and 3rd place drivers with the drone. Van Merritt and Joey Zhao there, the 99 and the 66 kart. They make their way up towards turn 3. Merritt's under a lot of pressure right now from the 66, who he only passed a couple of laps ago. The more these two fight, the less chance they've got of being able to catch the race leader, Nico Thomason, who is just in a league of his own at the moment. In 4th place is the number 10 of Van Walker. In 5th is the 29 kart of Ryan Healy. 6th is Charlie Clark. Then Murphy Dobson. Freddie Waller. Dominic Evers, then Freddie Waller, Jet Randall. Ivor Spence currently rounding out the top 10. And we've seen how fast Ivor Spence has been this week. And unfortunately, he's had a couple of DNFs. So he's starting to show his speed. Young Ivor Spence out of Christchurch, KartSport Canterbury. So we now go back towards the front. Nico Thomason leading the way in that NI plated kart. Joey Zhao's managed to clear Van Merritt, and now Van Walker's starting to attack. So too Ryan Healy. There's a bit of a train building up behind Van Merritt. And Joey Zhao's managed to clear them, so he's now starting to drive toward Nico Thomason. Whether he can get there in the next 10 laps, who knows? But those gaps from 2nd back through to about 8th are starting to close. We look a little bit further back down the field. Max Gosling's moved up as well. He's now in 11th. The young charger from Christchurch currently leading the Cadet 9 points in Australia. He went off grid 22 and he's passed 11 go-karts. So no doubt he's just moved up from the Cadet class recently, and his dad Tony did say the idea is to learn and pass as many karts as he can, and that's what he's doing at the moment. So great job from young Max. But back to the front there, we look at this train on the live stream. Joey Zhao there, still in 2nd. Ryan Healy throws it up to the inside of Van Walker. So the van train, Van Merritt and Van Walker, has been broken up by Ryan Healy in the 29. The 54 of Charlie Clark's looking to get back to where he started as well. Van Walker's now going to run up the back of Healy to try and defend from Charlie Clark. But Clark's now going to try to go up the inside. That Rodden car supported 54. He now makes his way up the hill. He's got Freddie Waller and Dominic Evers in behind. Freddie Waller's just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1 minute point 2. Nico Thomason, though, he is head and shoulders out in front at this stage. And Van Merritt's actually gotten to the back of Joey Zhao again. We've got one that's fired off the track. That looks like it might be the 77 of Dominic Evers. So he somehow ended up on the outside, ended up off the road on the outside of the back straight. We've got another one off as well, the 25 kart of Avnil Gundar from Whangarei. How he ended up off where he did, I'm not too sure. But Dominic Evers has now started to get going again. He's got quite a few karts built up behind him. Dominic Evers being chased. Oh, we had another one go off there by the number 6 of Reed Phillips from Hawke's Bay. Nico Houston's now starting to move up as well. He's gotten himself in that fight. We now come into the last half of this race. Down, up the hill we go. The Vortex Mini Rocks, there's about 3 or 4 of them in a big train right now. Nico Thomason, though, he's already coming across the start-finish line with 7. There's now 7 laps to go. The North Island champion. Van Merritt there leads that second group. Joey Zhao there in 3rd. Charlie Clark in 4th. Ryan Healy in 5th. Van Walker there in 6th. So they are chasing down, trying to do anything they can to get close to Thomason, who's just miles out in front by himself. They come down towards turn 6. Nico Thomason now up towards turn 7. Max Gosling's now on the back of Ivor Spence, so he's gotten to the back of the number 9 kart. The 2 young drivers from Christchurch. Coming up towards turn 7 they go. The number 11 chasing the number 9 as they go up the hill. So Max Gosling to come from 22nd. He's done a great job to move his way to where he has. Van Merritt there still in 2nd. Charlie Clark's actually moved into 3rd, so he's managed to displace Joey Zhao, and so too has Ryan Healy. They've managed to go past the pole award winner. They go down towards turn 1. Van Merritt defends from this angry little pack he's got behind him. Charlie Clark there, still in third. Ryan Healy in fourth. Van Walker's moved up to fifth. Now we see Zhao go back up the inside of Van Walker. So this group, Ryan Healy's now trying to look up the inside of Charlie Clark. That is brave going into turn 4. Fast corner, he committed. That's the move right there of a champion. Up the inside went Ryan Healy on Charlie Clark, but Van Merritt's now managed to skip away by about a kart length or so. Then behind that pack, they've got Freddie Waller and then another little group with Ivor Spence and Max Gosling on the back end of the top 10. But second, third, fourth, and fifth aren't too far away for Ivor Spence and Max Gosling. So what can those two do? Can they work together to try and get closer? Coming now onto the front straight they go. And Max Gosling gave a little nudge there to Ivor Spence as he went through. Oh, and we've got one off. Something's happened down there at turn 1. Is that the 29 of Ryan Healy? I think it might be. I think he had a coming together with Charlie Clark. Disappointing for him. Something has certainly happened there. Nico Thomason is so far ahead you can't even see him. Van Merritt though, Joey Zhao and Van Walker are still going at it. Freddie Waller's playing himself into this. Charlie Clark's not too far behind either. And Max Gosling and Ivor Spence, they're starting to catch this little pack up ahead of them. They now start to climb up the hill towards turn 8 and 9. And so far we're seeing something I think we've had unheard of so far this weekend at the Nationals, a 7-second lead for Nico Thomason. He's well and truly in control of this one. You have to take something pretty crazy to take him out of the race lead. It's now 8 seconds, so Thomason well and truly stamping his authority on the Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports class. Unbelievable performance here at KartSport Rotorua from Nico Thomason. Van Merritt there, still in second. Van Walker's now moved up to third, so the Van train, they've moved up second and third currently at this stage of the race. Joey Zhao there, still there in fourth. Freddie Waller's done a good job to move up behind the 66. Charlie Clark there. He's in sixth place. Max Gosling, what a drive from him from 22nd to 7th at this stage. Ivor Spence there in 8th. So the two Christchurch lads working together to try and catch Charlie Clark in the 54. But that is a serious effort from Max Gosling. They come now. Nico Thomason's already gone past the line to take the third lap to go. Van Merritt followed by Van Walker. Joey Zhao there. Freddie Waller in the 7. Charlie Clark not too far behind in the 54. Supported by Rodden Cars. And then Ivor Spence actually got back past Max Gosling. So I thought they were working together, but maybe not so much. But when it comes to the Nationals final, you want to try and get every position you can get. So you certainly can't blame Ivor Spence. And we now see Nico Thomason to really stamp his authority. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute .236. Van Merritt there in second, 9 seconds behind. So 9 seconds behind they are almost. So it's the gap is almost unfeasible at this point as Nico Thomason comes across the line. He's going to have 2 laps to go this time around. Van Merritt, though, he's fighting hard for that 2NZ plate at this stage. The 99 kart, they come across the line. Joey Zhao there in the 66. He's fighting hard with Van Walker and Freddie Waller there in behind. Charlie Clark still fighting there, trying to move up closer to this pack. So there's about 5 or 6 karts that might still be able to do something about this 3NZ plate. Van Merritt at the front of the pack, of this pack, and Max Gosling at the back of it. So in between all of that, I really couldn't tell you who's going to come out with that second or third place plate. As we see now, Thomason's now making his way up towards turn 8 and 9. The North Island plate kart coming through the S as he goes. Still a big battle going on, and someone's lost a bit of momentum going up that back straight. So I have a strong feeling that this 3NZ position's not going to be decided until the very end of the last lap. Thomason comes across the line, so he receives the last lap board. Nico Thomason He is only 11 corners away from being crowned the new 2026 Vortex Mini Rock New Zealand National Champion here at the Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. They now go up towards turn 3. Van Merritt starting to walk away with this 2NZ plate. But what is going to happen here for this third place? Joey Zhao's now taking it back. Charlie Clark there. He's now closed back in. Ivor Spence has actually moved up past Clark. And he's now going to try to go down the inside of Freddie Waller. What can Ivor Spence do at the last second there? That was a cold, calculated pass from Ivor Spence, the number 9. He now comes through turn 7. Has he got enough of a run? There's still fighting going on between Joey Zhao and Van Walker. But as we turn our attention back to the front, coming through the last corner, Nico Thomason's going to come across the line to take the national championship. Congratulations to Thomason, national champion in the Vortex Mini Rock class. But look at this fight for third place. Van Merritt's going to take second. Zhao gets pushed out the way by Van Walker, who's going to take that third place. What a race across the line. Oh, we got one that got just turned around there at the end. Someone clearly not very happy across the start-finish line. That's a bit of drama. Ivor Spence got turned around. Absolute scenes down there for the Vortex Mini Rock class, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. What a finish to that one, and was a case of the van train. Nico Thomason take out the win from Van Merritt, and Van Walker rounding out the podium. What a drive there at the end between those young lads. Joey Zhao came home in 4th. Ivor Spence, the Christchurch lad, did a great job to get himself back to 5th. Freddie Waller in 6th. Charlie Clark 7th. And Max Gosling from 22nd position on the grid to be 8th. Hard to fathom what could have been for Max had he started a little bit further up. Dominic Evers home in 9th, and Jed O'Malley rounding out the top 10 here in the Vortex Mini Rock class, brought to you by Natural Stone Imports. And we've just crowned a new national champion, Brent Malhop, in the form of the North Island champion, Nico Thomason.
Oh, that's an awesome drive by Nico. I mean, 11.8 seconds ahead of the nearest competitor. I think, he's shown his real class. He just put his head down and just kept moving forward, and that's great. But I'd have to say, 3rd through about 6th. I didn't realise we needed to now have a camera on the finish line like they do in horse racing to be able to work out who came home 3rd. I think that's might be a bit of a subject to some reviews. But yeah, no, some awesome driving from these young motor racing experts that are destined for greatness.
It certainly was. And up next, we're going to have KZ2, brought to you by Apparel Master Tauranga. Is the live stream actually working? Yeah. Is Regan talking to anyone? We're not too far away from the shifter kart class. KZ2 brought to you by Apparel Master Tauranga. Not too far away from kicking off their final here at KartSport Rotorua. Not too far away from crowning yet another national champion. Be the 3rd one of the afternoon. But congratulations to Nico Thomason in that Vortex Mini Rock class. What a drive that was, and what a statement to win it by a margin that big. So we now see all the shifter karts, the KZ2s, making their way around circuit, warming up. Getting ready for the standing start that we'll be seeing very shortly. So we see now Nico Thomason, the North Island, and now New Zealand champion in the Vortex Mini Rock class, pushing his kart through, getting weighed on his way through, getting a round of applause from his peers. Obviously the winners in all of these classes are subject to technical inspections and any protests, but hard to see if there would be a protest for the NI plated kart. He was completely alone that entire race. It was a 1-2 there for Dan Connor Racing. Nico Thomason and Van Merritt there. Sorry, a 1-2-3 for Dan Connor Racing. So congratulations to everyone at DCR and to Dan Connor. All three of his drivers in the Vortex Mini Rock class there. Three of them taking out the top three at the Nationals. Nico Thomason there, he's given a lot of hugs out. And let's head down to Regan and see if we can hear from our newly crowned Vortex Mini Rock National Champion, Nico Thomason.
All right, Nico, put it there, mate. That's awesome. You can upgrade your NI plate to a number 1 plate or an NZ if you want to.
Yeah, I've got no words.
Well, you drove an awesome race, mate. I'll let you go and celebrate with your team and your family. Well done, and we hope to see you out there with the number 1 very soon.
Thank you.
Great to hear. Although a little bit brief from the newly crowned national champion, and understandable, not got much to say. He's probably pretty speechless at this point to be now crowned the best in New Zealand in that class, the Vortex Mini Rock class. Now we turn our attention to KZ2 shifter karts. We're not too far away from seeing the standing start for this class, and always a spectacle. You can get yourself along onto the fence there somewhere to watch these karts in all their glory doing these standing starts. They take off like absolute rocket ships, and we're going to see the best of the best get into it in this class. Blake Corrin's going off the pole position. Jacob Cranston, who we just saw fresh off winning the Vortex Rock DSV class, although a non-championship class, still an incredible win for him in the number 9 go-kart, and he's now going to be going off the front row here in KZ2 in the shifter kart. Who are we going to be crowning the champion for KZ2? The North Island champion, Mitchell Corrin's going to go off grid 3, and Raymond Mallon there, the reigning 2NZ off grid 4. We can see them all wheeling these go-karts back and forth, just making sure they don't stick. Regan's now joined me up in the box. We're ready to go. Lachlan Tombleson, the pole sitter, is going to go off grid 5. We've got 4 lights. Out they go, and off they go. The front row got a great start. Blake Corrin. Jacob Cranston got muscled out the way by the NI kart, so he's dropped back to about 4th. And Luke Thompson in the 31's moved up to 3rd. Cranston looked behind to see what was going on. So Corrin, and Cranston's actually gone back through to 2nd. So as Thompson and the NI kart of Mitchell Corrin argued it out, Cranny found 2 spots. He's moved back up, but what that's done is allowed Blake Corrin to drive away there at the front with a big gap. That did possibly look like there was maybe some karts creeping at the line though, Regan, so we may be seeing some investigations.
Maybe. I think they all stopped before the lights went out, which is the key thing. But Cranny did a blinder of a move up there at turn 3 to get back into 2nd place. That was pretty impressive. I don't think he touched anyone. It looked pretty clean.
Yeah, it certainly did, and just slithered his way through past Mitchell Corrin and Luke Thompson, who were haggling over that 2nd place spot. What it's done is given the front two a fair amount of breathing room. Blake Corrin, Jacob Cranston, they've now got a sizable gap. We look a bit further back. Luke Thompson there, he's still chasing Mitchell Corrin for that 4th place. Then in 5th, we've got Scott Chaston from Australia, so we're starting to see the best of Scott Chaston. He makes his way up there, driving Matt Kinsman's Sodi kart. Then in behind him, the 2NZ of Raymond Mallon and Sebastian Manson there in 6th, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. The youngster who's going to be racing in Indy Pro 2000 this year over in America, having a good run so far in the start of this final. They come up towards turn 8 and 9 now, make their way down the hill through the S's. Blake Corrin leading this one, the 99 kart from the number 9 of Jacob Cranston. They come across the line. Corrin's got this one pretty under control at this stage. The 99 from the 9 from the NI kart. Thompson there almost went into the back of Mitchell Corrin. They now go up to turn 3. What a start, Regan. That was pretty hectic.
Yeah, that was pretty hectic, all right. It was always going to be. I think it's the start of a national championship final, so everyone's trying to get to the first corner first.
Oh, we've got an incident there. We were just talking about him set the fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Manson, he came across from the outside and got cleaned out by the number 5 kart.
That's Jason Lee.
So a run in there for the number 5 and the 55. Manson walking over to where Lee is, possibly for a little chat, but Blake Corrin there in the 99 comes through the last corner, down the front straight, and he's actually opened that margin up to Jacob Cranston, so Cranny's actually started to fall a little bit back further towards Mitchell Corrin in the NI-plated kart. They make their way up towards turn 3. Corrin from Cranston, from another Corrin and Mitchell Corrin. Luke Thompson there still in 4th in the 31. Scott Chaston there. He's starting to close in 5th place. And then Raymond Mellon there in 6th in the reigning 2NZ-plated kart.
Scott Chaston's looking pretty speedy. I think this is the best we've seen from him all weekend. He's saved it for the final. Good to see Australian competitor, footing it with our guys in here in the final. It's the only race that matters for the whole weekend, and he saved it for the last.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Blake Corrin, he's got a pretty sizable lead at this stage of the race. Be interesting to see what the strategies are for all of these drivers and how they want to play it in terms of tyre life. Poor old Lachlan Tombleson, he was the pole position getter from Friday. He's all the way back in 8th at the moment. He has set the fastest lap of the race, though, showing his speed at a 52 dead. So plenty of speed oozing out of the 98 Sodi kart. Just unfortunately not got the track position at this stage of the race. But the great thing is there's 14 laps to go in this final for KZ2. And as we've seen so far today, Regan, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's right, and it's a long old race to do. How many was it? 17, 18 laps around here. That's a long way in any kart, and the race will evolve depending on how people have set their karts up, set their tyre pressures. To come on early, or most of them will be aiming to come on later. But it'd be interesting to see whether Cranny has a late charge towards Blake Corrin.
And it is starting to look that way a little bit. Jacob Cranston looks like he was falling into the clutches of Mitchell Corrin, but if anything over the last lap, the number 9 kart, and sure enough, Jacob Cranston, he set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 51.8. Blake Corrin wasn't far behind on a 51.9, but it's a big statement from the number 9 kart. He's pulled away from the reigning North Island champion, Mitchell Corrin, who did a 52.1. So about 3/10 difference between the pace of Cranston and Corrin. They now start to sort of open up a little bit, and obviously fighting for a national title. There's 13 laps to go here for KZ2. At this point, maybe the go-karts are starting to switch on a bit more. Corrin out front, he's got all that fresh air. Jacob Cranston, though, we can see he's got his head down, doing everything he can to try and chase the 99. They now come through turn 1. Mitchell Corrin's now got Luke Thompson and Scott Chaston to deal with. So the 31 and the 32. Lachlan Tombleson takes that fastest lap straight back off Jacob Cranston with a 51.8. So, again, the 98 kart's got so much pace, just doesn't unfortunately have the track position, Regan.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to come back from that far down. Lachlan's pretty new in the class. He's fast. He's got a bit to learn, and I'm sure he will learn it over the next few months. But, yeah, it's pretty tough to go up against these guys that are a lot more experienced in this class, particularly with getting off the start.
And that gap between the 99 and the 9 over the last couple of laps, it was 1.4 seconds. It's now 1.2. So Jacob Cranston, he's got the headers on at the moment, and he's chasing Blake Corrin, hunting, knowing that there's a national title on the line. Cranny certainly knows how to win those. Down to turn 3 they go. Mitchell Corrin still there in 3rd. He's got Luke Thompson, Scott Chaston, and Raymond Mellon in behind him. So.
And it's super close between P3 and P6. They're very, very close. None of them seem to be able to sort of catch or pull away from anyone.
Certainly not. And Nathan Krang there, he's a little bit further behind Raymond Mellon, and then Lachlan Tombleson there in 8th place. So unfortunately for Tombleson, it's just so hard to pass in these go-karts, and he has certainly dropped a little bit further back from them where he qualified and started the heats. They now come down the front straight. Blake Corrin again, still leading the way from Jacob Cranston. Mitchell Corrin there, the North Island champion in 3rd. And then Luke Thompson went late. And look who's made his way through, Scott Chaston in the 32. So Scott Chaston from Australia, he's on the move.
Oh, Luke Thompson just lost another place. Yeah, he overcooked it down into turn 1, went wide on the brakes, under brakes, and Scott Chaston, he capitalised. And then who's that?
He certainly did. That was Raymond Mallon, the reigning 2NZ, who went up the inside of Luke Thompson. So Thompson, in about the last 5 corners, all he did was overcook the brakes a little bit into one, and it's cost him 2 spots.
Yeah, he just went in a bit too deep. And and then up at turn 3, Raymond Mallon, they give him an opportunity. He'll be in there as well. So he's passed him as well.
Certainly is. Raymond Mallon, hyper aggressive, went straight up the inside, saw that opportunity, and he was gone in there. Scott Chaston, though, he's having a great run, probably the best run we've seen him have this weekend, and he's doing it when it counts in the final here at KartSport Rotorua. The top 2 really have broken away, and Jacob Cranston, that gap it got a little bit closer. It's drained out again to about 1.4 seconds, but Cranny's not going to let Blake Corrin go without a fight. He's going to chase him all the way to the end, as we know. And then in 3rd place, Mitchell Corrin there in the North Island plated kart, doing his best to try and catch back up to Blake and Jacob. Oh, and we got one off the road there down towards turn 7. I think that was the number 20 kart of Jack Steer from Australia. So he's been having a bit of an up and down weekend. They now head down the back straight. Blake Corrin comes across the line once more. Going to be 8 laps to go this time by, so an entire heat distance. So you can almost think of it like the start of a heat, but with a 1.4 second handicap for Jacob Cranston.
Yeah, he'll just be counting down every lap, trying not to make any mistakes, hit his braking marks, hit the apexes, just keep it straight. It'll be pretty hard for Cranny to catch him from here, and even if he does catch him, he's still got to pass him. So I think Blake he's looking good here.
It's certainly one thing I've learnt pretty quickly about shifter kart racing is it is one thing to catch your competitor. It's a whole other thing, particularly at a national level, to be able to actually pass them. So
yeah, the thing is in a shifter kart, it's actually not that hard to pass, but if the guy in front decides to block, it does then become very hard to pass. So and you can expect in a final at the Nationals, if someone's behind you and you're in the lead, you're probably going to be blocking and running a very narrow line into those hard braking corners.
absolutely, you're going to do everything you can. And we just saw there, Scotty Chaston in the 32. He braked so late going into turn 1, almost millimetre perfect onto the back bumper of Mitchell Corrin to let him know that he's there. So we could see the Australian. He's currently contending for a 3NZ plate here in New Zealand. He's been a bit in no man's land this weekend so far, but Chaston's shown his medal over from Australia, fighting for that 3rd place currently. And obviously Matt Kinsman set that kart up on fire to come on at the end of this race, and Chaston's in a seriously good position here. He's now got Raymond Mallon, the reigning 2NZ, behind him, but at the moment Chaston's looking really strong.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to find a way past Mitch Corrin, but he's also got to make sure that Raymond Mallon doesn't get past him. So, you might think teammates would work together, but I don't think they will. They're out for themselves.
Oh, and when it comes to a national title and it's at stake, you want to do everything you can to try and get one over everybody. And at the moment, Blake Corrin's doing just that. That gap's still about 1.4 seconds back to Jacob Cranston. And then Mitchell Corrin there in 3rd. Scott Chaston's now starting to come under a bit of pressure from Raymond Mallon. So they now wind their way down the track. Blake Corrin in control of this from Jacob Cranston. And it's the front row of the grid as they started the race. Corrin looks behind as he comes down the straight to see where Cranny's at. Mitchell Corrin there in 3rd. Scotty Chaston still there in 4th. Raymond Mallon there in 5th. Luke Thompson's dropped back to 6th, and he's got Lachlan Tombleson, the pole award winner, to compete with.
Yeah, Lachlan Tomlinson's starting to put the pressure on Luke Thompson there. He might not be fighting for a podium, but these guys will fight either way for another place. And he should have the speed, and he's having a look, not quite close enough to pass him.
He certainly is. So now...
Oh, and just after I said that, he got underneath him, and he's made the move.
Great pass by Tombleson to get past the other Sodi kart, the 31 of Luke Thompson. They now come across the line to clock off another lap. 4 to go, this time by Phil Blake Corrin. He's led it from start to finish. Jacob Cranston's done a terrific job to stay in the vicinity of Corrin and keep him on his toes. North Island champion still there in third. Mitchell Corrin. Scott Chaston, the Aussie, is doing everything he can to try and disrupt the party in the top three. Raymond Mellon there in sixth. The reigning 2NZ still fighting on strong to try and stay with the 32 kart and the NI plated kart. They come round through turn 7. Up the hill they go. Tombleson there. He's now got clear track and he is now starting his chase up the track towards that fight for the 3NZ plate title. They come across the line now, so they're going to get the 2 laps remaining. Sign. Blake Corrin there, still leading it from Jacob Cranston. Oh, and Scott Chaston gave Mitchell Corrin a bit of a rub. Oh, and he's run. Had a big moment on the exit there. Lost a wheel, dropped the wheel. And that's allowed Raymond Mellon through. So Scotty Chaston, he was doing everything he could to try and get past Mitchell Corrin. Hasn't quite worked for him.
Well, Ronan, keep an eye on these two. This could be some fireworks here. There's no love lost between Mitch Corrin and Raymond Mellon. This is going to get spicy, I think.
That's very good information to know, Regan. And great having you up in the box here to give us this direct insight into the KZ2, brought to you by Apparel Master Taronga class. Obviously, Blake Corrin and Jacob Cranston, they've checked out. But as you said, Mitchell Corrin and Raymond Mellon. Mellon is on the hunt, and he is looking to keep a top 3 plate, New Zealand plate. We see Corrin go to the inside and defend. Mitch Corrin there, the North Island champion with the reigning 2NZ behind him. Oh, and Mellon up the inside. Does he get the move done? Oh, and they have a little bit of contact on the exit there, and they now come down to turn 4 and 5. I'm sure Mitchell Corrin's not going to be too stoked about that. He's going to try and go back at him if he can. Scott Chaston comes back into this fight. So too Lachlan Tombleson. They now come through turn 7 as they make their way up the hill. Mitch Corrin actually got a really good run up the hill. Blake Corrin's long gone. So too Jacob Cranston for those 1 and 2 plates. They're going to get the last lap board this time around. Blake Corrin, he's 1 lap away from being crowned the New Zealand champion in the KZ2 class. Jacob Cranston follows him through. Raymond Mellon, he's got the 2NZ plate on his card. It might be relegated to a 3NZ plate. They make their way up through turn 2. Up the hill for the final time. And then Scotty Chaston there, the Australian. He's in behind there in 4th. He'd be hunting, trying everything he can to get past Raymond Mellon and Mitch Corrin. Can he do it? We're not sure at this point. Lachlan Tombleson there is not too far behind either, trying to catch up and make up the ground he's lost. They now come up the hill for the final time. But at this stage, it's started to spread out, and we're going to run with the race leader, Blake Corrin, the 99. He's going to come around the final corner and come across the line to take out the New Zealand champion. He's now the New Zealand champion for KZ2, brought to you by Apparel Master Taronga. Congratulations to him. Jacob Cranston comes home in an awesome 2nd place, and Raymond Mellon, what a drive from him to come through to take 3rd. Awesome, awesome finish to that one in KZ2, brought to you by Apparel Master Taronga. 4th across the line was Mitchell Corrin, the North Island champion. 5th was Scott Chaston from Australia. Great drive from him. 6th was Lachlan Tombleson, our pole sitter from Friday. And then Nathan Krang home in 7th. Luke Thompson home in 8th. Ethan Sayer did a great job to come home in 9th. Jack Steer from Australia in 10th. David Malcolm in 11th. And Henry Galb rounding out our 12 finishers in the class. Sebastian Manson and Jason Lee unfortunately didn't make it to the end there after coming together earlier on in the race. We see now all the KZ2s coming back down the track towards the pit entry, and that concludes the final there for KZ2, brought to you by Apparel Master Taronga, the workplace rental and laundry solutions. And Jay Irwin, he was the KZ2 1NZ, but obviously away in America leading the Pro Shifter class in the SCUSA Winter National Series, so he will be submitting that 1NZ plate to Blake Corrin. Jacob Cranston taking over the 2NZ moniker in KZ2, and Raymond Mallon goes from 2NZ to 3NZ. Always pretty cool when you can back up a top 3 plate in New Zealand with another one the following year. So congratulations to Raymond Mallon. We see there the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class lined up on the grid. Brought to you by Foursquare Nonataha. Shout out to Sam Waddell, the owner and operator of Foursquare Nonataha. Sam's a long time supporter and previous top level karter himself. So they've provided all the drinks this weekend here at the Nationals. So huge shout out to him. As we go down there to the tech shed, we see Raymond Mallon's kart coming through. Obviously, all these results, as discussed, will be post technical inspection. We see there all the KZ2s getting pushed through after being weighed. Scott Chaston there in the 32 kart. What a great fight back from him. Almost looked like he was going to end up in that top 3 there. He fought Mitchell Corrin hard for that 3rd place during the race. As we see there, Blake Corrin, subject to technical inspection, he will be crowned the 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals champion for KZ2 class. See the kart getting lifted up onto the trailer. Sorry, the trolley. Not car racing, we're go-karting. But the 99 kart, see there, Blake getting congratulated by everybody down there in the pits. And he's going to go down to have a chat with Regan after taking out the national title in the KZ2 class.
Thanks, Ronan. I'm here with Blake Corrin, who is the 2026 KZ2 National Champion. Well done, Blake. How do you feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. Finally got some luck going my way, and the speed we've been putting in finally paid off. So, best feeling.
Yeah, you had some awesome pace out there, mate. You managed to get a gap at the start, and you just held it for pretty much the whole race.
Yeah, I think at the start I definitely had some pace, and then towards the end my tyres went off a bit, but held the gap and kept the space I need and got it done, so can't be happier.
And your brother is sitting in P3 for most of it as well, but just got pipped at the end. Would have been nice to see 2 brothers on the podium, but maybe next year.
Yeah, I was watching the racing and I saw not far from the end he got pipped, but he was doing pretty well and he's been putting in the effort as well. But yeah, cool to both be up the front and fighting for the win.
Oh, you must have been cruising if you were watching the racing behind you.
Nah, I was still pushing, just when I got a jump.
Oh, well done, Blake. Well deserved. Awesome race.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to catch up with, provisionally at this point, but our KZ2 National Champion for 2026 here at the Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals, Blake Corrin. He'll be no doubt peeling the 99 off that go-kart and replacing it with the number 1. Awesome achievement when you can come along to the Nationals and come home with a New Zealand title. And up next, as we were discussing just before the interview, Vortex Rock DVS Junior, brought to you by Foursquare Nonataha. And off the pole position for this one will be Braxton Cravanger, Tommy Hart off grid 2, Flynn Pocock off grid 3, Charlie Jamieson's going to go off grid 4, Indy Irwin, who we saw win that pre-final earlier in the day when it started to rain. We obviously saw some drama at the front. Cravanger and Tommy Hart, they tried to be last of the late breakers together and one of them ended up at the back, the other DNFing that race. So it's now dry conditions and we may start to see those two who have been class of the field all weekend, if they can, between one of them, whether they can pull off a national title, or if we're going to have a disruptor, that could be Flynn Pocock in the 8, it could be Charlie Jamieson, it could be Indy Irwin, the pre-final winner.
It's a number of karts that have been incredibly fast so far that could potentially take this national title.
Yeah, and certainly Indy Irwin's kart seems to have been coming on in the second half of the race. So given this is an 18-lap final, she, has got a highly good chance of disrupting the field. But I think with Braxton and Tommy, both season campaigners, Tommy will be wanting to get on with this one. So here they go.
Certainly will be. We're going to bring Tom Bewley and Louis Sharpen for this one. They're going to help co-commentate this race. We've had them up already in the box today. As we come up to the final corner for the warm-up, they come onto the front straight. Cravanger's going to lead them away. Tommy Hart next to him. The lights go out. Cravanger got a great start. So too Tommy Hart. What's going to happen when they get to turn one? Oh, Indy Irwin's gone through there into third. We saw a few karts go round. Pocock, who went off grid 3. That's so disappointing for him. He unfortunately got pushed a little bit there and has ended up relegating to the back of the field there. Seth Comer's moved up into 4th. They go down towards turn 6. Cravanger leads it from Tommy Hart. Indy Irwin there in 3rd. Comer there in 4th. The number 5 of Braden Watson there. He's moved up into 5th place. They go around turn 8 and 9 through turn 10 and 11. Now down the back straight towards the final corner. Cravanger from Tommy Hart. The 2 Hart karts out in front. Indy Irwin there in 3rd. Oh, we saw a bit of a lock up there for the 27. Fletcher Lowe chirping the rear. Bit of smoke signals coming off the back of that go-kart. Henry Fisher there and behind in the number 9. They come down now towards turn 4 and 5. Tom Bewley, what did you think of that start?
Yeah, definitely a pretty chaotic start. Feel bad for the guys in the second row, but Indy luckily getting through that and up into 3rd, so it'll be interesting to see how fast she is. She's definitely been really quick in the Rotax, so hopefully she can put some good laps together and catch up to the 2 Hart karts.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 2 at the front, Braxton Cravanger and Tommy Hart, they're doing what we saw them do in the heats, moving forward together. Indy Irwin there in 3rd. They come across the line. Braden Watson there, he's having a great run to be there in 4th. Can he chase down and pass Indy Irwin for a potential 3 NZ plate? As they make their way up the hill, 16 laps to go here in this final for Vortex Rock DVS Junior. At the moment, there's a little bit of sunlight coming through. Doesn't look like we're going to get any weather from this point forward. So at the moment, this race being run in the dry. Cravanger from Tommy Hart there in the lead. Indy Irwin there in 3rd. Braden Watson there in 4th. Tommy Hart set the fastest lap of the race, 54.3. Cravanger matched him with the 54.3. Indy Irwin, Braden Watson and Fletcher Lowe, they were in the high 54s, so can explain why there is a gap between the top 2 and the rest of the field as they come across the start-finish line. Cravanger from Tommy Hart, Indy Irwin, Braden Watson, and the 27 of Fletcher Lowe. He backs it in and gets the pass done on Braden Watson. Watson was going to try and hang it on the outside, didn't quite make it work. We go back to the battle at the front there on the live stream. Cravanger from Tommy Hart. They fire those go-karts, full commitment into turn 4 and 5. Breaking into turn 6. Through the hairpin, up they go towards turn 7. Cravanger leading it. The grandson of Graham Lawrence. Well-known and well-accomplished famous race car driver here in New Zealand back in the 1970s and 80s. They come down the back straight now. Cravanger from Tommy Hart. Across the start-finish line for the 2 Hart karts. Down towards turn 1. Indy Irwin still there in 3rd. Fletcher Lowe there in 4th. Braden Watson and Henry Fisher are now starting to play themselves into the battle for that 3rd place. But these 2 out front, they're stuck together like glue. Fair gap from them back to 3rd. Still 14 laps to go. And if you're in Tommy Hart's position, Louis, what are you thinking about? What are you going to try and do? Because obviously they're running virtually the same lap time, but when you've got a gap behind, you can probably afford to take a little bit more risk.
Yeah, definitely can afford to maybe have a go. I mean, there's not too much threat from behind, so if you have a go and it doesn't work out and you lose a bit of time, it's not the end of the world. But I think it looks like, the two teammates working pretty well together. They're probably just going to try keep stretching out that lead as much as possible, and I'd expect them to have a battle, a bit later on in the race. But, they're kind of, as the race unfolds so far, they're in a bit of a field of their own, so they need the pack behind to work together and see if they can close the gap.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. Tommy Hart's probably actually looking a little bit quicker at the moment. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at 53.5. Plays a 53.6 for Braxton Cravanger. And now we've got a battle going down there for third. Fletcher Lowe goes past Indy Irwin for that third place. Irwin was looking pretty comfortable there in third, but Lowe, he's got other ideas. So they come now down towards turn 7. So Fletcher Lowe goes past the free final winner for the Vortex Rock DVS class. They're now going almost too wide up towards turn 8 and 9. Down the back straight comes Cravanger and Tommy Hart. The top two have now got almost the whole straight ahead across the rest of the field. Down to turn 1 they go. Cravanger, Hart, Fletcher Lowe. Henry Fisher's now gone up the inside of the number 5 of Braden Watson. So too is Charlie Jameson in the 31 kart. So Watson's just been relegated by 2 spots. They make their way through turn 4 and 5. Down the hill comes Fletcher Lowe and Indy Irwin. The Birrell karts are now Linus Stern in 4th and 5th. They make their way through turn 6. Up the hill they go. Braxton Cravanger and Tommy Hart. Cravanger looked behind just to see who was there, and he'd see that Tommy Hart is not even a nose cone behind. They go now down the back straight. Cravanger, Hart. Third is Fletcher Lowe. 4th, Indy Irwin. Coming across the line now comes the 3rd and 4th place karts. Henry Fisher there still in 5th. Charlie Jameson's moved up to 6th, and Braden Watson there in 7th. Then a little bit further back behind, we've got Jack Phillips, Flynn Pocock, Seth Comer, and Jack McGrath rounding out the field. Still pretty status quo between the two at the front. Fletcher Lowe there at the moment in 3rd. Come down to turn 7, Cravanger. 53.5 on his last lap, 53.4 for Tommy Hart. Not a whole lot separating these two. Hart seems to be really good in the second half of the lap. Cravanger seems to pull a little margin in the first part. And that's what it's all about, isn't it, Tom? You've obviously got to find a strength and a weakness, as we might see Tommy Hart go up the inside. He's going to go up the inside and get that move done. He actually flicked his nose cone a little bit. That was set up really perfectly. Obviously, that second half of the lap, just those change of directions, Tommy Hart seems to be really strong.
Yeah, definitely. It was actually a really good move, and now he just needs to put a few laps together, try and make a gap and don't look behind. Obviously, they've got a huge gap back to 3rd, so yeah, Tommy's put on a good move there, but now he's just got to focus forward and try to drive away.
Absolutely, and that was one of those moves that actually dislodged or pulled the front bumper of Cravanger's kart a little bit. It all seems to be okay, but there was certainly no doubt a little bit of contact there. They both ended up running wide, but you can afford to do that a little bit and probably play with your competitor a bit more when you've got such a big gap behind. You know you're not going to get 4 or 5 karts back up the inside of you. That's obviously the biggest fear when you're in a train. You try and make a move. If it doesn't come off, 5 or 6 karts could pass you.
Yeah, that's for sure. I don't know what Josh Hart will be thinking of that since they've been teammates, but no. Obviously, yeah, bit of a gap. So now Braxton needs to put his head down and try to catch up and put another move on Tommy. Tommy looks like he's got really good pace, and yeah, just not looking back, no mistakes, and he looks like he's pulled a bit of a gap now.
Yeah, he certainly does, and that's and not only does it, it starts here in KartSport at national level, but you start making your way through the ranks in go-karting and then onto cars. Obviously, all the same rules apply when it comes to passing and the way it works and the consequences if it goes wrong. And right there, that was a pretty solid pass. Obviously, not too much of a loss in the sense of position for Braxton Cravanger, but a big loss in the sense that could be the difference between winning or losing a national title. And a big change for Tommy Hart as well, now leading this race. They come down towards turn 1. They're now going to climb the staircase up the hill towards turn 3, and the battle raging on now, still for that third place. Fletcher Lowe, Indy Irwin, Charlie Jameson, and Henry Fisher there. So all 4 of those guys having a great battle. Indy Irwin hasn't let Fletcher Lowe get away. She's still hungry for that third place, that 3NZ plate. Charlie Jameson there as well, though. He's getting up in behind Indy Irwin, looking to try and make a pass or capitalise on a mistake if he can. They come up through turn 8 and 9 now. The leaders are now on the back straight. Tommy Hart, he's actually started to open up probably more of a margin than what Cravanger had over him earlier on. Clearly a lot of pace in the 69 kart. 7 laps to go. Fletcher Lowe, Indy Irwin, Charlie Jameson now up the inside. Late pass. Gets the move done on Indy Irwin. What a move from Jameson in the 31. Is Indy Irwin going to go back up the inside at turn 3? No, she thinks the better of it. Down the hill they go. That's given Fletcher Lowe a little bit of reprieve. Into 4 and 5 now they go. Fastest lap to Tommy Hart at this stage of the race still. 7 laps to go. There's going to be 6 this time on by. Coming down the hill, and the field really has started to spread out a bit. The top 2 have obviously broken away from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th. But another gap back to 7th there. 8th and 9th a little bit further back as well. They come across the line. Fletcher Lowe still chasing, trying to chase down the top 2. He's bringing Charlie Jameson, Indy Irwin, and Henry Fisher with him. Then poor old Flynn Pocock, unfortunately at the start he got rotated when he was off grid number 3, and he's dropped right back. The 44 there of Jack Phillips in behind him. Come down through the last corner. Tommy Hart, Braxton Cravanger chasing him down. Fletcher Lowe there. He's getting pressure from Charlie Jameson, who's going to go down the inside. They come together. Side-to-side contact. Hasn't led to either of them losing a spot, but that's bringing Indy Irwin back into the fight. Jameson's going to try to go around the outside. You never want to get hung out on the outside there. He's managed to maintain the position. Indy Irwin and Henry Fisher there in the 20 and the 9 in behind. Lowe runs defensive. So too does Phillips, preventing the 2 barrel carts from getting a run. They now go up the hill towards turn 8 and 9. There's 5 laps to go, and that gap, it's still stabilised between Tommy Hart and Braxton Cravanger. They've got the entire back straight as a lead over the rest of the field. The 69 and the 14 kart. Coming now down the front straight. Fletcher Lowe. Charlie Jameson. They fire it into turn 1. Up through turn 3 for Tommy Hart and Braxton Cravanger. And obviously for both of those guys, Tom, you know, bouncing back after a DNF result in the pre-final, it takes a lot to be able to then bounce back, know that, you know, forget about that race and move on to the next, especially when a national title's at stake.
Yeah, definitely. They've both done an awesome job and still collecting, obviously, very good points during the heat races to still start off the front row. So they've done an awesome job. But, yeah, obviously the gap looks like it's closing here. So it'll be interesting to see with a few laps to go if Braxton can try to put a move on, and wonder if Tommy's just had a look behind us and know where he is.
You're certainly right about that. That gap has started to close, and we see now Fletcher Lowe, Charlie Jameson, Indy Irwin and Henry Fisher are still... It's on for young and old there between those 4. They are tied at the hip right now, fighting for that 3NZ plate. Tommy Hart, though, Braxton Cravanger has really started to come up behind him, and he's already started to defend. He's still got 3 laps to go. They're now going to go side by side. Hart and Cravanger, the teammates, as they go now up the hill. The Hart carts, 69 and the 14, he's now really starting to defend. So Cravanger gave it a few laps, Louis, and now he's really starting to apply that pressure.
Yeah, look, they've done the hard yards early on in the race. They've built out the gap, so now with, 3 laps to go, they're able to fight. So I think, fully expecting this battle to get pretty heated in these last couple laps, and I think it should be quite exciting.
And look at that. Hart moves across to the inside. He's watching where Cravanger is. Defends really well going through turn 1. They now go up through turn 2. Cravanger again to the outside. Hart knows exactly where he is, using spatial awareness. Knows where his competitor is on the track. They come down towards turn 4 and 5. Indy Owens also managed to clear Charlie Jameson. What's going to happen here, though, for the lead? You can't blame them for defending hard. This is for a New Zealand national title at the end of the day. For the Vortex Rock DVS class is Cravanger. He's managed to get a run up the inside of Tommy Hart, and he's got the move made. Look at that from Cravanger. He got the run. He forced Tommy Hart to defend. They now go down the back straight. Hart's not going to let him roll over on this one. He's going to now come through the final corner. Can he get a run up the front straight? We've got last lap board out. Who's going to take out this New Zealand title? Between Braxton Cravanger and Tommy Hart. Hart looks up the inside. And he's going to get the move done back. What a pass from Tommy Hart. And what a place to do it. On the last lap of the race at turn 2. They now come down towards turn 4. Cravanger still in chase. Tommy Hart, he lost the lead for 1 lap and he's already got it back. Through turn 6 now. Into turn 7. Up the hill they go for the last time. This is unbelievable racing from these youngsters. They come down the hill now, through the S's. Down the back straight for the final time. Tommy Hart, I think he's going to hold off Braxton Cravanger. They come across the light. Tommy Hart is going to take out the New Zealand national title for the Vortex Rock DVS Junior class. Brought to you by Foursquare Nonataha. What a drive from Tommy Hart and Braxton Cravanger. Fletcher Lowe comes across the line to take the 3NZ plate. And Indy Irwin home there in 4th. Terrific driving from the whole field. Particularly those top 2. What a finish that was. Unbelievable here at KartSport Rotorua. And provisionally we've now seen another national champion crowned in the form of the 69 kart of Tommy Hart. From a family of racers. And adds yet another national title to the Hart family name.
Yeah, it is. You go 17 laps, 9 corners to go, and the final move made. I mean, that was an awesome move by Tommy. He wasn't going to give it away, but Braxton tried his hardest. Both of them deserving of a win. They drove really well, but at the end of the day, it looks like Tommy has taken out a national title, which is awesome. So I think once they're all into the pits there, Regan will try his best to grab Tommy and get some words from him, our newest national title holder. And when you look down here at the crowd, not that you can see it on the live stream, but I think the fence hasn't got too much room for anybody else to be on it. Looks like all of the pits is out to watch this. And of course, coming up is our Rotax Max Light class. And I might get you, Ronan, to mention the drivers that didn't make it. There's 16 of them that haven't made it into the final, and we should just acknowledge them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Blake Groves, Daniel Coleman, Amelia Carter, Logan Backhouse, Ty Eglinton, who we saw had that dramatic run on the slicks in the wet conditions, Nathan Grammer, Jet Price, Tyler Burrows, Isaac Morgan, James Joyner, Kobe Ware, Sam Wang, Ryan Atkins, Hannah Joyce, and Logan Evans unfortunately haven't made it to the final for the Rotax Max Light class, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers. And just want to extend my thoughts to those guys, because obviously they've come here all the way to KartSport Rotorua to compete, and everyone's done such a great job this weekend so far. But for the Rotax Max Light class, it is so hyper competitive, and only 38 karts could make it to the grid for this one. So our thoughts go out to those guys, obviously missing out and having to watch from the sidelines for the final, but no doubt they've all learnt a lot from the experience here at the 2026 Skill Trap Group Sprint Nationals, and they'll be back to fight another day very, very soon. The gate opens for Rotax Max Light. This is the final. It's not going to be split into two like we've seen before. This is the 38 fastest drivers in the country in Rotax Max Light going head to head to try and take home a New Zealand national title. Let's head down to Regan, down in the pits, and hear from our latest national title holder, the national title winner, Tommy Hart.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I'm here with the newly crowned 2026 DVS Junior National Champion, Tommy Hart. Well done, mate. How do you feel?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it was definitely a tight fight between me and Braxton until the end, but yeah, managed to get it on the last lap, so very happy.
Yeah, that was possibly the passing move of the weekend, I think. It was an awesome move. You set it up from the entry of turn one and slotted it in there into turn two. That was a fantastic move, mate. Well done, and it was for the win, so awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, mate, go and celebrate with your family.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from our Vortex Rock DVS Junior New Zealand National Champion for 2026, Tommy Hart. And what a fight that was between himself and Braxton Cravanger for the win at the end there. Two incredibly talented young drivers who no doubt we will see for years to come here, not only in KartSport, but no doubt if they choose to, following the paths in car racing as well. But in the meantime, Rotax Light brought to you by Top Gear Trailers, the trailer that is preferred by karters and built by karters. Scott and Murray Hewson, they won the 2025 Rotorua Business Award for Building and Manufacturing. Majority of the trailers here this weekend used by all these top national level karters are Top Gear trailers, so if you're looking for a new trailer, head down and see those guys. But in the meantime, the field slowed right down, but it's looking like we may potentially have to go around again. We're still waiting on a couple of karts, but Kean Burt's going to go off the pole with Amelia Phillips beside him. We're coming up. Are we going to see the lights? The revs build. The lights go out. Kean Burt gets a start. So too does Amelia Phillips. Jackson Rooney's muscling his way there into third. Oh, we've got an incident there in the background. Quite a few karts involved. Few tangled up into each other. Hopefully we can see that all get cleared out the way. We knew this was going to be an aggressive start. There's some seriously fast and aggressive drivers in this field. Looks like everyone's managed to sort of get going again slightly. We go back to the front. What's happening? Kean Burt's leading it. Then we've got the 11 by the looks of it of Zach Tucker. Jackson Rooney there in third. He's got Ashton Phipps, the 42, and behind him. They make their way to the top part of the circuit. They wind their way down now. The 97 kart leading it. They come down the front straight, down the back straight for the first time through the last corner. The 97 kart from the 15, of Marco Manson. Jackson Rooney there in third. Ashton Phipps looked to make a pass. Then we see the 44 kart of Amelia Phillips, who had Blake Evans sliding down the inside of her at turn one, but he unfortunately couldn't pull that go-kart up. We now go back to it. Turn four. They fire those Rotax Max lights in. Kean Burt, Marco Manson, Jackson Rooney and Ashton Phipps, all drivers that we've seen win races so far across the weekend, going hammer and tong for this national title. Amelia Phillips there in fifth. Sixth is Blake Evans. Seventh is Zach Tucker. Still some action going on a little bit further back. They now come down the back straight. Kean Burt, followed by Marco Manson, who's starting to close in on him in the Lenzo kart. Down the front straight they go. The 97, followed by the 15, the 30, and the 42. Jackson Rooney moves the go-kart over by half a car width just to stop Ashton Phipps from thinking about going down the inside, which he does very, very well. They go up towards turn three now. They come round. Kian Burt still leading the way. Watch that shot of them tipping it into turn 4 at full tilt. Up towards turn 6 they go. Kian Burt. Marco Manson's getting ever closer to the back of the 97 kart. Ashton Phipps is now past Jackson Rooney for third. So what has Phipps got in the 42? It's a multi-time New Zealand champion, so we would expect nothing less that he's going to try and move his way closer to the front. They make their way down the back straight. 16 laps to go this time around. It's going to clock down to 15. Kian Burt, Marco Manson in tow, Ashton Phipps, Jackson Rooney and Amelia Phillips. The 5 drivers we've seen every single race this weekend at the front. Zach Tucker's not too far behind either, the Arrive and Drive World Champion in the Vortex SV class. Then we've got the 96 kart of Jamie Thompson. Hugo Garraway, the Australian, he's in the top 10. He's got Chris Benton and Brad Hewson and Jamie Vandenberg behind. Hewson's just past Vandenberg, and now he's looking to go up the inside of Benton. So Brad Hewson's on the move. He's now into the top 10, the 35. The Rotorua lad, now based in Melbourne, Australia, living with Ryan Wood. They now make their way up towards turn 8 and 9. Down the hill they go. Kian Burt getting chased by Marco Manson. Ashton Phipps now, he's starting to make inroads on Marco Manson. Can he reel in the top 3? Jackson Rooney's lost a couple of kart lengths back. He's now falling more towards Amelia Phillips. Jamie Thompson there in the 96. Zach Tucker in the 11. Going hammer and tong. They come down towards turn 4. Manson, Phipps, Rooney, Phillips. That's your top 5. The 38 fastest Rotax light drivers. And Marco Manson's now looking up the inside. He gets the move done on Kian Burt. What a pass that was for the lead. The New Zealand Formula 4 champion takes the lead here in the Rotax light class in the final. And we've got a go-kart a little bit further back. I think that might be Corey Green that's had an issue. Going back to the front though, Marco Manson leads it. Kian Burt hasn't fallen off though. He's stuck to him like glue. Same too, Ashton Phipps. Up the inside, last second dive from Kian Burt. Nice pass. Ashton Phipps now is going to try to go around the outside. Marco Manson is having none of it. Jackson Rooney's now involved. The Bridgestone GR86 race winner. In 5th, Amelia Phillips. She's been fast all weekend. She's won a heat. She wants a piece of this action. They go down towards turn 4. Phillips up the inside of Rooney. She takes 4th away from Jackson Rooney. We now go into turn 7. Up the hill we go. Kian Burt. He lost the lead and then he grabbed it straight back. They go up the top part of the circuit now. Turn 8 and 9. This battle at the front is heating up and we've got 13 more laps left of it, folks. Through the final corner they come. Kian Burt leads it from Marco Manson. Ashton Phipps, he looks like he's going to throw a dive this lap. Not quite. Kian Burt moved it over. He was smart. We see now Brad Hewson goes up the inside of Hugo Garraway. Gets himself into 9th. And look at this battle raging on at the front. Marco Manson's now got Ashton Phipps, Amelia Phillips, Jackson Rooney. Still there in 5th, waiting to see him what's going to happen. Rooney's been around a long time, very experienced, won national championships. He's watching and waiting for that opportunity. They now come up the top part of the circuit, turn 8 and 9. They're going to wind their way back down the hill through turn 9, through turn 10 and 11. Onto the back straight. Kian Burt's actually opened up a lead of about a kart length and a half. Marco Manson, though, closes in. They come now onto the front straight. What's going to happen here? Is anyone going to go down the inside at turn 1? Manson, last second dive on Burt. He runs a little wide. He loses the spot back. Looked like he was going to try to go back up the inside. Didn't quite work. They're all looking behind each other. Manson again up the inside of Burt. He takes the lead. Block pass. Beautiful job from the New Zealand Formula 4 champion. Now through turn 4 and 5. Kian Burt. What's he got? Ashton Phipps there in 3rd. Amelia Phillips. And this freight train's gone from 5 karts to about 7. We now see the 96 and the 11 of Zach Tucker throw themselves in the ring. Oh, there was contact. Bit of smoke came off the left rear tyre of Jackson Rooney. He's managed to clear Amelia Phillips in the process, though. Phillips has been hung out to dry and lost a spot to Jamie Thompson. They now come down the back straight. Jackson Rooney's now back into fourth. Manson's still leading this. From Kean Burt, Ashton Phipps, he's waiting in the wings. Marco Manson moved it over. He thought better of letting them up the inside. Jackson Rooney still there in fourth. Phipps looked up the inside of Kean Burt, didn't quite make it work. It's all on here for play in Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers. Down towards turn 4 and 5. They throw it in. Josh Bethune, Zach Tucker and Brad Hewson are starting to throw themselves into the hat as well. It's about a 9 or 10 kart train at the front of this field. Marco Manson's got a little bit of reprieve now. He's got about a kart length gap over Kean Burt. Ashton Phipps there in third as they go up the hill. Jackson Rooney, we saw him move back into fourth place. Muscled his way through. They now come through turn 10 and 11 onto the back straight once again. It's going to be 9 laps to go when they come across the line. We're only halfway through this race, folks. Down the front straight, Ashton Phipps, he's going to go up the inside. Kean Burt doesn't want to let him. Oh, and Burt runs wide. Is Phipps going to be able to clear him? Oh, and they give a little bit of a rub there. That's going to bring Jackson Rooney to the party. What's Rooney going to do? They get up to turn 3. This is starting to become a bit of a street fight for second. Marco Manson's starting to drive away. The 97 of Kean Burt, he's starting to bottleneck the field a little bit here. Oh, and we've got another move up the inside. Which kart's that? That's Jamie Thompson, and Jackson Rooney's been pushed off the road. And he's been turned around. That's the end of it for the number 30 of Jackson Rooney. They now come up the top part of the circuit. There's a big gaggle of go-karts behind. Ashton Phipps has actually managed to slice his way through on Kean Burt. They come round the final corner. Marco Manson from Ashton Phipps, Kean Burt. Josh Bethune's moved into fourth, and Brad Hewson, he's moved up into fifth. What can they do here? Oh, and we've got a collision as well at turn 1. That looks like Blake Evans and Jamie Thompson. Thompson's not going to bother trying to get his go-kart off. There was some hand waving there. Probably not waving hello, but unfortunate for those guys. Blake Evans clearly not happy about that. Threw that go-kart off. We go back to the front. Marco Manson, he's driving away with this one. Ashton Phipps there in second. We look a little bit further back. Kean Burt still there in third place at the moment, biding his time. It's going to be a long haul in 8 laps to try and chase down Marco Manson. And I'm not sure what's going on or why that driver's taken their helmet off. But we now go back to what's going on at the front. Marco Manson, Ashton Phipps, Kean Burt. Fourth is Brad Hewson now. Fifth is Josh Bethune. So Brad Hewson's managed to chase and pass Josh Bethune. Brad Hewson's certainly leaving the best till the last race for him this weekend. We've seen him up and down through the field. He's had the pace in the 35 kart, the hard kart. Just hasn't been able to quite put it together. But now when it counts, he's shown the speed in the 35. The local lad, he's got pace over Kean Burt just up ahead of him. Can he hunt down and chase the 97? Come round the final corner. Marco Manson still leads it. From Ashton Phipps, Kean Burt, Brad Hewson, Josh Bethune. Zach Tucker's got Amelia Phillips right up behind him. Then we've got the 57 of Brodie Whitmore from Australia. And the 88 of Jamie Vandenberg. Then another Australian in the form of Hugo Garraway. We go down, back down through to turn 4 and 5. Marco Manson, Ashton Phipps, Kean Burt. Six laps to go. 5 the next time past. We just saw Jackson Rooney in the 30 kart pull into the pits. Sad way for him to end his campaign in Rotax Max Light in 2026 at the KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. Marco Manson comes across the line. Ashton Phipps, Kean Burt, Brad Hewson. Brad Hewson is fast at the moment. He is catching Kean Burt in the 97. Ashton Phipps has just set the fastest lap of the race. Brad Hewson's the second fastest go-kart on the racetrack right now. Chasing Phipps and Kian Burt. Could we see the 35 potentially wipe the 5 off that kart and make it a 3NZ? We now come down towards turn 7. Marco Manson still leading this. Just recently crowned the New Zealand Formula Ford champion. He may also become the Rotax Max Light champion as well. A couple of very big championships as they now come down the back straight. Brad Hewson is getting incredibly close to Kian Burt. Burt looks behind. Is Brad Hewson going to make the move there for third? He's looking like it. On he goes. Hewson up the inside. Can he get the move done? He breaks the kart nicely. Stops Kian Burt from getting back past. Hewson now, the 35 up into third. Great pass from Brad Hewson. They now come down the straight towards turn 4. He's already opened up a little gap over Kian Burt. Kian Burt, though, multi-time New Zealand champion. Is he going to be able to do something to get back at Hewson? They come now to turn 7. Up the hill they go. Josh Bethune, Amelia Phillips, and Zach Tucker are having a great battle as well for that 5th place. This stage of the race, Marco Manson's driving away, but Ashton Phipps is doing everything he can to run with him. He's closing in. They come down the back straight, through the final corner, onto the front straight. Marco Manson, Ashton Phipps, Brad Hewson now in third. 54.5, 54.3 for Manson, 54.4. Amelia Phillips has just gone past Josh Bethune. Slices her way in front through turn 2. Bethune now defends from Zach Tucker. Tucker gets edged out there by, I think that might be the 57. It is, of Brodie Whitmore. The Australian starting to play himself into this. So too Jamie Vandenberg out of Hawke's Bay. They now race their way up the hill once more. Brad Hewson starting to drive away from Kian Burt, so his next target is Ashton Phipps. Phipps and Marco Manson are a little bit further up the road. They come down the back straight, turning into the last corner. We've got 3 laps to go. It's going to be 2 now for Marco Manson. Ashton Phipps there in second. Brad Hewson in third. The 97 of Kian Burt in 4th. Amelia Phillips there in 5th. Josh Bethune in 6th. Brodie Whitmore's now moved into 7th. The Australian. Then we've got Zach Tucker, Jamie Vandenberg, and a little bit further back is Hugo Garraway in the 63. They fire on through turn 4, 5, and 6. Marco Manson, he's been in control of this one from pretty early on. Ashton Phipps there, still in second. Brad Hewson, what a race he's having. He's come all the way from 17th to 3rd. Incredible scenes out there. Marco Manson across the line, takes the last lap board. Ashton Phipps second, Brad Hewson in 3rd. They come round up towards turn 3. Through turn 3. Marco Manson still leading this one, but there is a big fight going on for position number 6. Still at the moment, Brodie Whitmore. He's chasing hard on the back of Josh Bethune. Is he going to be able to make something happen? The fight up ahead's not really changing much, but Whitmore's going to try to go to the outside of Bethune. Is that the smartest idea? Probably not. He's lost a spot to Tucker. Jamie Vandenberg's now going to go around the outside, and he gets pushed off by Whitmore. They go up the back straight, up to the top of the hill. But we go back to the battle at the front. Marco Manson, fresh off winning the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship, is going to come across the line to become national champion in Rotax Max Light. Ashton Phipps home in second. And Brad Hewson from 17th on the grid to come home as the 3NZ in Rotax Max Light. Incredible drive from Bradley. Kian Burt, after starting on the pole position, faded there at the end to finish 4th. Amelia Phillips started alongside Kian on the front row and she faded to 5th. Just not quite the speed when it counted. Brodie Whitmore comes home in 7th. That was Josh Bethune, sorry, there in 6th. Similar helmets. And Zach Tucker He came home in 7th. Brody Whitmore in 8th. Jamie Vandenberg there in 9th. And Hugo Garraway, another Australian of the 12-strong contingent here this weekend, rounded out the top 10. But huge congratulations to Marco Manson, the young lad, fresh off winning the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship, has now won one of the biggest titles you can win in New Zealand karting, becoming the Rotax Max Light 2026 KartSport New Zealand Guild Trap Group Sprint Nationals Champion. Pretty cool, Brent Malhop.
Look, it's awesome. A 15-year-old who's a current Motorsport New Zealand champion is now also going to be a KartSport New Zealand champion. I'm not sure when the last time we had that, but Motorsport Awards dinner this year with karting and with Motorsport New Zealand might be an interesting event when a young guy might stand up for 2 different titles from 2 different parts of our international New Zealand motorsport.
Certainly is. 2 different disciplines, karting and car racing. Very similar concepts and similar rules apply, but to master both within the span of a few weeks together is something very, very special and shows the calibre and talent of Marco Manson. What a result for him in the 15 kart. As we wait down there, we see the drivers starting to take their helmets off before they make their way through the tech shed. Before we, no doubt, we'll be able to hear from a couple of the stars down there from Rotax Max Light. Ashton Phipps, what a result there to come home in 2nd. He did a great job, and gosh, you know, obviously Marco Manson to win its man of the match, but Brad Houston is not far behind. 17th to 3rd. So to come from outside the top 15 to come home with a New Zealand title plate is just almost unheard of. What a drive in one of the most competitive fields. That is a serious achievement, Brad Houston. Shout out to you, mate. You are no doubt, Ryan Wood will be watching back at home and no doubt jumping up and down on the couch. So very big congratulations, brother.
Well, knowing Ryan Wood, he'll probably take some of the credit. But hey, look, well, what that proves is that, 54 karts started today. Brad Houston started the final in 17th, which is a good field in its own right, and never give up. I mean, 18 laps later, you come away with an NZ3. That's pretty awesome.
Certainly is. Superman effort. Also a Superman effort from this guy. Marco Manson gives Tony Chambers there a big hug. Everyone else down there in the Josh Hart Racing team. Mum and Dad there. No doubt very proud of their boy. What a stellar result from Marco. And let's head down to Regan and hear from our newly crowned Rotax Max Light National Champion, Marco Manson.
Thanks, Ronan. I am here, as you just said, I'm here with Marco Manson, 2026 Rotax Max Light National Champion. Awesome drive, Marco. Well done. How do you feel?
Pretty good.
Yep, okay. That's as expected. Talk us through the race.
It was pretty close at the very start, and then managed to get a little gap, and then just pull away from there.
Yeah, you managed to get a gap. Callan came back at you once, and you came back at him and made sure that he couldn't get you again, and from there you just pulled away. Yeah, awesome pace. Obviously the kart was hooked up, you were hooked up. Anything else?
I just want to thank all the guys like Brad, Tony, Jordan, Josh. The kart was mint, so thanks heaps.
Awesome. Well done, Marco, and go and celebrate with your team.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from, well, provisionally anyway, but no doubt, the newly crowned Rotax Max Light New Zealand National Champion for 2026, Marco Manson. And what a drive it was from him. He was methodical, drove smart, nice and smooth, passed Kian Burt for the lead, and then never looked back after that. Ashton Phipps gave him a great run for his money to come home. The CRG pilot coming home in 2nd to be crowned 2NZ. And then Superman effort, almost unheard of, from Brad Houston to come home in 3rd. What a drive. 17th on the grid to 3rd for Huey. was Superman effort. But up next, we will have Rotax Max Heavy, brought to you by KartZone. KartZone are the NZ distributors for IPK karting, owned and operated by Rachel and Jace Bell, who have been around the sport a long time, with years of experience and expertise to help you with all things karting. As we see there, the grid, Darren Walker will be going off the pole. Trent Ingham beside him. Ryan Urban, he'll be going off grid 3. Adam Bell off grid 4. Tom Van Can, after we saw him smoke everybody in that pre-final for Dan Connor Racing, he'll be off grid 5. Patrick Holmes alongside him on grid 6. Nathan Stewart, another master, he'll go off grid 7. Aaron Tahu off grid 8. Simon Hunter, multi-time New Zealand champion, he'll go off grid 9. And Jaden Wallace, over from Australia, he'll go off grid 10. Jacob Lucas and Jeff Lee off row 6. Brody Barton, another Australian, he'll go off grid 13. Next to Mitch Vi. Brendan Hart, the master, he'll go off grid 15. Lachlan Sini off grid 16. Marin Vucic off grid 17. And Shane Wilson, who we saw moving forward.
Yeah,
had a great rate of knots.
He'd probably be hoping it was rain because he's got the best wets in the whole place. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to get to use them.
No, but he put on an absolute show for us. Not only for everyone on the fence, but us up here in the commentary box. Just looking out at the view, all the people standing along the fence line there. Great to see. A few of the guys that were racing just before we wait for the battery zone van to make its way off the track. Great to see so many people here this weekend competing and supporting and watching KartSport New Zealand racing at its finest. The 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals, which is also round 3 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars series, supported by Racer Products and Sixt Rent-A-Car. Also round 2 of the Vortex Rock Cup and round 2 of the Vortex Rock Vegas SV series.
It's awesome to see the sun has just come out, so that's going to make some conditions a little bit different for our Rotax Max Heavy drivers, which should be coming out the gate any minute, I would hope, once the recovery vehicle's on its way back.
Certainly is. We see there all the drivers down there on the grid getting ready to go for our third to last National Championship final this afternoon here at KartSport Rotorua.
And really, as it is at a karting event, we are running 2 minutes ahead of schedule, which I've never heard of. You know, that we're the team here are running such a well-organised event. It's just great to see, which means we're running on time, which means that we'll be able to get through tech and then get into that prize giving and start handing out some trophies. And I understand you're the MC there for that, Ronan.
Yeah, we'll certainly be part of the prize giving, and no doubt there'll be some celebrating going on tonight, I'm sure, for a lot of competitors here this weekend. It's a huge achievement just to get along to the Nationals and compete, let alone come home with a national title or a second or third place plate, which we are seeing across all classes so far. Rotax Max Heavy, Cadet Rock, and Rotax Max Junior left to go. Rotax Max Junior will also be, like Rotax Max Light, one of those classes that's been oversubscribed, so there will be a couple of competitors, unfortunately, that won't make the cut line for the final. But what a race we just saw from Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Top Gear Trailers. That was a heck of a final, and a well-deserving champion in Marco Manson after that drive.
Yeah, I'd have to say that all of the titles that have been awarded, that have been won today, the driving has been just, right up there at the best level that you would expect. But but it's not just in first place. It goes right down through the whole field. So it's been awesome from my perspective as president of the sport to just see the calibre of drivers that we've got here, and awesome to have people like Marco coming back into karting and saying, hey, I still want to carry on karting. I'm doing cars as well. That's, he's uniquely privileged to be able to do both, but he's shown that he doesn't go any slower just because he's been driving karts and had to learn a different discipline.
Certainly not, and it's a great thing that he can jump between the two and still be at the pointy end and perform at the highest level. So we see there, we're just waiting for the grid to be cleared, and then we shouldn't be too far away. The gate is open for Rotax Max Heavy. We're just waiting to get the signal. And as we said before, Darren Walker, the current 3NZ in Rotax Max Heavy, he'll go off the pole. Trent Ingham, he'll go off grid 2. Off grid 3 will be Ryan Urban, the 1NZ. Adam Bell, he'll be off grid 4. Tom Van Can and Patrick Holmes, they'll go off row 3. We see there all the drivers sitting there on the grid. Probably the most nervous time of the whole event is waiting there on the grid to be let out for the final to determine who's going to come out of all of those 18 drivers, who's going to be the national title holder at the end of this. The Rotax Max Heavies brought to you by KartZone. They're now let out onto the circuit. And in 18 laps time, we're going to find out who the national champion is going to be for 2026 for this class. Great to see some sunshine here at KartSport Rotorua. It's certainly warmed up later on this afternoon, and after the showers of rain we saw earlier that really diced up those pre-finals, it's great to see some sun coming through, warming up the track, warming up everybody that's around. We see these go-karts, they make their way up the hill, warming up those tyres, get 2 laps at it before we tear into the 18-lap final. We see now Darren Walker coming down the back straight, so everyone warms up the karts in single file before they then have to make the change and go side to side in formation once they get towards the end of the second warm-up lap. Darren Walker, he comes across the line. He'll be starting off the pole for this Rotax Max Heavy final. Trent Ingham there, off grid 2. Ryan Urban off grid 3. Adam Bell, he'll go from grid 4. And Tom Van Can there, he'll go from grid 5. Patrick Holmes off grid 6. We're not too far away from getting a start. And who's going to get this one on the bag? It could be anyone's guess. There are so many drivers in this field that are capable of winning a national title this afternoon. This is Darren Walker. He's in with the best chance going from the pole position. But as we saw in Rotax Max Light last time out, you don't have to be anywhere near the front to come home with a plate. Brad Hewson proved that. 17th to 3rd. Pretty incredible. We now see them forming up around the back part of the circuit. Darren Walker, he's going to control the pace. The reigning 3NZ. He's got Trent Ingham beside him. Off grid 3 is Ryan Urban, the reigning national champion in Rotax Max Heavy. What's he got in the bag in that energy cart? They come round. They find their lanes. The revs are going to start to build. The red lights are on. And they go out. Darren Walker gets the start. Trent Ingham, he's going to try and go. Adam Bell's going to try to go around the outside. And Ryan Urban's actually managed to make a hole and go through. He's trying to go around the outside. That's not going to work. Urban almost ended up in the dirt. Not quite. Trent Ingham's going to hold on to second. What's that? What that's meant is Darren Walker has bolted. Adam Bell's now going to go up the inside of Urban. What's Adam Bell got in the number 5? The Formula K kart. Urban's going to go right back up the inside. But Adam Bell's going to drive back around the outside. We've got one off in the background there. Someone spinning out. Other than that, it's been a pretty clean start for all these Rotax Max Heavies. They make their way up to the top part of the circuit. It was a Formula K by the looks of it. The 23 card, I think it was, of Jacob Lucas. They make their way down the back straight. Darren Walker's got a pretty sizable lead at the moment. Oh, and they go too wide almost through that final corner. Ryan Urban trying to make the move. Tom Van Can's now going to go up the inside of Urban. Urban outbreaks him, though, and stays ahead. Darren Walker from Trent Ingham. Adam Bell. Ryan Urban. 5th place, Tom Van Can at the moment. Patrick Holmes still there in 6th. Nathan Stewart in 7th. Aaron Tahu in 8th. And Jaden Wallace, the Australian, there in 9th in the 22 kart. They make their way round turn 6. They enter turn 7. Walker, the 3NZ, still out front. But Trent Ingham, Adam Bell, and Ryan Urban are hunting him. We've had a kart end up in the fence there on the exit of turn 7. Can't quite see who it is. They make their way down the hill now, the leaders. Darren Walker, Trent Ingham. He's got Adam Bell and Ryan Urban for company. They come down the front straight. Walker, Ingham, Bell, Urban, Van Can, Holmes. Urban now up the inside of Adam Bell. He left that late, but he got it done and prevented him from counter-attacking. They now go up towards turn 3. Trent Ingham is the next target for Ryan Urban. Ingham's been incredibly fast all weekend. Started this pre-final off grid 2. They now go down towards turn 6. Darren Walker's got about a 4 or 5 kart length gap. Will he be able to maintain that for another 16 laps? They make their way now up the hill. Darren Walker through turn 8 and 9. Now through turn 10. Winds his way through 11. They come up towards the final corner. Walker from Ingham. Adam Bell hasn't let Ryan Urban go. Is he going to fire back up the inside? Possibly. Not quite on this lap. Tom Van Can there. He's dropped back a little bit off the back of Adam Bell. Ryan Urban looks like he's starting to come on in that number 1 kart. He's now closing in on the back of Trent Ingham. Make their way down the hill. Through turn 4 and 5. Up towards turn 6. Into turn 7. Nathan Stewart currently has the fastest lap in the 21 kart, the Master. 56.19 for him. Heaps of pace there in the 21. Darren Walker still leads this one from Trent Ingham. Ryan Urban's looking for a way past. Can he find one? Not this time. Through the last corner, down the front straight. Urban chasing Trent Ingham, who's in turn chasing Darren Walker. The top 4 at the moment are getting closer and closer. Urban not going to make a pass this time on Ingham. They make their way down the track towards turn 4 and 5. Simon Hunter just made a pass in the 42 kart on the 74 of Jeff Lee. Urban now past Trent Ingham. Adam Bell's now looking at Trent Ingham as well for that 3rd place. So Urban's now clear. What can he do from 2nd place? Can he chase down the 3NZ off Darren Walker? They make their way down the hill. Down towards the final corner. They turn into the last corner, onto the front straight. Darren Walker, followed by Ryan Urban. Trent Ingham, Adam Bell. Through they go. Up through turn 2 towards turn 3. Adam Bell's now shaping up Trent Ingham for that 3rd place. Darren Walker, Ryan Urban, he's opened up a three kart length gap. Back to Ingham. Adam Bell. Tom Van Can there in 5th. Adam Bell now goes up the inside of Ingham. He's now taken over 3rd place. The number 5 kart. They now make their way up towards turn 8 and 9. Into turn 10. Through turn 11 now. Down the back straight. Walker still leads this one. from Ryan Urban. Down the front straight they come. Walker, Urban, Adam Bell, Trent Ingham, Tom Van Can, Patrick Holmes, and Nathan Stewart, who set that fastest lap of the race not long ago. He's in 7th. That's now been taken by Ryan Urban, who's now making inroads to Darren Walker. We could be in for a fight on our hands here between the top two. It's Urban. He nudges ever so closer. He was 0.2 faster than Darren Walker on that last lap. They fire their way through turn 7. Up the hill they go. The top two have started to break away from 3rd. Adam Bell, Trent Ingham there in 4th. He's starting to come under pressure from Tom Van Can. They go down the back straight. Down the front straight, Darren Walker, Ryan Urban. Who's got what? Ryan Urban was still faster than Darren Walker on that last lap. Wasn't quite the fastest lap of the race, but Darren Walker did respond a little bit. He was 1/10 slower than Urban. Adam Bell still there in 3rd. He's managed to pull away from Trent Ingham. You see the karts flow through turn 4 and 5 as they go towards turn 6. Down towards turn 7 now. Up the hill. 11 laps to go this time around. There'll be 10 next time. We're almost halfway through this final here for Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Kart Zone. Down the back straight they go. Into the final corner. Darren Walker, Ryan Urban. Urban's closing that gap. They're both driving away at the moment from Adam Bell. Urban took another 10th out of Walker. We saw there from that drone shot, he was tighter at turn 1, able to run the kart out a little bit narrower, didn't have to cross the track as much going through turn 2. That's working for him. He's hunting Darren Walker. Walker's currently got the 3NZ plate on that go-kart. I'm sure he would love to change that 3 to a 1. Ryan Urban's currently got the 1, and he wants to keep it that way. Adam Bell there in 3rd. He's trying his best to get away from Trent Ingham and the rest of the pack and close that gap. That gap between Darren Walker and Ryan Urban has shrunk. Urban now in tow. The Arrow kart versus the Energy kart. They come through the final corner, down the front straight. Is Urban going to make a move this lap? Not quite. He runs again. He runs that slightly tighter line. Sets him up better for turn 2. They now come up towards turn 3. He's not going to get it done there. Again, cuts the apex there at 3. They both slice down towards turn 4. Fire those go-karts in. Up to turn 5, through 5, now into 6. Ryan Urban. Something he's so used to doing. Hunting for race wins. Up towards turn 8 and 9 now he goes. The 1NZ. Through the back part of the circuit. Through turn 9, 10, now 11. He got a good run out of there. So too did Darren Walker. We come down to the last corner. Who's going to get a better exit? Walker was very strong off that last corner. Urban's not as close this lap as what he was. Adam Bell slides it into turn 1 in 3rd place. Ryan Urban now going up towards turn 3. In behind Darren Walker. Again, runs a slightly narrower line. They fire into turn 4. Urban gets through there pretty well. He's going to go for the move. Not quite. He's just waiting, biding his time patiently. Waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. Makes his way up the hill. Still chasing Darren Walker. Watching where Walker places his kart. Where can he do a better job? Where can he find a point of difference that might lead to a pass? They fire down the back straight. Urban didn't get as good a run out of there. He's lost a little bit of time to Walker. They come through the final corner. Down the front straight. Walker, Urban, Adam Bell, Trent Ingham holding down 4th. Patrick Holmes has moved up to 5th and past Tom Van Can. Those two still, they've dropped a little bit further off the back of Trent Ingham. We now go down towards turn 4. Urban's so fast through 4 and 5. Darren Walker, he does a great job off turn 6. Doesn't lose any time. Into 7 they go. Urban's so strong on the brakes. Up the hill they go now towards turn 8 and 9. We see Walker comes off turn 10 and 11 really, really well. But this time Ryan Urban's glued to the back of him. So what's that exit going to look like? Urban was better that time. Better than he's been the last couple of laps. Is he going to get a run into the last corner? He's as close as he can be. Close enough to make a pass? No. They come through turn 1. Follow the drone shot again. What an excellent shot that is on this live stream. Be able to watch where they place the go-karts. The point of difference between their lines. They arc the corner ever so slightly different. Darren Walker there. What's he going to be able to do? Ryan Urban thought about it. He moved out ever so slightly, but he pulled back. Darren Walker now. Again, Urban breaks the kart beautifully into turn 7. They go up the hill towards turn 8 and 9. Slightly different lines there. Urban starts off wider. He arcs the middle of the corner a bit wider and then cuts back in at the end. He gets a good run there. Down the back straight. Turns it into the last corner. Down the front straight they come. The gap's about the same as it was the previous couple of laps. 5 laps to go. Adam Bell still there, running in 3rd, doing a great job. Trent Ingham there in 4th. Patrick Holmes in 5th. Tom Van Can there in 6th. Aaron Tahu still there in 7th. Brody Barton, the Australian, in 9th. Lachlan Seney there in 10th. And Jaden Wallace in 11th at the moment. They come down through turn 7 once again. It's only 5 laps to go. 5 more laps that Darren Walker has to hold on to become the Rotax Max Heavy National Champion. But of everyone he could have behind him, Ryan Urban is probably the guy he wasn't hoping for. So they come down the back straight. Urban, again, probably not close enough. He gets through the last corner well. The gap is closing. If anything, maybe it's maintained. They come through turn 1. Again, Urban with that slightly tighter line. He gets through turn 2 really well. They go up to turn 3 though. Walker still has him covered. Now down towards turn 4. They both throw the karts in. Ryan Urban comes from a slightly wider entry. Down towards turn 6 now. Not close enough for a pass. And it looks more and more like Urban's going to wait for the last couple of laps unless an opportunity hands itself to him on a silver platter, which Darren Walker hasn't made a mistake so far, so you can't expect. They now come through turn 8 and 9 once again. These two driving out of their skin right now, trying to win a national title. Urban got a really good run that time. He's got the slipstream behind Walker. He comes through the last corner. Is he going to get a run this time? Not quite. Walker matches him off that last corner. Through turn 1 and 2. Up the hill they go. The 3NZ versus the 1NZ. Who's going to come out with that coveted 1NZ? Can Urban make it back to back? Can Walker go 2 spots better than he went last year? They've driven away from the rest of the field. Adam Bell currently on track for a 3NZ title plate. And Trent Ingham there in 4th, who qualified. He started the final in 2nd. Dropped back a couple of spots. But still having a great race. We look now. Urban, slightly different line choice to Darren Walker. Got a good run down the back straight. Is he closer this time around? He probably is a little bit. Is he going to be able to make a pass? Not this time. He's either going to try and do it somewhere else on the racetrack or leave it to the last lap to have a crack. They are so close, those two. Darren Walker, credit to him. He's not blocking or defending anywhere. He's just driving his own race, focusing on his apexes and his lines, letting Ryan Urban do whatever he wants to do behind him. Turn 6. Not going to happen there. This is so great to watch. Down to turn 7. Urban goes. Gets the move done. Is he going to be able to hold it? He comes off the corner a little bit better. Oh! Has he managed to clear him? They're going to go side by side, and Urban around the outside of Darren Walker. What a place to make a pass and to be able to hold on to it up the back straight. Darren Walker's not going to want to let him run away with it, though. He looks behind to check no one's there. They're going to come side by side. This is now the last lap. Ryan Urban moves across to the inside to defend from Darren Walker. He's had to brake the kart a little bit more to make sure he pulls it up and gets ahead for turn 2. He does that. He's now going to stay to the inside of the racetrack. Last lap he defends, as you would for a New Zealand national title. Darren Walker there. Oh, and he thought about going up the inside there at turn 4, but it didn't work. Wasn't going to happen. Ryan Urban, he does the right thing. He defends there at turn 6. He runs it wide again for 7. Stops Darren Walker. Breaks the kart. Stops Walker from getting a run up the inside. He moves it back across. He's putting the go-kart in all the right places. What a move from Ryan Urban only a lap ago. Darren Walker's not going to be able to get a pass made there. It's all going to come down to where they place the go-karts on this last corner. Is Darren Walker going to throw a Hail Mary down the inside? He's not. Ryan Urban's going to come across the line to win it for Energy Course. Urban Performance, Ryan Urban. What a drive between Ryan Urban and Darren Walker. No doubt Darren Walker will be ecstatic, but also probably a little bit disappointed after leaving it till the second to last lap. Ryan Urban knows how to do it. He knows how to win races and win national championships. And he did exactly that. And what a drive. What a credit to both those guys. Clean, hard, fair racing. Ryan Urban, they were pretty even in speed, and he got the pass done. And then he knew he wasn't going to be able to just drive away, so he placed the go-kart exactly where he needed to stay ahead. What a drive. What a result for a national championship. So provisionally, Ryan Urban will become the 2026 Rotax Max Heavy KartSport New Zealand Guild Trap Group Sprint Nationals national champion.
And also, because he's a master, he just won 2 national titles.
Well, that's pretty incredible, isn't it? 2 national titles in 1. That's a serious achievement and probably only something Ryan Urban could do. That's pretty amazing. So huge congratulations to Ryan Urban. Huge congratulations also to Darren Walker and to Adam Bell for coming home with the 3NZ plate. Trent Ingham also had a great race to come home 4th. We see there Ryan Urban pulls up in front of the weigh shed. He left it till the second to last lap to pull it out of the box, but he did exactly what we thought he possibly could do, and he's come home, or going to be coming home, with another New Zealand national title. So we wait for the karts to get let through the weigh shed there. All having a chat to each other. Ryan Urban, he was pretty ecstatic with that one, I think. That was a stellar drive, and what a race between himself and Darren Walker. Darren Walker gets to peel the 3 off that kart and put a 2 on it. Maybe next year it'll change to a number 1, but certainly can't be disappointed to be getting a 2NZ plate in a race like that. That was incredible. Look at all the drivers and all the young up-and-coming guys and girls. They all look up to Ryan so much and everything he does, and through his urban performance brand and karting, coaching, and does so much for so many young guys in the field. It's so cool to see everyone there to congratulate him when he comes through. So KartSport New Zealand coach, as he makes his way through to retain his 1NZ plate and crown, Ryan Urban in the Rotax Max Heavy class. So cool to see. So many people down there congratulating him on what an epic drive that was. The number one's going to stay stuck to the side of the energy course kart for a whole another year. After a fine performance, another national title added to the belt of Ryan Urban. Let's head down to Regan. He's down there with the latest crowned national champion, Rotax Max Heavy, Ryan Urban.
Thanks, Ronan. Just here with Ryan Urban, who's picked himself up yet another national title. You look like you knew what you're doing out there. Did it all go to plan, or were you planning to leave it to the last minute, or was that just how it happened?
I probably got close enough with about 9 to go, and Darren's been doing such a good, accurate job this weekend. And I noticed he hadn't looked behind him and probably didn't know I was right there. So I thought I'll leave it a little bit later so it doesn't turn into a dogfight. Yeah, so I left it to sort of second to last lap, jammed a move on him and defended for a few corners and came away with the win.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch. I feel for Darren, he was doing extremely well, but there can only be one winner, and you drove an awesome race, so well done.
Awesome, thank you.
Great to hear from our latest national champion, and he was the reigning, and now he's back-to-back Rotax Max Heavy national champion, Ryan Urban. We now get set for our next class that's just been led onto the track, the second to last national championship final of the day, Cadet Rock, brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. A big thank you to the Irwin family for their support of the Cadet Rock class this weekend at the 2026 Giltrap Group KartSport New Zealand Sprint Nationals. These little young hard chargers will get a couple of laps to warm up these tyres before we tear into 18 laps of action coming up very shortly. 2 more categories to go. Cadet Rock before we tear into the final. Last but not least, class of the day, Rotax Max Junior for their 18 lap final. Cadet Rock will be 15 laps, so 3 laps shorter for these young drivers than what the rest of the classes do, but whether it's 15 laps, 18 laps, 12 laps, whatever it is around this KartSport Rotorua circuit, every single one is enjoyable, and obviously being a 1.24 kilometre circuit, 15 laps is a decent way. But we're not too far away. Teddy Patterson, he'll be going off the pole. Buddy Murch will line up beside him in the 57 kart. Harry Gradwell off grid 3. Riley Preston will go off grid 4. Oliver Canlish, he'll go off grid 5. Sebastian Grant off grid 6. Will Miller will go off grid 7. JC Visagi will go off grid 8. Phelan O'Hara off grid 9. Charlie Brandt rolling off grid 10. Rowan Liu off grid 11, Bentley Hart off grid 12, and Judd Aldridge rounding out the field. We are not too far away at all from a start. The cadets roll up to the top part of the circuit. We're not going to be too far away from a start here. The second to last, KartSport New Zealand 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals Championship class, Cadet Rock, brought to you by New Zealand Flour Mills. They line up, Teddy Patterson off the pole, Buddy Murch beside him. They find their lanes, they come up the straight, the revs are going to build. The lights are going to go out very shortly. Out the lights go, and down towards turn 1 we go. Patterson there in the 48 kart leads the way. Oh, didn't get the best jump though. Buddy Murch is now going to jump up the inside in the 57. So a bit of squirming there from the 48 kart. Couldn't quite hold on to the lead. But we've seen how fast Teddy Patterson is. He's going to be chasing down Buddy Murch in the 57, who did a great job to get into the lead. Patterson's teammate, Harry Gradwell, and another of the Illuminos WKS Kart Store karts there in third. 2 boys out of Christchurch Up towards turn 7. Up the hill they go. Murch from Patterson. Harry Gradwell there in third. Make their way through the top part of the circuit. Sebastian Grant's there in fourth in the Energy Course kart. Down the back straight they come. Patterson's got a good run. Is he going to be able to get the inside of Murch? Not quite. Make their way down the front straight now. Patterson chasing down Buddy Murch. He's not going to be able to quite get the run this time. Fifth is the 98 of Oliver Canlish. Sixth is the 28 of Phelan O'Hara. Will Miller follows. Then JC Visagi. Then Judd Aldridge, Charlie Brandt, Bentley Hart and Rowan Liu. Unfortunately, Riley Preston didn't make the start in the 78 kart. We now look back towards the front there. Harry Gradwell's taken the lead off Murch. Grant's gone to third. Fourth is Canlish. Teddy Patterson's dropped back to fifth. We look back at what's happened there. Patterson's dropped 3 spots. He's been relegated by Gradwell and Murch. Gradwell's now taken over the lead, so he's gone from third to first. They go down the back straight. Fire into the last corner. 14 laps to go. Murch using everything and more of the exit on the exit of the final corner. Out in the grass for a bit there was Buddy Murch doing a bit of rallycross. We make our way up to turn 3. Sebastian Grant there in third. Looking to try and move forward to try and win a national title. Fourth is Oliver Canlish. Fifth is Teddy Patterson. Sixth is Phelan O'Hara. They now... Oh, we've got one round! Trying to see who exactly that was. I think that might have been the 98 kart. Not exactly sure what has occurred there. Teddy Patterson's now under fire from Phelan O'Hara. Managed to stay ahead. Can't quite see which go-kart that is. I think it might be the 98 of Oliver Canlish. Unfortunately, has been taken out of contention for the national title now. Harry Gradwell's doing a great job at the front in the 41. He's driving away from Buddy Murch, Sebastian Grant, Teddy Patterson there in fourth in the 48, the pre-final winner who won it by a huge margin, but he's got some work to do to try and catch his fellow Cadet Rock drivers up ahead. Harry Gradwell from Buddy Murch, Sebastian Grant, Teddy Patterson, Phelan O'Hara, Will Miller. We go back to what's happening at the front. Harry Gradwell's just set the fastest lap of the race. Buddy Murch there in second. Sebastian Grant there in third. They make their way up the hill. Round through turn 8 and 9 they go. Gradwell still leads it from Murch. Sebastian Grant there in third. Grant's going to look up the inside of Murch. Is he going to be able to get it done down towards the last corner? Not quite. He thought the better of it. They come down the front straight. Great shot from the drone. Awesome to see. We follow these drivers around. Can see where they place the go-karts at full speed. Through turn 2 we go. We follow them up the track. Gradwell from Murch. Grant. Fourth is Teddy Patterson. We make our way down the circuit. Through 4 and 5. This is for the National Championship to become a New Zealand title holder in Cadet Rock. Doesn't get any bigger than this. Gradwell. Buddy Murch now chasing Harry Gradwell up the track. Sebastian Grant there in third in the 99. What can he do? He's got that bright yellow Lando Norris inspired helmet. Obviously looks up a lot to the 2025 Formula 1 World Champion. They come down through the final corner. Harry Gradwell still leading it. We've now got 10 laps to go. What is going to happen here? Gradwell, Murch and Grant have all of a sudden become oh so close at the front. Gradwell. Murch had a little bit of a look. He thought the better of it. Sebastian Grant now in the 99 kart. What's he got? Teddy Patterson's not too far behind either in the 48, and he's doing everything he can to try catch back up. Now Murch is going to go up the inside of Gradwell. Gradwell's going to try cross him back. This is great racing from the Cadet Rocks. Sebastian Grant thought about making it 3 wide, not quite. Gradwell runs into the back of Buddy Murch. Teddy Patterson's drawing closer and closer to this fight. Sebastian Grant, Buddy Murch. Murch now leads it. And he's starting to pull a little bit of a gap on Gradwell. Sebastian Grant there in third, and Teddy Patterson, he's starting to close back in. They come through the final corner, down towards turn 1. Across the start-finish line, 9 laps to go. Oh, and Sebastian Grant up the inside. He got the move done for second, so Harry Gradwell, in 1 lap, he's gone from the lead down to third. And Teddy Patterson, he's made all that progress to climb himself back up to fourth, right in behind the lead pack. So what's the pulse that I got? We now see some of the karts a little bit further back having a great battle between themselves. We got the 51. JC Versace there getting chased by Rowan Liu. Charlie Brandt, Bentley Hart, and Judd Aldridge's also in there. Up the top though, Patterson's gone through on Gradwell. So Buddy Murch, Sebastian Grant, and Teddy Patterson have all passed Harry Gradwell in the last lap or so. What's Teddy Patterson got? Is he going to go up the inside of Grant here at the last corner? He's thinking about it. Is he far enough up? Not quite. Grant runs wide. Teddy Patterson, the pole sitter, he'll be driving with a vengeance, wanting to get back to the lead of this race. 8 laps to go. He's still got plenty of time. So we now go through turn 3. Down towards turn 4. Buddy Murch got the lead. Took it a couple of laps ago. Sebastian Grant's looking really racy though. And then Teddy Patterson and Harry Gradwell, the 2 Illuminos WKS Kart Store drivers, there in third and fourth. They come through turn 6, up towards turn 7. Buddy Murch. Sebastian Grant. Oh, and Teddy Patterson's going to go up the inside, so Grant made a mistake. Teddy Patterson now takes second, so slowly climbing his way back to where he was. Buddy Murch there in the lead. They come down the hill. Murch getting chased by the pole sitter Teddy Patterson. Sebastian Grant there in third. Down the front straight they come, the Cadet Rocks. Into turn 1 they go. Murch being chased by Teddy Patterson. Sebastian Grant there in third. Fourth is Harry Gradwell. Up to turn 3. Grant got a really good exit there off turn 3. Sliced on the exit there. Much sharper than the other guys around him. Gave him a good run down towards turn 4 and 5. Teddy Patterson, what's he got? The youngster. We heard from him after the pre-final. He was pretty stoked. Up the inside goes Teddy Patterson. He takes the lead. What a pass. Can he hold on to it? They're freight training each other up towards turn 8 and 9, the young Cadet Rock drivers. Teddy Patterson, what a great pass, taking the lead. 7 laps to go. Buddy Murch now under fire from Sebastian Grant. Don't discount Harry Gradwell out of this. He's not giving up either in fourth. They come through the last corner. Down the front straight. This is the first lap in a while that Teddy Patterson's led, but it might get taken straight back off him by Buddy Murch. It has. Patterson now is going to try to go around the outside of Murch. I don't think that's going to work. It didn't. Up towards turn 3 now. Harry Gradwell's now trying to make a move on Sebastian Grant. Oh, and Patterson's got the move done again. Buddy Murch ended up out sliding through over the concrete and the grass. So great pass from Teddy Patterson. Clearly very switched on young racing driver. Gets the move done straight back from Murch. They now come down towards turn 6. Up the back straight, up the hill they go. The top 4. They are in a little train of their own. Patterson, Murch, Grant, and Harry Gradwell. Down the hill they flow. The top 4, nose to tail. It's looking more and more likely that it's going to be one of these 4 go-karts that's going to be crowned a new national champion in the Cadet Rock class today. Buddy Murch back up the inside of Patterson. Gets the kart nice and wide on the exit to stop Patterson going back past. Teddy Patterson, though, he's not going to let him have it. He's going to try and go back up the inside. Can he make it work? Same pass as the last lap. Murch, though, pulls back in. These 4 drivers are the class of the field right now. Down towards turn 6. Up towards turn 7. Teddy Patterson straight back up the inside. Great pass up the hill. He moves straight over to defend it. Murch is going to give him a little nudge up the hill. Harry Gradwell is going to try to drive around the outside of Sebastian Grant, which he's done. Great pass from Harry Gradwell, the 41 go-kart. They now make their way down the hill towards the last corner. Teddy Patterson from Buddy Murch, Harry Gradwell, and Sebastian Grant. Now they go through turn 2, up the hill, towards turn 3. Patterson still leading the way from Murch. Gradwell, Sebastian Grant, he's dropped off the top 3 just a tad. Buddy Murch, he does not want to let this national title go. He wants it badly. We can see him moving all over the place behind the back of Patterson. Where can he go past? Which corner? Where am I stronger? What can I do? Harry Gradwell there in 3rd. We saw him leading early on. He's going to do everything he can to try and pass the 2 ahead. He actually got a really good run down there out of turn 11. They come down towards turn 12 now. Through the final corner, down the front straight. Teddy Patterson moves over. He doesn't want to let Harry Gradwell or Buddy Murch through. This is getting tight and technical between these Cadet Rock drivers. Up the hill we go. Teddy Patterson, Buddy Murch, Harry Gradwell, Sebastian Grant. Down towards turn 4 now they go. These young Cadet Rock drivers driving their little hearts out right now. Into turn 6. Now we go into turn 7. Gradwell looks up the inside of Buddy Murch. Can he get it done? Not quite. Loses the momentum going up the hill. There's going to be 2 laps to go this time by when we come round back to the front straight. Patterson, Murch, Gradwell, Grant. Oh, and he was wide there. Buddy Murch used all the track on the exit there. Oh, and he gets a little nudge there from Murch. They now go towards turn 2. Oh, Buddy Murch up the inside, and he's pushed Teddy Patterson out of the way. That was ambitious to say the least. Murch is going to take the lead. Gradwell moves into 2nd. Teddy Patterson, that shook him up a little bit, I think. Sebastian Grant there. That just shows how much Buddy Murch wants this national title. The 57 from Rotorua, the local lad. Can he get it done at his home track? Over the 2 Christchurch lads, Teddy Patterson and Harry Gradwell from KartSport Canterbury. The 99 is Sebastian Grant from Hamilton. He's only from just up the road. Buddy Murch leads it. Patterson's not going to be happy about that. What can Teddy do? He's got 1 lap left. Once he comes across the line to try and do something, this is a nail-biter, folks. The Cadet Rocks, they come across the line to get the last lap board. What can Teddy Patterson do? Has he got anything in the tag for the local lad? Buddy Murch leading the way. The 57 versus the 48 versus the 41. Up the inside he goes. Patterson. Has he got the move done? He has. Oh, and he gave him a little nudge on the exit there. That might be to say payback for what happened at turn 2 a couple of laps ago. They now go down towards turn 6. Teddy Patterson's leading this. Buddy Murch might have just lost his opportunity at a Cadet Rock national title. Harry Gradwell He's now in second. It's a 1-2 currently for the Illuminos WKS Kart Store team. Up the back straight, towards the top of the hill, turn 8 and 9. What's going to happen? Sebastian Grant, he wants a piece of this. They come now down the hill, turn 9, 10 and 11. Down the back straight. We can see Buddy Murch hitting his helmet. He's not happy. Teddy Patterson's going to come across the line to win here at Rotorua for the Cadet Rock 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. He is the national champion provisionally in the Cadet Rock class. Harry Gradwell home in second to make it a 1-2 for the WKS Kart Store kids. Sebastian Grant home in third in the 99, and poor old Buddy Murch, the Rotorua driver, he's hitting his steering wheel. He's not happy about that, and they were getting into each other a bit, Patterson and Murch, and it's led to this. Teddy Patterson, the pole sitter, comes home as the winner. Just a quick note from the club, everyone. Remember to pay your tabs. So if you do have a tab down there at the tuck shop downstairs, make sure you go and clear it, please. Back to the action, though. Teddy Patterson. Provisionally, the top three are Teddy Patterson, Harry Gradwell, and Sebastian Grant, coming all the way from grid 6. Buddy Murch there. He might be left wondering what could have been there. He was leading with a couple laps to go. He fought so hard. The local lad from Rotorua, but what a drive from all those young drivers there at the front. Teddy Patterson provisionally is currently holding the New Zealand title now for Cadet Rock. And we're not too far away. We see there lined up on the grid the final national championship to crown of the weekend, the Rotax Max Juniors, brought to you by Veloce Karting. So we see there the young cadets, Cadet Rock drivers sitting there at the tech shed waiting to be pushed through. Teddy Patterson won, but he also came home with the fastest lap of the race. So provisionally, provided he passed tech, or passes tech, and that there's no future penalties, he will be crowned the 2026 Giltrap Group Sprint National Champion. Goes across the weighbridge there, young Teddy, 48. In the background, we can hear the Rotax Max Juniors, brought to you by Veloce Karting, getting out onto the circuit. See there, Teddy celebrating with his loved ones, with all his little mates there. Great to see all the camaraderie between all the young drivers here in KartSport. You see Regan Hall down there. Let's go down there with Regan to catch up with a couple of our young stars and get the verdict on the race. That's Teddy Patterson, our national champion. So let's hear from him with Regan.
Thanks, Ronan. And Teddy Patterson, well done, mate. First place in Cadet Rock. You're the 2026 national champion. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm overwhelmed. This is basically my dream ever since I heard about it. So yeah.
Yeah, awesome, mate. You drove extremely well. That was a super tough race. You guys were battling really hard, and you came out on top. So well done, and go and celebrate with your family and team.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from young Teddy Patterson, the provisional Cadet Rock New Zealand national champion for 2026. But we are not far away from crowning our final national champion this weekend to conclude the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Guild Trap Group Sprint Nationals here at KartSport Rotorua. Shout out to everyone at the Rotorua Club for hosting us this weekend for the national championship. Beautifully presented track. Everyone loves coming here and racing. Awesome facilities. Done a great job to get the track prepared this weekend. But we are not far away. We can now see coming down the back straight, Rotax Max Jr., brought to you by Veloce Karting. Huge thanks to Darren and the team at Veloce for their support of Rotax Max Jr. this weekend here at the Nationals and their ongoing support of the Rotorua Kart Club. We see the drivers now coming through the final corner. Tommy Hart's off the pole. Braxton Cravinger off 2. The same front row we saw for Vortex DVS Jr. We go down towards turn 1 now. Hart runs it wide and William Edmondson slotted through. Is he going to end up taking the lead? Not quite. We've had a couple of drivers run off. Edmondson gets fired off there on the exit of turn 2. We've had one driver. We had a bit of a coming together up at turn 3 there. So Tommy Hart's taken the lead. Indy Irwin, she slotted there into second, and we said, watch out for her because she is fast in that barrel cart. So Braxton Craving has been swallowed up by about 4 or 5 carts. He's going to have his work to do to try and move his way up. Jaden Buttermore there. Oh, we've got one off the road there. Not sure who that is. I'm sure we will find out. We go back to the battle there at the front. Coming down the back straight. Tommy Hart leads it as he ended up doing in Vortex DVS Jr. Indy Irwin second. William Edmondson there in third. Jaden Buttermore in fourth. In fifth place, we've got the second place grid setup of Braxton Cravehanger. Started off the outside of the front row. Cravehanger up the inside now of Buttermore. They come down towards turn 4 and 5. Indy Irwin's now under pressure from the North Island champion, William Edmondson, running that NI plate into battle here this weekend at the National Championship. Cravehanger up the inside of Edmondson. Edmondson didn't see that one coming, and he's lost the spot to Buttermore as well. It's a big fight going on a bit further back between 10 or 11 karts. We look at them wind their way down the hill. Tommy Hart leads this so far from Indy Irwin. Braxton Cravehanger, Jaden Buttermore, William Edmondson. Ben Brody's now going to fire up the inside of the 99, so puts one over the North Island champ. Edmondson thought better of it, went straight back up the inside. We now go down towards turn 4. We ride with Ben Brody and William Edmondson. Great shot that from the drone. If you're watching the live stream, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Down to turn 7 now. Tommy Hart leads it. Indy Irwin second. Tommy Hart's trying to make it 2 from 2 in terms of junior national titles after claiming the Vortex DVS junior title. They now go down the back straight. Hart, huge lead over Indy Irwin. They fire into the final corner. Indy Irwin goes past. Braxton Cravehanger there in third. Jaden Buttermore still there in fourth. He's having a good run. William Edmondson's getting into it again with Ben Brody. Brody couldn't quite make it work up there, but he goes straight back up the inside of the North Island champion. They now come down towards turn 4 and 5. Through turn 6 they go. Up to turn 7.
No, not working. Not working.
Indy Irwin's got pressure mounting in the form of Braxton Cravehanger in the 14. He's all over the back of the number 20 barrel cart. Indy Irwin been driving so well this weekend so far. Come through the final corner. Tommy Hart's on the front straight. He's going to clock off 14 laps to go this time by. Cravehanger chasing Indy Irwin. Jaden Buttermore, Ben Brodie, William Edmondson. Through turn 4 and 5 they go. Now towards turn 7. Indy Irwin under pressure. Cravanger looks up the inside, gets into the back bumper of the 20. Indy Irwin looks behind to see who it is. It's Cravanger. They now go up the back straight. That's actually helped Indy Irwin to build a little bit of a gap over Braxton Cravanger. Jaden Buttermore wants a piece of the action now. He wants to get himself a 1 or a 2 or a 3 NZ plate. They come down now the front straight. Tommy Hart, Indy Irwin. Saw one kart dragging itself through the dirt there. I think that might have been Ben Brodie. Now up through. We follow the drone. Up the hill. Into turn 3. Down the hill. Fire, high commitment, fast pace through turn 4 and 5. Into turn 6. The karts sliding on their way through. Indy Irwin still got the second place nailed down at this point. But Braxton Cravanger, he's coming back again for more. Tommy Hart at this stage, he's gone. Well and truly at this point of the race. But what is Indy Irwin and Braxton Cravanger and Jaden Buttermore, what have they got for him? We've got a card in the fence over at turn 5 that's getting dragged out. That may draw a yellow in that section of the racetrack. Thankfully, one of the guys down there has been able to pull it out of the bags. Hopefully that driver needs to run across the track so they don't get in the way. Tommy Hart, though, still leading the way. Indy Irwin, Braxton Cravanger and Jaden Buttermore, they're your top 4. Obviously, at the moment, Tommy Hart's pulled out in front, but the next group of 3 are still pretty tight-knit. Then we've got the 12 of Patrick McDonald. He's just moved into 5th. William Edmondson, he's really struggling. So too Ben Brodie. They've lost a couple of spots and they've dropped back off the front group. Coming into the last corner now is Tommy Hart. 11 laps to go this time by. Indy Irwin, Braxton Cravanger and Jaden Buttermore. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's a battle raging on there at turn 2. William Edmondson got spat out the other side. He's lost another spot to the 31 of Charlie Jamieson. So not going to plan so far for the North Island champion. We go back to what's happening there towards the front. Patrick McDonald there coming through turn 7. Jamieson up the inside of Ben Brodie. Ben Brodie and William Edmondson have been joined at the hip for quite a few laps. Fortunately, it's meant they've both gone backwards a little bit. So McDonald and Jamieson now trying to chase down Buttermore, Cravanger and Indy Irwin, who are 2nd through to 4th. 10 laps to go in this one. Cravanger outbraked himself a little bit too much into turn 1. Tommy Hart, he has the fastest lap of the race, which he did on the last lap. He's got a 2.5 second margin over Indy Irwin. We can see that there as he comes through turn 6. It shows the gap. It's about a corner ahead. Indy Irwin still there in 2nd, doing a brilliant job in the barrel cart. Cravanger and another Hart cart behind there in 3rd. They make their way down the hill. Cravanger in tow. Can he get something done in the next lap or so? He got a really good run through that last corner. He might be up the inside of Indy Irwin coming down the front straight. Not quite. Irwin there in the 20. Holding on at this stage. Could be ripping the 0 off the number 20 card and making it a 2. Tommy Hart still out in front in the 69. That number used by all the Hart boys over the years, and Tommy continuing that trend. Indy Irwin still there in second. They make their way up the hill. The battle they're raging on still between Charlie Jameson, Patrick McDonald, Ben Brodie and William Edmondson. That's for the mid places towards the back end of the 10 from 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And then the 9th is Jack Phillips, 10th is Riley Craig, who's just been given the black and white flag, the 87 kart. Oh, Ben Brodie's gone off on the exit of turn 2. So Brodie's just been fed off. Not sure exactly by who. Charlie Jameson's then been able to get away. Patrick McDonald's now got William Edmondson all over the back of him. Edmondson goes to the outside. That's not going to work. Cuts back across. He's going to be on the wrong side of the road, though, for the next corner. Runs Edmondson wide. And that actually let the 37 of Jack Phillips through. They come down the back straight now. Through the final corner comes the 69. 8 laps to go. 7 now for Tommy Hart. Oh, and Braxton Craving has gone up the inside of Indy Irwin for second place. So the 14 down at turn 1. He got the move done on Indy Irwin. So the 14 goes past the 20. Cravanger now, he's going to try and set off after Tommy Hart, who has been his main rival across both classes all weekend. Coming now down towards turn 4 and 5. Big gaggle of go-karts of Rotax Max Juniors. I think that's Henry Fisher there in the 9. Just made a pass and managed to get by 2 karts at once. Oh, and then we've got a little bit of a collision there. A few go-karts have run off the road. I think that's Braden Watson in the 5 that's gone off the track. Oh, not so good for Braden, but then there's also another go-kart that's had an issue a bit further up the track. Can't quite see who that one is. Ended up running a little bit wide. They've actually pulled in off the circuit. We now go back to the battle at the front. Big battle going up there to turn 3. Now down through to turn 4 and 5. This group of go-karts. Tommy Hart comes through the last corner, down the front straight. 6 laps to go, 5 now. Braxton Cravanger, he passed Indy Irwin only a lap or so ago. Now trying to do everything he can to reel in the 69 kart. They come now down towards turn 4 and 5. Indy Irwin all over the back of Cravanger. Jaden Buttermore is still there in 4th in the 43. What a great race from him. Tommy Hart at this stage, he's got the fastest lap of the race. A 54.2. Cravanger with a 54.3. Indy Irwin's done a 54.3. So only a tenth or so in it, but a tenth a lap, or a couple of tenths a lap, can add up very quickly, and in this case it's a 3.4 second lead. Indy Irwin got back past Cravanger. She's now got that move back done again, so great move from Indy Irwin to take that second place back. She's not going to go down without a fight. She's not going to let Cravanger have it. He's going to have to fight for it, for that second place. Irwin now. Cravanger's going to look up the inside. Oh, and they got into each other pretty hard there. This is all opening up, and Cravanger's the one that's lost out. Jaden Buttermore's now trying to hunt past the 14 of Cravanger, so it's all on for young and old here. And Rotax Max Jr., brought to you by Flourishing Karting. Indy Irwin, what a pass that was, and then Cravanger got into the side of her down at turn 6, but she wasn't having a bar of it. They come now onto the front straight. Tommy Hart, he's well up the road. And the more that these guys fight, the more these guys and girls fight, the more it's going to allow Tommy Hart to drive away with this national title. But Indy Irwin, what a job she's doing. She got past a few laps ago. She dusted herself off, got back up and went at it again with Braxton Cravanger, and she's done exactly that. Moved into second. And this battle that's going up towards turn 3 now. So many karts in this. Firing down towards turn 5 and 6. We've got the 27 in there of Jack Hoare, Asher Ehrlich, Jamie White, Oliver Dennison, Maximus Rennie, Will Davey, Angus Wilton. So many karts in there. Oh, and we go back to the front. Braxton Cravanger. He looked up the inside of Irwin. He thought the better of it. Irwin braked so late it wasn't going to be hard. It wasn't going to be easy to be able to make that pass. 2 laps to go. At this stage, I think the 1 NZ is pretty locked in, but the question of who the 2 and 3 NZ is going to be, that is anyone's guess. That is right now in the lap of the gods. So they make their way through 7. Up the hill they go. Indy Irwin, Braxton Cravanger. There's a huge battle going on down towards turn 4 and 5 right now. So we now, Tommy Hart, he's going to take the last lap board very shortly as he comes across the line. Indy Irwin, Braxton Cravanger, and Jada Buttermore though. Who is going to be the 2 NZ and who's going to be crowned the 3 NZ? We don't know. There's 3 go-karts right now that look like either one of them could be those 2 plates. We come now to turn 3. Irwin, good run off there. Cravanger got a good run as well. Buttermore not so much. Through 4 and 5. Indy Irwin now. Cravanger. She ran just a half a cart width in from where she would usually run to disincentivize Cravanger. They now go up the back straight. Indy Irwin moves over. It's going to be pretty hard at this point now to see Cravanger go up the inside. At this stage, though, Tommy Hart, he comes down to the final corner. He's going to win the final national title of the day. Tommy Hart in the 69 kart is your national champion provisionally in Rotax Max Jr. And Indy Irwin takes home the 2 NZ plate from Braxton Cravanger. What a drive from Indy Irwin in the number 20 kart. We look at the rest of the field as they come through. Jaden Buttermore came home in a brilliant 4th place. Charlie Jameson in 5th. William Edmondson, the North Island champion, there in 6th. In 7th, it was Louis Smith. 8th, Patrick McDonald. 10th was Zach Hemphill. 12th, Henry Fisher. 13th, Senna Wilkinson. 14th was Asher Ehrlich. What a drive there from Tommy Hart. And based off after those first few laps, would have been pretty surprised if anyone was able to hunt him down. What a drive from the number 69. The Hart kart, driven by Tommy Hart. No doubt there will be some members of his family very proud of that performance. And as we see now, the Rotax Max Juniors making their way off the circuit. What a great way to cap off the day here. Day 4 of the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Nationals. To round the day off with Rotax Max Jr. Round 3 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series, supported by Racer Products and 6th Rent-A-Car. And round 2 of the Vortex Rock Cup. And round 2 of the Rock Vegas SV Series. And that was a stellar drive from the 69 of Tommy Hart. Indy Irwin, equally so. What a drive from her. She got past, she dusted herself off, got back up and fought back at Braxton Cravanger, passed him back, then defended so well those last couple of laps to hold on to that 2nd place. Cravanger, after starting on the front row, comes home with a 3 NZ plate in the Rotax Max Junior class, and he's been one of the fastest drivers all weekend. So no doubt he'll be ecstatic with that, but I'm sure also reeling at what could have been had he been in a slightly different position. But incredible job from all 3 of those drivers. Jaden Buttermore as well. great performance to come home there in 4th and right on the back of the 2nd and 3rd place drivers. We've got a few drivers we've got to clear away from the circuit after some of those separate incidents in this class. But hopefully these junior drivers will be let through the tech shed soon and we can catch up with possibly our provisional national title holder in the Rotax Max Junior class, Tommy Hart. So we wait now. The drivers are allowed to exit their go-karts. Tommy Hart pushes his kart through. Gets the weight checked of the Hart kart. Pushes his way through. Indy Irwin, great job from her to come home 2nd. Braxton Craving rounding out the top 3. Great to see there. Tommy getting some hugs and high fives from some of his mates down there. Mum and Dad. Shakes hands with the 2nd place driver there. Great job. And let's head down to Regan and hear from our provisional national champion in the Rotax Max Junior class, Tommy Hart.
Thanks, Ronan. And I'm here with Tommy Hart for the 2nd time today. Congratulations, 2026 Rotax Max Junior National Champion. That's 2 titles in one day. How does that feel, Tommy?
Yeah, it's amazing. I thought 1 was good, but 2 is even better. So yeah, very happy for everyone who helps.
Yeah, well done, mate. The whole family's put in a good effort, an awesome effort to get you here, and you drove an awesome race. You just really drove away, gapped them, and that was it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I just managed to get good off the first couple of laps and just went from there.
Awesome. Well, you can go and celebrate with the team and family. Well done.
Thanks for that, Regan. Great to hear from Tommy Hart, the 8th and final provisional national champion for the day here at Rotorua. And the weather really did actually come pretty good at the end there. Got a bit of sunshine shining through here in the late afternoon here in Rotorua. That was the final race of the day and final race of the event here at the 2026 KartSport New Zealand Giltrap Group Sprint Nationals. Brent Malhop, what a race, and all the races have been incredible today, haven't they? The pre-finals, we saw some weather throw a spanner into the works, and obviously now we've got 8 brand new national title holders, and Jacob Cranston obviously took out that non-championship event or round for the Vortex SV class.
Yeah, look, Ronan, it's been the talent here, the driving standard has been exceptional, and to have crowned some wonderful national champions, all of them deserving of it, all of them have fought hard for it. It's been awesome, and look, we look forward to prize giving.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
Our go-kart was really good. Dove up the inside of Max. He tried to make a move, and I never even saw him.
In karting, nothing is ever certain. In 2023, Daniel Gray, he's a man on a mission. He has just secured pole position. Really genuinely challenged the legends of the sport. Daniel Gray, cometh the hour, cometh the man.